Welcome to World Sports Betting Newlands for this, the third day of this CSA 4-day series match between the World Sports Betting Western Province and the Dafabet Warriors. And umpires Warren Weingard and Maria Rasmus are out in the middle, and they've been followed by the batters for the Warriors, Leo Swanepoel and Senaran Wittasamy, and the team from Western Province are now on the field, and it looks like it's going to be George Linder opening the bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. I'm James King, Cape Fox, and with me, Kieran Thompson. Wonderful to have you with me here in the commentary box, Kieran. Welcome, and looking forward to a very good day of cricket here ahead of us.
A very good morning to you, James. Yes, indeed. Very perfectly poised on day 3, or at the start of day 3. I'd say kind of hanging in the balance here for the Warriors. They kind of have to make sure that they don't have a slow start, but also nice and solid up top.
Yeah, it was a good partnership between these two yesterday. 45 they've put on so far for the 6th wicket after the loss of Sinatemba Gashile in that final session. It was a session that belonged to the Warriors, putting on 104 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket, and they want to continue where they left off yesterday evening. These two were quite positive. They managed to raise the rate from about 2.4 up to 2.8. It's Linda towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. And it's down to Patterson, who's at 45. So just continue with the spinners this morning, it looks like. Maybe Linda from the Kelvin Grove end, and maybe Simmons from the Weinberg end. We'll see. Carl Simmons, I think he's doing duty up there at long on. He was yesterday. And that's an easy single into the offside, and the Warriors are underway this morning. Deficit still 276. You said, Kieran, it's going to be an interesting morning to play.
Right, you are, James. And you mentioned Carl Simmons there. He's been in the game since the opening day, yeah. Really. Chipping in with 68 from 74 with the bat, and then taking the bulk of the wickets yesterday. He's got 3 for 55 so far. So very interested to see how he'll start today.
Yeah, he really did bowl well yesterday. He was varying his pace. He was looking very threatening for most of the spell that he bowled first up. He bowled, I think it was 14 overs unchanged from the Weinberg end after he took over from Buren Hendricks. And that session, certainly in the middle session of the day yesterday, when the Warriors were 83 for 4 at tea, belonged to Carl Simmons. Bowled exceptionally well. And pitch is looking good. We had a look at it this morning. It hasn't broken up at all. Doesn't seem as if there will be too much, spin on offer. Not a lot of movement potentially off the surface, but there could be some purchase more as the day goes on. It does look dry. That's the one thing. The pitch is looking dry, but at the moment it's a quite slow turn for, if there is any turn. We did see some nice turn and bounce with the new ball yesterday.
And if you were Western Province captain here, what would your tactic be for the opening session at least? I mean, there's a little bit of wind around, overhead conditions. There might be something in it for the seamers.
Yeah, I think probably first up they're going to be these next 13 or now 12 overs until the new ball. I think we'll probably be operating with the least spin from one end, it looks like, as it's Tiwa Kainabe who's given his cap and glasses to the umpire, Maria Rasmus, and he's going to be opening up with pace from the Weinberg end, and be bowling to Leo Swanepoel. So maybe a little bit of a burst here from Tiwa Kainabe. It was quite good yesterday evening. He bowled a spell of 6 overs and took 1 for 17, so it was quite economical. was very economical at one stage with having taken the wicket of Bashile. He had bowled 3 overs, 1 for 1. So he did look very good. Just towards the end of the day, it was when end of that spell that Swanepoel and Mutusami were able to get a couple of boundaries. So the thing from Western Province here, I think, is they're going to just put it in the right areas, make sure that they don't give anything away if they can, just to keep the lid on the scoring rate and try and perhaps force the batters into looking for something that might not be there. So let's see, it was the heavy roller on the pitch this morning as well. So it isn't going to play much different to yesterday, I don't think. It is still a good batting wicket.
Right, you are, James. And yeah, we spoke about an over ago. We're trying to use the overhead conditions, or maybe just assess what it might do with a bit of seam. Let's have a look.
Yeah, good ball to start off with, outside the off stump. That's where he wants to be operating. And like you say, the wind coming across the ground. So the way that Newlands is situated, and we're sitting in the South Pavilion, which is the Wynberg end, and there's quite a large south stand, and the southeasterly gets blocked by the stand, but it whistles through almost on the western side of the ground and comes across the field. So it helps with the away. It would help with like away swing for the right-handed bowler. And he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. But so we have seen, and particularly from the Kelvin Grove end for the seamers, if the wind is bowling strongly, then they do get a little bit of movement in towards the left-handed batter and movement away from the right-handed batter. So we'll see if the conditions will assist him this morning.
It's a lot better than the second ball.
Yeah, much better delivery that time. That's the line that he wants to be bowling, just outside that off stump, almost on attacking the top of off stump, and probably just outside, maybe on a fourth stump line.
And like you mentioned just before this, James, trying to use some of the assistance from that wind that whistles through the ground here. Maybe just try to square the left-hander up. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Definitely get him nice sort of hard, a heavy ball that he will bowl into the wicket, short of a length. That certainly was successful on day one. That was the type of delivery that got both Tony DeZorzi and David Beddingham just into the wicket, bowling nice and hard into the wicket, just short of a length. He's bowling with a very soft, older ball, still getting it in the right areas. That one is definitely not in the right area, but it's down to the man at long leg for a single.
He's really darting it in these first couple of balls, trying to set the tone for the day, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. He's looking like he's, well, certainly it does look like the Western Province bowlers, if they can't get an early breakthrough this morning, and they may well be out there for certainly this whole session. It depends on what is going to be happening early this morning. So if you're in the Warriors camp, you want these two to bat through until lunch, and maybe drinks as the first target. It's good delivery outside the line of the off stump, just moving away from the left-hander. It's the end of the second over of the morning. It's 189 for 5. Yeah, just want to, they want to try and prize at least, if they could get one wicket early on here, they'll feel that they can then really make inroads into the tail of the Dafabet Warriors. But as you say, Kieran, I think anything can happen here. From a Warriors point of view, it's certainly important for them to maintain this partnership for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, Swanepoel and Mutusami did all the hard work. I think it was the back end of yesterday.
Yeah.
They had to soak up quite a bit of pressure with Western Province's tails being up, trying to avoid their tails actually coming into bat.
Yeah.
So they've done the hard work. They just need to consolidate from here.
I feel we'll feel he's missed out there, Bayer Swanepoel, a bit short from Linda. has a lovely sound coming off the bat by Swanepoel.
Had Dane Patterson in a fair bit of trouble there.
Yeah, it was hit really hard to him at that short,
Nice little
long
wake
leg
up call.
position. Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot better from Linda.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. He's got the protection on the leg side. Sort of a bit of an in-out type of field. Still got the short leg in place, which I think is good. They still have a lead of 275, or the deficit, should I say, of 275 do the Warriors, and effectively 6 wickets down. News that we have from the middle on 2 injuries, one for the Warriors and Jivishan Pillay yesterday in trying to stop a ball in front of the North Grandstand for going for 4, has actually broken his collarbone and is expected to be out. He had an operation yesterday evening and is now expected to be out until at least February, so will be taking no further part in this game. And on the news from the Western Province camp is that Björn Hendricks has had a hamstring injury yesterday, and that's why Carl Simmons bowled 1 ball extra, 2 overs and 5 balls. He pulled up Hendricks, and he goes for a scan on Monday to determine how much damage there is there.
Really unfortunate for a player like Björn. Senior role within the side, very much coming into his own and settled.
Yeah.
You know, he's obviously trying to work his way back into the upper echelons of domestic bowlers in the country. So he's always been classified in that bracket.
Yeah.
Just very unfortunate.
It is indeed. I mean, he got a call up to the Proteas as well last season, based on his performance, and was. He did actually play in, I think it was a T20 or one of 50 over international, and I mean last season he was 4th in the CSA 4-day competition, was the 4th highest wicket taker, 26 wickets at 22.38 with the best bowling of 4 for 22, and just conceding 3 runs to the over in his bowling efforts there across the season. So he is going to be desperately missed by the team here, and for the rest of this game, definitely. They went in with 3 seamers. Mhlali Mpongwana on duty with the Proteas against India, and he's not taking part in this game. It's Tiwakai Nabe away from us again. Yeah, that's a good delivery.
And surely from the Warriors' perspective, you would kind of feel that that's a bit of a lift or something going in your favour, especially in terms of the contest here for the next day and a bit. Having should I say a headache like Björn Hendricks being taken away from you, that's always going to give the opposition a lift.
Certainly, I mean, they will feel after they lost Jivishan Pillay that that's very, very nicely played down to long, backward square. Go through for the single. They will certainly feel now, I mean, having lost Jivishan Pillay, they a man down from a batting point of view, so it will help them a lot that Western Province have been reduced to just the 2 seamers. And we saw yesterday a lot of work done by particularly Carl Simmons, 25 overs, George Linder 16 overs, did bowl Eddie Moore with a bit of off spin as well for a couple of overs towards the end of the day. And that's nicely played by Swanepoel on the bounce to Moore in the covers. They won't be upset that he's trying to drive that ball outside the off stump. They've still got a slip and a gully in place.
James, just thinking about the 2 injuries to the 2 camps, you would kind of, it seems to me, as if the cricketing gods have kind of just balanced things out somewhat.
Yeah, I like the way you call it the cricketing gods. Yes, it's always interesting to talk about the vagaries or the good delivery into Swanepoel, and he just managed to play it off the inside half of the bat. And there's some chatter out there. certainly keeping to his line and length here, Ntiwakai Nabe.
He's made a very solid start this morning.
And just the 3 runs added so far into the 4th over of the morning. Another excellent delivery from Nabe.
He's generating some pace this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, he has a lot. He's a yard or 2 quicker than he was yesterday evening.
And generally, what type of pace does he, or what type of pace does he generate on a?
Probably, I mean, he's probably in the mid 120s, I would say. Probably maybe a faster delivery up to 130, and that is a good surprise. Ball there from Ntiwakai Nabe, and it ends the over. It's a maiden. Is it? No, just the one off it. Sorry, and it's 190 for 5.
Very, very important session now, this opening one on day 3, for both sides really. Who do you think this favours more, James?
Yeah, I think at the moment with the conditions that we have out there, it's a hot day, warm day. It's not hot. It's quite pleasant weather for cricket, and I think with the pitch not wearing as much perhaps as we thought it was. I was chatting to the groundsman Brom Mong this morning, and he was saying it's not deteriorated perhaps as much as he thought it might deteriorate. It's not. There's no cracks on the pitch yet, so it's still a good wicket for batting on, and you sense that it will probably continue like that for at least the first couple of sessions today. But then that one, yeah, just trying the sweep shot there, Mutasami, and not sure.
Possibly
just off the pad, yeah.
Possibly getting a bit of a bat onto that one.
Could have been a scratch on there. It looked like he was a little bit outside the line of the off stump as well. But that'll encourage George Linder.
Yeah, George Linder's also made a slight fielding change as well. He's brought the man that was on the cover boundary up inside.
Yeah, doesn't want to give any unnecessary runs away.
I think that must have played into the thinking of Mutasami for that first delivery, especially trying to sweep. Maybe just getting the timing a touch wrong. Knows that there's options on the leg side for some runs, or maybe a 1 or 2 year there.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get it forward a square on the leg side, past that man at short leg, there should be an easy single. Linda's been on the mark in this over so far.
He really is Mr. Consistency for Western Province, isn't he?
He is. He really is. Has been such a key player for them for so long.
And when the chips are down and times are getting tough, he's generally the man that tends to get them out of trouble, especially with the bat.
Yes, he's been outstanding with the bat this season, both in the T20 competition and now in this 4-day series. And he's come off the back of some good performances as well in the first game that they played. They're getting a 61 in the second innings, a 34 in the first innings in that match against the Dolphins in Durban, and followed that up with his highest ever first-class score yesterday of 152. Oh. Yeah, that one. Oohs and ahs there. It's Valentine Katime, it is, under the helmet at short leg, just to his left-hand side. Not sure whether that did come off the bat onto the pad.
The ball seemed to have gripped quite a bit in the surface there.
Yeah. Yes, getting some assistance, it looks like, from the Kelvin Grove end. Once again, Patterson into business there at that sort of shortish long leg position. It's not quite at 45. He's sort of more square than 45, but a good position to be in, stopping any thought of a single. And it's still that's a maiden over from George Linder. Had 5 gone this morning, and just the 3 runs added to the overnight score. So it has been pretty tight from the Western Province bowlers early on, and very watchful from the Warriors batters.
Yeah, that last over certainly for Senyaran Mutasami was started off a bit shaky, trying to sweep one and didn't quite get the timing. But since then, watched the ball onto his bat, especially the one that seems to turn towards his leg stump. And the last two balls of that over, he seemed to play very comfortably, getting nice and back and across, just clipping it down towards behind square. So he'll want to build on that. He'll understand that he's kind of set the base in terms of facing Linda from that end.
Oh, and Swanepoel, yeah, he's having a go at that one. It's above shoulder height, outside the off stump, and that could potentially have got him into a lot of trouble, that shot. Just been scoreless for a while now, the Warriors batters, and Swanepoel likes to feel bat on ball. He's a player who we feel will play his natural game. At the moment it's been a little bit quiet, and that will be encouraged. That'll encourage the Western Province bowler, definitely. Oh, and that is in the air and to the left of the gully fielder. It was not a shot that was under control from Swanepoel. It goes down to the boundary for the first boundary of the day, and it is in fact now the 50 partnership between these two, and 52 runs off 95 balls with 7 fours, and it's been very good. It is now second 50 partnership in a row after the partnership between Kashile and Mutusami. Very important runs for the Warriors here.
Also just relieving quite a bit of pressure. We spoke about the runs kind of drying up a little bit for the Warriors in the early stages here this morning. Now a bit to continue.
It's a better delivery. I think he probably will count himself a little bit unlucky that went in the air to the left of gully. Could have gone to hand.
At least the chances are coming.
Yeah, I think that's what Western Province will be really happy about. Looking at it as well, only another 7 overs and 3 balls to the new ball, and you just feel they'll take the new ball anyway. It'll give even if they're operating with spinners, it'll give them a bit more bounce, the harder ball. That's another good delivery from Nabe.
And one thing that will certainly help the fielding side is the fact that they're bowling to 2 left-handers. You don't have to alter their lines too much with a left-right-hand, well, like you would for a left-right-hand combination.
And, I think it's just have also the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners. Western Province, they did try Eddie Moore with a bit of his off-spin towards the end of the day yesterday. It was just to help relieve some of the workload on the other bowlers. That's another good delivery from Nabe. It's the second short delivery for the over. Signals umpire Maria Erasmus. So you feel if they've kept them quiet for the first few overs here, they can keep them. They can keep the run rate down, and they get to the new ball. They'll feel maybe, particularly with Dane Patterson potentially going to be bowling with the new ball, they have an opportunity to take some wickets. And the spinners also. Carl Simmons bowled very well with that new ball yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and I was watching Dane Patterson this morning in the warm-up, and he looked very, very up for it, should I say.
Yeah.
Generating some nice speed on some of the side tracks over here. So I just get the feeling he would want to make a statement this morning.
That's beautifully played by Swanepoel. I don't think it's going to stop it. No, it's not. It goes down to the boundary for 4. And so that was certainly not a false stroke at all. Beautifully played through the extra cover region, sort of wideish mid-off region, and goes down to the boundary for 4. Second boundary of the over, and that's relieved a little bit of the pressure on the batters this morning. It's 198 for 5 after 73.
Yeah, just on that shot, James, Swanepoel getting into position very early, set himself up nicely, and just watch the ball onto the bat. That top hand coming through nice and sturdy over there, just helping the ball on its way.
Yeah, he's a good player. Swanepoel averages over 26 in first-class cricket, so certainly is, from a batting point of view, excellent addition in this lower order. Didn't play in the game against Gold Rush Borderland last week. He was in the squad but didn't play, and they really have been happy to have him back. A couple of wickets in the first innings, and he's been outstanding with the bat already today. 32 not out, and yesterday afternoon, of course. And Mutusami coming off the back of that 70 not out that he scored in the Test match against Bangladesh. He's also looking very solid at the crease.
And despite the amount of trouble that the Warriors found themselves in yesterday, these are the two guys you would want to have at the crease. Yeah. Two experienced heads. And just watching Mutusami's body language at the crease it's quite interesting. Yeah. Plays each ball on its merit, bat on ball, resets his mind.
Yeah, vastly experienced player, Senran Mutusami, and as well it has a first-class average of just over 30, and he's now into his 13th season of first-class cricket. And with him players Swanepoel into his 9th season of first-class cricket. So, as you said, two experienced campaigners in this Warriors side, which is quite a young team.
The fielding side certainly liked that one.
They did, didn't they? A lot of oohs and ahs from them to keep that energy up. Just World Sports Betting Western Province. Very important for them to just keep the energy this morning if they're going to want to get this breakthrough.
Ooh.
And it's not an appeal really, more again
Some
oohs and ahs there from them. That was very close to that outside edge there of the bat of Senran Mutusami.
Somewhat of a testing delivery from Lindo. Batter nearly fell for it. Just drifts that through the air very nicely, does George Lindo.
He does, doesn't he? He does have that drift. He's got the wind coming across the field, so it may be helping him a little bit.
Almost holding the ball up.
Yeah, holding the ball up. Yeah, it's helping a little bit with that drift. Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, another excellent over from Linda, another maiden. He's bowled now 18 overs, 0 for 49. And it's going to be Mtiwa Kayanabe to continue.
That's back-to-back maidens for George Lindo as well.
Yeah, he's certainly keeping it quiet from the Kelvin Grove end. Nabe now going to be bowling his 4th over of the morning. Keeping an eye on the match up in Johannesburg at the DP World Wanderers between the WSB Western Province women and the DP World Lions women, and Western Province winning the toss there and deciding to bowl first in that Hollywood Bets Pro 50 match. And that one is from over the wicket now, just into the pads of Swanepoel. That's an easy single down to long leg.
Interesting change of tactic here from Nabe. It's the first time he's come over the wicket to the left-handers. That one obviously just a little bit short, tucked off the legs, but needs to just readjust his line coming over the wicket now. Doesn't need to do too much in terms of changing his pace. That's been good this morning. It's a bit full.
Yeah, it was a little bit fuller than he would have wanted it to be. I think Senran Richardson probably feels he missed out there. He is angling it now across the left-hander. You would just think that he's trying to get him to play at the one that is just angling across and maybe bringing the slip, just sort of wideish first slip, or between first and second slip and a gully into play. That's a much better delivery, short of a length, which Sammy plays it well though, into the covers. It's an interesting change of tactic. Was hit for 2 boundaries in the last over that he bowled.
And that slip cordon seems to be just changing the positioning from time to time, or in between balls. Again, a bit shortish on the leg side, just tucked away for a single, picked up by Tony DeZorzi. James, I was just having a look at that slip cordon. As you mentioned, the first slip is kind of in between where first and second slip would stand. Gullies come in a little bit more towards where the slip cordon would end.
Yeah.
So it looks as though the fielding side are just trying to get to grips with what the ball might do, considering what happened a few overs ago when that one got edged off to the boundary.
Yeah, it certainly brought the gully a little bit wider than it was, or the sort of 4th or 5th slip that they had. They brought him wider into more of a conventional gully position now. Nabe just the 1 ball left, and in that single brought up the 200 for Dafabet Warriors of 449 balls. That's 74 overs and 4 balls, 28 fours in that 200. And that's beautifully played down to the man at long leg.
And some good work out in the deep there as well.
Let's see who's
nicely
down there.
fielded
Should
over
be Yassine Mohammed Valley. Oh, Mohammed Yassine Valley, sorry, I should say, out there on the boundary. And we do have substitute fielder on the field for Buren Hendricks. I'm just trying to see who is actually on the field. Yesterday we had Bongi Mfonelwa on the field for a lot of the day, as well as Oliver Whitehead. Just to remind you that Buren Hendricks is off the field with a hamstring injury, and he will not be taking any further part in the game. In fact, it's Onka Nyaku that is on the field today, number 55 on his back. He's coming into the slip position for Linda.
He's a man who's had some injury troubles of his own.
Yeah.
Nice to see him back on the field.
And hopefully he'll be back to full fitness again soon. He has been playing a bit of club cricket, and so hopefully we'll be seeing Onka Nyaku back in the squad. They've taken the man out of that short leg position now for Swanepoel. Carl Simmons is doing some warming up at long on. I do think that probably going to give him Tuakaya Nabe a bit of a break. He's bowled 4 overs this morning, and they're going to need him if they do take the new ball.
Really had to dig that one out, did by Swanepoel there.
Yeah,
could have been an easy single.
I was going to say, I don't know why they didn't
us.
take the single there. It was interesting. Looked like there was a single on offer all day long there, down to that man at deep mid-off. Still have got the man at long on. Perhaps for the shot when Swanepoel maybe come dancing down the wicket and try and play it over the man there. Haven't seen any evidence of that yet.
Ooh. Oh, had that man at short leg still been there.
Yeah, you never know. It's look what that probably was. Maybe bat and pad. He's going down to Patterson at that short 45 position. Apart from those two boundaries of the Tiwakai and Nabe over, it's been very quiet this morning.
And the wind just starting to pick up a little bit more around the ground.
Yeah, see this trees blowing. Oh, and that is edged, well, maybe played. You can't say, not sure if that was intended to go down there. May well have been just went down the leg side a little bit there, George Linder, and just needed a little bit of a tickle on it from Swanepoel to go down to the boundary for 4, and that moves him to 38, partnership to 63, highest partnership of the innings now for the Warriors, and it was desperately needed. They were 142 for 5, now 205 for 5, and there's a surface here. We saw that with the first innings. You can get in, you can actually bat long here on this particular surface.
George Linder had Bayer Swanepoel a little bit worried with that one there. He looked a bit unsure on how to play that ball.
Yeah, not the most confident shot coming forward. He's a dangerous player, Swanepoel. Saw him score in that T20 match against WSB Western Province earlier in the season. Scored 83 here and completely took the game away from them. He came in at number 3 almost as a pinch hitter role and played an absolute blinder of an innings. So he's a man who can hit the long ball, and he's shown over the past day and this morning so far in the first 35 minutes of the morning that he is also able to defend and able to keep his end up and keep scoring. So 38 he's on at the moment.
It's a solid partnership that they've got going here as well. Definitely want to consolidate on that from this point on. And we've got a change in the bowling. And it's the man that you mentioned warming up on the boundary before this, in the over before this. It's Carl Simmons coming into the attack now. He's had a very lively game so far, taking 3 wickets for 55 runs in his 25 overs. Also chipped in with that 68 in World Sport Betting Western Province's innings yesterday as well. So yeah, I think he also looked very much up for it this morning in the warm-up. Yeah. Really confident as well. He's been playing some good cricket, as Carl Simmons.
Yes, and he was the second highest wicket taker in the 4-day series last year. Ooh, and that's an excellent delivery first up to Sen Mutasamy. Be able to see maybe from this side if he is getting any purchase off the wicket. As just to give you a score from Johannesburg, DP World Lions women have been put into bat by Western Province of 34 for 1 after 8 overs and 5 balls. That's just played into the deep, and they're going to turn easily for the second.
That's some good running.
This was fielded there by Valley in the deep, and thinking of maybe Eddie Moore's thinking they might be making a change there. They're not going to make a change to the field. It's very long boundary out on the leg side for the left-hander down towards the railway stand. Ooh. And he sweeps that, and it goes into Valentine Kitimi. That must have hurt. And there's concern here for the young man who's at short leg. It went, I don't know quite where that has hit him. That has hurt.
Look towards the ribcage area.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So, yeah, they're calling for the physio. He's up on his feet, which is good to see.
Yeah, not much the magic spray can help with over there.
No, that if that has hit him in the chest area there, it's going to be, he'll have a bruise there that's going to be the colour of his helmet, I think, within a couple of days. That is a nasty blow, and just a chance for also the batters to have some refreshment coming out now while we get the physio out there. No, physio may not in fact be getting involved. We'll see. He's actually making him actually go and speak to the physio. He was taking up his position. That must have hurt. Sounded like it hit into some soft soft flesh there.
That's always fun.
Yeah, it just
Also be a little bit winded.
yes. No, it was played with some force, straight into the man at short leg. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. You try and protect yourself as much as possible.
Everything seems to be all good with the young man over there. Physio waves him away. Also doesn't look in too much of a hurry to get off the field, does the physio?
No, he doesn't, does he? The man carrying the drinks as well. Not sure who that is. Let's maybe let's have a look and see. That's Juan James. That's carrying the drinks there. Man is also struggling with a hamstring injury. Don't have full news yet on his recovery and when he's going to be back with the team. And the Warriors also have got quite a few injury concerns of their own, apart from the fact that Jivish and Pillay is going to be out now for a few months. Diego Rosier also out injured at the moment. Newlands van Heerden is also is out for a sustained period of time, so it's been difficult for them. Heinrich Norkier just coming back from injury and played a couple of the T20 games. The over's going to continue now with Carl Simmons to Senra and Mutusami. Yeah, good delivery.
It's really getting it through the air nicely is Carl Simmons. Apart from the second ball of this over,
yeah,
it was a little bit of a looser delivery. Oh, again.
Yeah, I think
it seems to have Mutusami somewhat worried. Not too sure if he should be staying upright and just clipping that down the leg side or down the ground. But he's opted for the sweep a few times.
And it doesn't make full contact that time. Bat onto pad, and David Beddingham, who was at leg slip, he's now going to go to 45 on the leg side. And
There's that edge.
Yeah, and that was not played that comfortably by Mutusami, and he does get another 2, so he's had 3 2s in the over. It's been an expensive one by the standards that Carl Simmons has been used to in this innings, but I think that last delivery will give him some kind of encouragement. The bowler just off the outside edge of the bat, going back to the one that came onto him, and that is dangerous to the spinner. 77 overs gone. Had 9 overs bowled this morning. And it's 10:42 on the stadium clock on the scoreboard. They've done very well, these two. Mutusami on 49. He's 1 run away from what will be his 30th first-class 50 to go with 8 centuries. And he will want to make sure that he converts the score that he's got now into a 3-figure score, I'm sure, and that will put the Warriors into a very positive position in terms of this game. Still a deficit of 253 against that 464 Western Province scored in the first innings.
But the positive thing for the Wayside is that they're constantly just chipping away at that deficit. I mean, at the top of the hour when the day's play started, it was 277.
Yep.
Slowly just chipping away. They'll maybe want to try and remind the Western Province bowlers about that.
Yeah, I'm sure that if there's anything going on out there, any banter between them, they'll be certainly making sure that they let them know that they haven't got a breakthrough this morning, that the pitch is as flat as a pancake, and
Nicely played. Just be the one though.
and that'll bring Mutusami on to strike on 49.
Will be interesting to see what the fielding side does here. Are they bringing the field in to try and prevent that single.
It doesn't. Well, they brought the man who was at deep cover. He's now standing on the edge of the square. I don't think that's going to prevent a single, though.
No,
George Linder's just looking at what he's going to do here. They are going to make a change now. Going to strengthen the leg side field.
And Linder's also going to come around the wicket as well.
Yeah.
So maybe just trying to tempt him, Mutusami, to play onto the leg side.
Yeah.
Where he's got quite a bit of protection. 5 fielders out there.
Yes, he has.
One in the deep.
He's got, and he bowls it outside the off stump, and it's pretty much a full ball on the half volley. He played beautifully through the cover field, and that is Senaran Mutusami's 50, say his 30th in first class cricket, and he gets that 53 off 136 balls and 6 fours. And the most recent one, the one that's now gone through the covers. So very good innings it's been from him, coming in when the side was in all sorts of trouble at 83 for 4 and now 216 for 5.
It's really well batted, and nice way to go to your 50 as well, always reaching the boundary. But you'll know his job isn't done.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot more to do still. He'll feel that responsibility of wanting to protect his wicket, because he knows there's not that much batting still to come.
Yes, and it's just 2 overs and 1 ball to potentially till the new ball. Well, the new ball is due in 2 overs now, and you would sense that Western Province will take it immediately, even if the spinner is bowling with it. They'll give it to Dane Patterson. Patterson hasn't bowled yet this morning.
He's starting to limber up a little bit
Yeah.
here in front of us. Carl Simmons will continue from the Weinberg end. He just lost his way a little bit in that in the latter end of that first over, so he'll want to make sure he starts off nice and strong here. Bowling to the more aggressive of the 2 batters in Bayer Swanepoel. So possibly he might just feel like there's more of a chance for him to get a breakthrough here. He maybe just hangs one up.
Yeah, he would want that slip potentially to come into play. He's got Yaku at slip. He's got, is that, I don't think, is that Beddingham? No, it's not. He's got Yassine Valley at that short 45. It's played to Eddie Moore on the deep cover boundary. Just go through for an easy single. A real game of cat and mouse this morning so far. And you'd be happy to have Mutusami going on the back foot there, I think.
Yeah. Neither side wanting to give any inkling to the other. So again, perfectly poised like we were coming into the day's play this morning.
Yeah, you just sense 1 wicket for Western Province changes the complexion really of the morning. These two have just got to keep batting for the Dafabet Warriors. That will be the message this morning. Just keep going.
There's no real need to panic for either side
No.
just yet.
No, not at all.
Oh,
And that's nicely swept by Mutusami. This time past the man at short leg. I'm sure he's quite happy that didn't hit him again, Valentine Katime.
got a little bit of stick from his teammates there for getting out the way. But you can see what the thinking and what the plans are from Carl Simmons and World Sports Betting Western Province are here. Just trying to offer that room on the leg side. Got a catcher out in the deep.
Yeah.
If he does stray a little bit too wide down the offside, there is that man on the cover boundary.
And that was a better over from Simmons, just a 2 from it, 218 for 5 after 79.
Yeah, it certainly was a better over from Carl Simmons, but Western Province still starting to leak a few more runs than they were in the early stages of the day. Although it's only been, what?
Yeah, it's been, we've had 50 minutes of play and 31 runs they've scored this morning without loss. These two have been batting very well. They've been looking comfortable at the crease, just perhaps one false shot outside the off stump from Bayer Swanepoel. It went through a vacant, wide of the gully in fact, and other than that, nothing really that they will look back at and say was a chance. So they've been batting exceptionally well, these two.
George Linde to continue from the Calvin Grove end. Mutusami to face.
And that's as easy as you like, into the leg side for a single. Tony Dezorzi comes round to pick up one of the 4 Proteas that have come back from that tour to Bangladesh and are playing for World Sports Betting Western Province in this match. And the Warriors do have Senran Mutusami, who was on that tour to Bangladesh in their team. So it's good to see the Proteas back and in action in the 4-day series. And was chatting with Coach Salih Nakadin yesterday, in fact on day 1 of the match, and he was saying that he's been a bit of a joke around the squad that he's brought the bomb squad in, bringing in the 4 Proteas, and it's a bit unfortunate that 3 of the Proteas, the 3 Proteas batters, got only 9 runs between them, and all those were to Tony Dezorzi, so it was it's quite funny in that sort of sense. It certainly wasn't funny for Western Province when they were 33 for 5 on the first morning. It took some outstanding batting from Edward Moore and George Linde and then Carl Simmons to get them through to that 464.
Jeez, what a recovery act there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff it was there. It was all the Warriors in the first hour and 5 minutes, and once Moore and Linde got together, put together a partnership of 191 for the 6th wicket. It was followed by a partnership of 119 between Simmons and Linde, and that 119 came at about a run a ball, so it was really pushed the game along.
The Warriors will be hoping for kind of the same. I mean, they had a similar start in terms of being under pressure with early wickets up front, managed to get themselves back into the contest with some valuable partnerships at the back end of yesterday that's continued into today. So based on how Western Province's innings went, there's no reason why the Warriors can't follow suit.
No, the pitch still looks exceptionally good. It certainly hasn't started breaking up at all. The surface is a little bit drier, as we'd expect after being played on for 2 days and open to the elements here with the wind and the sun. But it still looks a good surface to bat on.
Ooh.
Oh, that's through the hands of the man at a short extra cover position. That's Valentine Katime. It's beautifully played there to the boundary for 4.
Just can't catch a break, can Katime?
No, that one going through his hands. Saying it's 223 for 5 now after 80 overs, and here comes the youngster who is shadowing the match referee, Zedin Damani, today. Brings out the new ball and gives that to umpire Maria Rasmus, and I'm not sure whether they're going to take the new ball or not. We'll see now if he does show that new ball to the scorers. Yes, he does. So they are going to take the new ball, and it is going to be Carl Simmons who's going to be bowling with the new ball. I think we'll expect to see the opening bowler, Dane Patterson, coming on from the Kelvin Grove end. And certainly is the end that the seamers seem to prefer here at Newlands. The left armers always say that is their preferred end. It's that you actually from bowling sort of left arm over the wicket. If you're bowling to the right-hander, you get the ball to move away quite nicely. He's well forward, Mutusami.
I haven't seen Dane Patterson lumbering up too much since the last over, so well, as I say it, he starts shaking his arms. Oh.
Yeah, just played it down into the ground. It's well fielded by Katime under the helmet there. They'll want something to happen with this new ball, certainly. Western Province need a breakthrough.
Oh, there it is. Umpire Murray Rasmus says no.
Completely unmoved there, umpire Murray Rasmus. Carvarena's doing the wicket dance, I think, around the field there. Wasn't a very convincing appeal. I must be honest, I think it was more in hope than in judgment there. But
there was that extra bounce you spoke of.
A little bit of extra bounce, and that is going to give Simmons some encouragement. That's very well played there, very well fielded by Katime. Gets the applause from the and appreciation from the on-field captain, Carvarena. Carvarena, if you haven't been with us since earlier on, Carvarena is on-field captain because Bjorn Hendricks is off the field with a hamstring injury. Won't play any further part in the bowling in this match. He may come out to bat if needed, but at this stage that is a long way away by the looks of things. 223 for 5 are the Warriors.
Oh.
That's in the air. Oh. And that's Onken Yaku, I think. Is it? It's Yassine Valley, I think.
Yassine Valley.
Yassine Valley at that short 45 position, and just maybe
needed a bit
slightly
more
on his heels more. It just didn't reach him. But that is the danger with the new ball. It is harder. It will bounce more, and that is certainly. That was close to an opportunity as Western Province have had all morning. Comes the first over with the new ball for Carl Simmons. 223 for 5 after 81.
And that brings a change into the bowling as well. From the Calvin Grove end, we'll see the introduction of Dane Patterson now. You'll just want to make sure he has a nice, solid start, finding his length, finding his rhythm. It's a new ball. Let the ball do the work. Doesn't have to try anything overly extravagant.
No, he was outstanding yesterday, Kieran. His lines and lengths were very good. And took the 1 wicket for 30 in his 13 overs. Probably deserved more though. He's got the ability to put it on the spot. A man who's got a massive amount of experience, and I think he's well over 500 wickets in first-class cricket, and he's maybe is he just short of a milestone?
He's about. Did he take a wicket?
He took 1 wicket, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes him 7 wickets shy of 600.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Dane Patterson.
Oof. That's nicely fielded by Tony de Zorzi.
Yeah, that stopped a certain boundary there. Outstanding stuff from the Proteas opener.
But yes, Swanepoel was onto that in a flash.
He was, just slightly. I'd say it wasn't really over pitched. He was onto it, as you say, very quickly, and just tried to flay it through the covers, and that must have hurt. That right hand of Tony de Zorzi, just feeling that a bit at the moment.
A nice palm stinger just to wake yourself up.
Definitely. Around the wicket now to the left-hander.
Oh.
And that is what They're looking for a bit of extra bounce. And Swanepoel has a full go at that and doesn't make contact. He's going to play his shots, and if he's going to play his shots with the new ball, he's going to give chances, you feel.
Western Province will certainly feel that way based on the last ball of the last over. With that big chance, top edge, leading edge.
Yeah, it was tried to sweep it once again, Mutasami, and was very, very close to that man at 45 on the leg side.
Ooh,
oh,
that's some brilliant bowling.
That is an absolute jaffa. Beautiful delivery from Dane Patterson. He beats Bayo Swanepoel, all ends up there. Squared him up and could so easily have got the outside edge. And that's what he does, Patterson. He's got that ability to do that.
There was a hint of swing in the air there as well. It's nice for Patterson to build on.
Yeah, just 4 overs into his work with this new ball.
Oof, and again.
Again.
That's a sign of a frustrated batsman.
Yeah, he's trying to make something there, and that's the 3rd delivery in a row that he has not been able to get bat on ball. Thought maybe Mutasami would come down and talk to Swanepoel there, though.
Swanepoel looks a little bit itchy as he's edging closer towards 50 runs. He's currently on 44.
Yeah.
He seems to be a little bit stuck at the moment and just wants to make contact.
Yes. It's,
and there it is. What a shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Through the covers this time, over pitched from Dane Patterson, and he manages to get that one beautifully played through the covers for 4, takes him to 48, scored 227 for 5. These two put on 85 now for this, the 6th wicket. That was a glorious shot, having played and missed 3 times in that over. I don't think that Western Province will be too unhappy about that. And still a deficit of 237 for the Dafabet Warriors. These two have done a fantastic job though for their team.
And that boundary from Bayo Swanepoel, that will certainly settle the nerves. As you mentioned, he played and missed at a couple in that last over, getting the fielding side, giving the fielding side somewhat of belief.
Yeah, and he's just 2 runs away now from what would be his 8th first-class 50. And to go with the 100 that he has scored, and he scored that for the Northern Cape and in Kimberley in the 1920 season, 2019-2020 season, 188 not out he scored. They've got it.
There it is.
They've got the wicket. It's the new ball that does the trick, and Senaran Mutasami has to go, and it's Carl Simmons. He's done the job for Western Province, and that, I think, will be drinks coming out now for the players. Indeed, the umpire signals that is drinks, and that is the breakthrough Western Province were looking for. It's 227 for 6. Very good partnership between these two of 85 for that 6th wicket. But it is Mutasami who has to go. First ball of the, second ball of the Carl Simmons over. Just lunges forward, gets the outside edge, and is well taken at slip. And that is the wicket that they were looking for, Western Province, this morning.
And again, it's from the man who we expected something to happen from coming into day 3. Carl Simmons has performed brilliantly over the last 2 days. And as I mentioned in the warm-up earlier, he looked very, very, very up for it, very stoked, very fired up. And we could see from that wicket as well, his reaction just let out an almighty roar, should I say.
Yeah, he'd be very, very happy. He's now got his 4th wicket in the innings. 4 for 63 now after 28 overs and 3 balls. And Senaran Mutasami has to go, and it is now Duan Olivier that is coming to the crease, and his figures in first-class cricket from a batting point of view: 142 matches, 184 innings, 1,538 runs, and a top score of 72 for the Free State versus Namibia in 14-15 season. Averages 12.81 with bat, and has scored a very good 60 in the first match that the Warriors played in this competition, and they were in that second innings against the Dragons. He got 60 not out in that innings, in that big total of 386 for 8 declared. They just couldn't get over the line there, the Warriors. It was 8 wickets down, the Dragons, on the final day. And Olivier will be facing up to Simmons with the new ball, and that is not going to be that easy for the right-handed Duan Olivier.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that he's not the most handy with the bat. Yeah. Although I may have just put
yeah,
put the wrong type of energy out there if you were on the Western Province side of things.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking to make sure that he holds up his end, that he gives the opportunity to continue to build. We saw partnerships towards the back end of the World Sports Betting Western Province innings, which were really important. I mean, just looking at those particular partnerships that they did put together in the tail, it was put together 37 for the 8th wicket, 42 for the 9th, and 42 for the 10th. So I think the Warriors will be feeling that, on this wicket, and maybe now though with the new ball being just taken, it may be a little bit more difficult, but they will feel, and they have an opportunity here to still put some more runs onto the board. And we'll see them coming back now after the drinks break.
And another thing that might just work in the favour of the Warriors is the fact that they now have a right and left hand combination at the crease. Something to just mess with the bowlers' plans just a little bit, although a guy like Carl Simmons would certainly be up for the challenge.
Yeah, I think he'll relish the fact that now that he's going to be bowling to Duan Olivier, bowling to the right-hander, he's able to get the ball to go in with the arm to the right hand and also get the one. At the moment we have seen he's got a little bit of purchase. No doubt he'll probably be coming around the wicket. We'll see now. It looks like Swanepoel's still standing there, and at the place where maybe Simmons will be bowling, he's going to now move across and will be around the wicket to Olivier. And just trying to, I'm not sure who took that catch at slip, whether it was Onko Nyaku. It may well have been. We'll find out. So there's now 2 slips in play for the left-arm orthodox spinner around the wicket to the right-handed Olivier. 2 slips, short leg, and he's got the man who was in the deep on the offside is coming in. And that's Eddie Moore indeed, and he's bringing Tony Dezorzi in a sort of short catching extra cover position.
Oh,
and that's into the pads of Olivier. He deals with it quite well there. Perhaps not exactly where Simmons wanted that one. But just see if he's getting some purchase from outside that off stump.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
Well played. And even better fielding from Tony Dezorzi again.
Yeah, good cricket all round there. Nicely played into the ground by Olivier.
Nicely kept out again.
Yeah, just
Carl Simmons just testing the new man at the crease. Floating ones into him. Bowling one slightly outside off stump.
He gets nice drift, does Carl Simmons. And it's the end of a successful over for World Sports Betting Western Province, and it's come with the 3rd over of the new ball. Carl Simmons getting the wicket of Senaran Mutasamy. caught it slip off the bowling of Simmons for 55, and it was a really good innings from him. Very much needed innings, and he would have wanted to have gone on further, just kissing the outside edge of the bat and going to the man at slip. And it was an important breakthrough, you feel, for World Sports Betting Western Province, as it's going to be Dane Patterson to continue with his second over with the new ball, bowling to Bayes Swanepoel. They'll want to probably give Bayes Swanepoel a single here, I'm sure.
Indeed.
Try and get Olivier on strike to Patterson.
I'm sure there's another thing playing on Dane Patterson's mind, is that Swanepoel played and missed at a couple balls in the last over, so you might just want to intensify that little battle again, reignite that, see what that's about. Maybe you can find an edge this time.
Yeah.
Certainly offering the single on the leg side, as you mentioned. Maybe trying to get Duan Olivier on strike.
And he's got his field wide spread, backward square on the leg side as well. Oh, and that squares him up.
Ducked him up there.
Yeah. Good delivery from Patterson. That had a lot of extra zip in that delivery. Really put some pace into that one, did Dane Patterson. Second over for him with the new ball. It'll be at least a 5-over spell. He hasn't bowled yet this morning.
And Swanepoel was quite surprised by that one as well. Looked very panicked into that shot. Oof.
Oh, what a beauty again.
Playing and miss. Continuing the theme from the first over.
And
Patterson will definitely feel there's something in this for him.
yeah,
He's definitely winning the battle at the moment.
he is, isn't he? That's the 4th time he's made Bayes Swanepoel play and miss. That's very nicely played, yes.
We'll push for 2.
I don't think they're going to get there. Duan Olivier was never interested in 2 there. Swanepoel ran the first one quickly, and now Patterson will have the opportunity to bowl to the number 8 for the Warriors. And just to, while he is taking guard there, just to give you information from the 2 Hollywood Bets Pro 50 matches taking place around the country today. It is in Johannesburg, DP World Lions women 59 for 3 after 16 overs. The wickets there of Tasman Brits, Kirsty Thompson and Sinalo Jafta, and Leah Jones just taking the most recent wicket, that of Kirsty Thompson. Oh, very good delivery outside the line of the off stump. And I think Olivier did play at that one, although he pulled his bat inside the line at the last minute. And then in the game taking place at Kingsmead, Hollywood Bets Kingsmead, is the Garden Route Badgers women who were inserted by the Dolphins, and they are now 49 for 7 after 24 overs, the Golden Route Badgers, and in a real spot of bother there.
Hopefully they can make it to 100.
Yes, let's hope for their sake they can. Missing some big names there as well, the Badgers.
Oof.
And that is the end of Duan Olivier. He is brilliantly taken, and it almost looked like a regulation catch, but he took it so well, Onkonyako, the substitute fielder in the gully. And that is the wicket, the second wicket of the morning for World Sports Betting Western Province. And he made him play at that one outside the line of the off stump, and it went straight through to the gully. And Yako takes a good catch, and Olivier is gone without troubling the scorers.
Dane Patterson getting his reward for very, very good bowling this morning. Excellent pace he's been generating off the surface. It takes him closer to that 600 first-class wicket mark.
And it's been, really was important for World Sports Betting Western Province to get that breakthrough this morning, and they did that in the previous over, the over that took us to drinks, when Carl Simmons got the wicket of Senaran Muchasamy for an excellent 55 that he scored but it is now 228 for the loss of 7. Just a reminder that Jivishamplay will not bat, so 9 wickets down will be the end of the innings for the Warriors, and that partnership just the one between Olafia and Swanepoel. So they were happy bowling to Olafia, clearly, with Swanepoel getting that single. It was Olafia just reaching for it outside the off stump, thick outside edge, and taken in the gully.
And that brings Jason Robenheimer to the crease now. He's not the most experienced campaigner,
No.
still busy finding his way in the domestic game. He's only had a high score of 36 not out so far. Generated all of 59 runs in his 9 innings during his 5 matches with an average of 11.8 runs. So you would imagine he'd want to see out this ball,
Yep.
and then Bayer Swanepoel will want to take charge from here on. Lots of responsibility on the shoulders of Bayer Swanepoel from here on.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting to see how he deals with that Bayer Swanepoel. If he's going to go for his shots, I think he may well do. It's nicely dealt with by Robenheimer. He's going to take the single. That'll keep him on strike at the end of that over. But he's off the mark. It's a successful over for World Sports Betting Western Province. It's 229 for 7. And with that 7th wicket, they get their 3rd bowling bonus point, and that goes together with the 5. Just looking at those bonus points, it was 5 batting bonus points. Did World Sports Betting Western Province in that innings after 100 overs. They were sitting at 355 for 7, so they got 5.1 bonus points from a batting point of view, and at the moment they've added 3 of those bowling bonus points, so a good haul of 8.1 bonus points already for World Sports Betting Western Province. They'll be hoping to get the final 2 wickets that they need in this Warriors lineup before the 100th over, and to get a full haul of 4 bowling bonus points as well. I'm sure that Robenheimer and Swanepoel will want to deny them that.
Oh, crowding the bat.
Oof, he plays that quite well, does Robenheimer, just on
Nice
the bounce.
soft ends.
Yeah, down to the 2nd slip. It's more in there, I think it's 2nd slip.
More Nyaku
No, it's
and
not. It's betting him at 2nd slip.
Eddie Moore's in the covers.
Yeah, more in the covers. So we've got Nyaku at 1st slip. I'm sure that he was the one who actually took that catch off Mutusami. He was the one who took the catch off Olafia. It's well defended by Robenheimer. So it's Katima under the helmet. He's now going to short leg. On the leg side. Just the 2 fielders out. Man, it's a backward square. Oh, it's a beauty.
Wow.
And turn and bounce there. And Robenheimer just,
Must have hit a foot mark.
yeah, must have hit something there. There are foot marks there outside that off stump.
Nicely played.
Yeah, it came forward nicely there. The one that he's got to worry about is that one that just bounces a little bit more and maybe does take a bit of turn.
Just needs to navigate his way through this last ball.
Yeah. Yes, shorter, fuller from Simmons. That's the end of a maiden over. It's 229 for the loss of 7 after 85. Swanepoel 1 short of a very good half century. Will be Patterson to continue, unsurprisingly, from the Kelvin Grove end. He's just bowled 2 overs so far.
Swanepoel, if he gets that single, would take him to his 8th
Yeah, it's 8th.
first class 50.
And
He knows there's not much batting to come after this, so
Yeah.
maybe once he gets that milestone, he'll just want to free the shackles a little bit. Give something to Western Province a little bit more to think about in terms of their fielding positions. Maybe start piercing gaps, going for the bigger shots, chasing boundaries, just to reduce that deficit a little bit more. Currently, still trailing by 235 runs are the Warriors.
Yeah, and that is still a very big deficit. They haven't quite got to halfway to that score that Western Province put on the board, 464. All out it was, with some excellent contributions, 2 centuries in that innings. And that's played into the cover region. They are only going to get the one. Dzorzi's there quickly, but that is the 50 for Bayers Swanepoel, and a very well-deserved round of applause from all his teammates there. And he gets his 50 off just 80 balls, so it's a good strike rate, and he's hit 9 fours in that 50, and certainly is an innings that they will want, the Warriors dressing room will want to make sure that he just goes on further from there and manages to get them closer to this 464 that the World Sports Betting Western Province put on in that first innings. It's Patterson into Robenheimer now. Nicely behind that one, and this is what Patterson does. He'll give you the one that comes in. 2 or 3 of those will be the ones that come in, and then he has the ability to just take the one away from you. He might maybe pitch it up a little bit and just get into the habit of playing that ball outside the line of the off stump, and he might just drag him wider and wider, and he'll look at getting that ball to go into that slip cordon once again. Robenheimer's got to be very careful here in terms of how he deals with it.
That slip cordon looking very interested. Oh, that one beats the outside edge.
Yeah, and he had to play at that, and it did just miss that outside edge. Very good delivery again from Patterson. And you can understand why Coach Shukri Conrad has included him again in his plans for the Test match team. Played well in Bangladesh. Dane Patterson had a very good series as well in New Zealand earlier in the year when he was recalled into the team. And he will have a role to play, I'm sure, in the upcoming series against Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Yeah, so that one just too wide outside the off stump.
And just on Dane Patterson, he looks a lot more assured of his game since having that trip overseas, or the time out overseas, getting some nice minutes under his belt over there, just learning about his game, honing his skills a bit better. And he's come back somewhat of a more finished article.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you would have seen him earlier on in his career, and certainly wasn't the consistent bowler that you're seeing now. He's learnt hugely his trade there up in the UK and Nottinghamshire. Oh, it's another beauty. An absolute beauty from Patterson. Yeah, Robenheimer it's difficult for him to play these. He won't have come up against high quality pace bowling like this very often. And very early on in his career, just his 5th match, and he's up against probably one of the best medium pace bowlers in the country, a man who does now have that ball almost on a string when he's bowling. Ooh. That one just sways down the leg side. He'll strays, should I say, down the leg side. He'll be unhappy with that. Patterson was a good over though, just a single off it once again, and that to Swanepoel. Swanepoel will be on strike now, the next over from Simmons from the Weinberg end. So new ball was taken at 80 overs. The score was 223 for 5, and 6 overs into the new ball. Only 7 runs have been added with the loss of 2 wickets, so it's been all Western Province. From then they took that new ball, and wickets for both Simmons and Patterson. You've been impressed with Carl Simmons, Kieran, from this end?
Very much so. As I mentioned earlier, he's a fierce competitor. He's always in the game, always looking to stay in the game, always looking to make a breakthrough. He's a very handy cricketer, both bat and ball. But I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't want him spinning at me.
That's nicely played again by Swanepoel. And takes the single. Robenheimer will be on strike to Simmons, and this is what Western Province will want. Want to have as many balls to the youngster as possible. I was chatting to Mark Charlton, the assistant coach at the Warriors this morning, and he was just saying this is a very young team, this Warriors team. There are a couple of experienced players, but you do have a very young core in this team, and this is great for them from a development point of view in terms of them playing these 4-day cricket games. They brought in a couple of youngsters, Jason Robenheimer, Ethan Frosler, 2 youngsters who came in to the last game. And Robenheimer playing again here with his off-spinners. And say average age, I think he said somewhere 25 or below for this team. And you do have as well the King brothers, also very young. Matthew de Villiers, another youngster who's made his name. Matthew Brietzke, we forget as well. He's also still a youngster.
That one's just wrapped the pad, but no real appeal from the home side. Always straying down leg side.
Yeah. He's going to want to try and get this bounce, isn't he, Carl Simmons, just to maybe kiss the outside edge of Robenheimer's bat.
One thing about Robenheimer I've seen so far is that he's not shy to come forward to the ball. So maybe Carl Simmons would want to just toss it up a little bit and tempt him to come down the track. Oh, that one started in.
My goodness, speared that one in, and that was the arm ball, and he dealt with it well. He did go onto his back foot, but he dealt with it well, Robenheimer, and he survives. Another 5 deliveries there from Carl Simmons, and no doubt the Western Province left-arm orthodox spinner will be wanting to get one more wicket for a fifer here. 31 overs, 4 for 64. It's been a big shift from him over both yesterday and today. He's bowled 6 overs now in this morning session.
Just in between overs there, saw an interesting chat going on between George Linder and Carl Simmons, maybe just comparing exam notes.
Yeah. Maybe it could be that George may come on from this end.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. And that was Verena there taking a shy at the stumps. Did he hit Bayers Swanepoel? No, I don't think he did. He nearly did. Yeah, I don't think Bayers would have been very happy about that if that had been the case. Just those Hollywood Bets Pro 50 games. That is the Badgers 56 for 9 now in that match against the Dolphins. Dolphins ladies on fire there, and in Johannesburg, Deepa World Lions have lost another wicket. That of Nonkululeko Tebete. They're 79 for 4 now. Leah Jones 2 for 8 in her 4 overs.
Oh, bit of a blind shot there.
Yeah, it was. He sort of Q-ended that one, and a bit of banter there between Dane Patterson and Bayers Swanepoel. And second ball of the over, he's going to be able to have another 4 balls to Jason Robenheimer.
And this is where Western Province will want to feel that they can get the breakthrough. They've got 4 balls to bowl to fairly young there. Put him under pressure. Try and wrap this innings up within this over. It's possible. 2 good balls.
Yeah, it is possible. Robenheimer, he's want to make sure that he stays there. He's got 3 slips and a gully. Nobody else really on the offside. And he's also got a short leg. And you'll see him coming across Valentine Kitime. That was the shorter one, trying to bring the short leg into play. No doubt he'll be sure putting this one outside the line of the off stump.
A lot fuller this time.
Yeah. He managed to get Duane Olafia on the drive, just edging it to Nyaku in the gully. Nyaku on the field for Buren Hendricks. Oh, he does get the out of the bat, but he played that with soft hands. Robenheimer, it's well done. Bounces a couple of times into the gully. So it's all out attack from Western Province, which is exactly what you'd expect. It's an hour and a half now into this session, and 55 runs have been added this morning. Deficit is exactly the same as the score, 232. They're halfway there, but they're 7 wickets down. And just the 2 wickets to 4 with Jewish and Pillay not being able to take the field.
Again finding the edge, but not caring.
He's doing well here, Robenheim. He's just playing the ball softly, just getting behind the line.
He doesn't seem too concerned about getting a run. Still on naught.
Yeah, his job there to hold up an end.
He's doing that just fine at the moment.
That's exactly what he does need to do.
Patience, that run will come.
Yeah, most certainly will.
Nicely kept out.
2 straight that time from Patterson. It's the end of the 8th over with the new ball, the end of his 4th over in this spell. I'm sure he will have probably another couple of overs. It's going to be Simmons to continue from the Weinberg end. So the new ball has certainly paid dividends here, Kieran, for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Oh, most certainly, James. I mean, the 2 wickets have definitely been because of the new ball, and they've managed to generate a few chances before those wickets even fell, and since the falling of those wickets, Western Province have managed to just tighten the screw, dry up the runs a little bit, get Bayer Swanepoel just thinking about his shot selection a little bit more than he would have a couple overs ago.
Oh, that one turns quite sharply into the body of Swanepoel.
It looks like it even caught Carl Simmons off guard there.
It was an interesting delivery. It's just turn and bounce into the left-hander.
Oh, Simmons gave that a little bit more air.
Down to Valley at 45 there. Still Nyaku in at slip. Valentine Kitime at short leg. Oh, and that one off the inside of the bat, past the stumps. Oof.
Seems to be struggling to pick the line at the moment as by Swanepoel.
Yeah, and he's just the length that he's bowling at the moment is that he's going back to every delivery. It's just short of a length. It's interesting when he's a bit fuller and he's able to defend in front of him. It's been a good over from Simmons so far.
And he gets through these overs so quickly, does Carl Simmons.
He does. You just hardly have time to think. He's in at you again, and he's always targeting those stumps. The left-hander, it's again played round the corner, but Valley does the fielding.
Last ball of Carl Simmons is 32nd over. Nicely kept out.
Yeah, another good delivery, and it's another maiden over. It's been bowled now by World Sports Betting Western Province, and they will be very happy with the result of that. It means Robenheimer is going to stay on strike against the bowling of Dane Patterson. And both Simmons and Patterson have look dangerous with the new balls. 9 overs in now with the new ball, and in fact it's just 9 runs that they've scored for the loss of 2 wickets in those 9 overs with the new ball. So you can see the control, as you said, Kieran, control that Western Province have been able to exert over this Dafabet Warriors batting lineup. And Patterson will be looking for his 3rd wicket here against Robenheimer.
Oh, that moved in the air.
It did move in the air. It did look like he may well have got the outside edge to that one. Moved away from the right hand. He played at it again, and just fortunate not to have got the edge there. It was well taken behind by Verena. But there is certainly something on offer here for Dane Patterson. He's bowling beautifully to this to the tail ender.
From start to finish, I think Dane Patterson this morning has been solid.
Yeah.
Nice speed, good line, good length, the odd bouncer here and there just to keep the batter on his toes. That's a good shot.
Yeah, very nicely played into the covers, and Tiwakai Nabe is going to feel that. It's Jason Robenheimer getting off the mark with that 2 into the covers. And they won't mind him playing the ball into that cover region. They'll be quite happy that he's trying to play the ball outside the off stump.
And that will also just settle the nerves of Robenheimer just a little bit. Now he needs to reset. Make sure he just hangs around there as well. Doesn't need to chase another wide one. Maybe wait for a straighter one, try and get Bayer Swanepoel back on strike.
Oh, and that is edged. And it is short of the slips, goes through the gap. Isn't it uncanny how you get an edge and it always seems to go through the gap between the 3rd slip and gully, and that is a boundary for Robenheimer. Certainly was not intended to go there.
But he'll take it.
He will, absolutely. They need every run they can get, the Dafabet Warriors. 238 for 7. It is first boundary, and it will encourage Western Province again.
Chances are coming.
Yeah, you would sense that there is a very strong possibility for an edge as the slips just move a little bit further up and a bit closer. Gully fielder Nyaku's just gone a little bit closer in, almost like a 5th slip.
Looks like they're bringing in a leg slip as well.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Seems
to. Is he coming into the slip cordon? Oh no, he's coming into
point region
now, or gully. Well, he's coming into another. That's right. He's coming into gully. So they're going to have 4 slips in a gully. Maybe we'll put this out there for Robenheimer to drive at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call.
He was trying to tempt him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was trying to do, and he didn't take the bait. No. It's very good from Jason Robenheimer not to get suckered into playing at that one outside the off stump.
Nice mature cricket from the young man. Sometimes a sensible shot is no shot at all.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that was certainly wide enough to be able to leave.
And we're getting another man into the slip cordon here.
So now we have 6. We have 6 slips in place. That my goodness, this is fascinating stuff. Oh, and he beats him again outside the off stump. And you just have to feel that Dane Patterson, just sense if he's going to continue with that line. You feel it's just a matter of time, but Robenheimer, he must have played and missed at least 7 or 8 times already.
Indeed.
Maybe more.
And that ball's just flirting with the outside edge of Robenheimer, is it?
Yeah. They've got... You should take a picture of this, I should think. 6 slips in place here. It's not something that you will see very often at World Sports Betting Newlands.
It's also a very daunting image to have in the back of your mind, knowing that there's 6, 7 guys right behind you just waiting for your demise.
Exactly. You know you have to get full bat behind it. And in He lets that one go. It was the one that came in over the top of off stump, potentially, and a good over again from Dane Patterson. Comes to an end. It has gone for 6, but he won't be unhappy about that. It was the drive through the covers, and then the ball that went through the slip cordon, forced a change, which brought in 6 slip fielders, which is something I haven't seen at Newlands here in a 4-day game very often. Carl Verena there just having a chat with Dane Patterson. I'm sure he wants his strike bowler to go for at least another over. Half an hour before lunch. Western Province will want to wrap this innings up, you'd feel, as quickly as possible. And
Simmons gives him a bit of a wide one there.
Yeah.
So James, what do you think the thinking or the approach would be from Bayer Swanepoel now? Obviously seeing that last over and how much pressure the Western Province are trying to create on his man at the opposite end. Do you think he maybe tries to go for the runs a little bit, up the ante?
Yeah, I think it's difficult for him actually. I think it's a good delivery from Simmons. I think that what he would like to probably have happening is that Robenheimer gets himself in, is able to start rotating the strike a bit, because that hasn't happened yet. What's been happening is Swanepoel's been given a single. Robenheimer's faced most of the deliveries of late. So I think if he's able to start rotating the strike and they can get a couple of singles, maybe then Swanepoel can, if he's feeling comfortable with Robenheimer. It doesn't seem like he isn't feeling comfortable with Robenheimer. He's at the other end, but he's then going to be able to start to play his shots potentially. It's difficult because he knows if he goes out, and it's most likely that they're going to be bowled out quite quickly. With only Sia Plaiki to come in after him. So it's a bit of a balancing act.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the round arm one. Much quicker. Comes on with the arm almost like a medium pacer almost.
Yeah. It's very similar to his arm ball, but obviously a lot wider of a release. But just on that note of maybe wanting to rotate the strike from Robenheimer to Swanepoel, it's also maybe a good idea that Robenheimer eats up so much strike, gets to grips with how the ball's moving off the surface, which will also allow him to get more confidence, which can then lead to rotating the strike a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's been at the crease for quite some time now, Robenheimer. Just look at the situation. I mean, these two have been together for 7 overs and 1 ball now. I think he's had quite a lot of the strike in that time as well, so not sure how many balls he has faced.
He's faced about 30 odd.
Okay, so 30 balls for 6, so just the 2 scoring shots. So, yeah, he's had a look at the pitch. He's looking pretty comfortable, it must be said, against Simmons. He certainly hasn't looked comfortable against Patterson.
Neither has Swanepoel.
No, Swanepoel hasn't either. And Patterson's been excellent with this new ball. Maybe his last over, though, with this new Jerry. And that's off the inside half of the bat.
It's just interesting to notice at the start of this over of Dane Patterson is that he's got 2 guys out on the leg side boundary. One at fine leg and square leg. So can you possibly expect a short ball sometime this over?
Yeah, and he's got a man at long on. So he's just giving away a single, if anything, into the leg side, or even in the offside as well. He's got a man nearly on the boundary at long off. He's got a man at deep cover. He's just got a man at point. He's on the edge of the square. Oh, that is a beauty. That is an absolute jaffa from Dane Patterson. Beats the edge of Bayer Swanepoel's bat, and outstanding delivery.
Just keep squaring him up. At least each over, it's happened once.
Yeah, it has. This has been a fantastic display of new ball bowling from Patterson. It is the 3rd morning of this match, and he is making the new ball talk. He's taken the 1 wicket, and he probably has deserved more in this spell. Swanepoel is keeping him out. Robenheimer is keeping him out at the moment.
Oh.
And that is going to be the single. Just tried the surprise delivery into the pads. Every run that Swanepoel scores and Robenheimer scores being applauded to the right of us here by the dressing room of the Dafabet Warriors, and why not? These two have a job to do as well. They've put on 12 so far for this wicket in close to 8 overs. It's been slow going, but that won't worry them. They're taking time out of the game as well here. Western Province, you would feel, are the only team at the moment that probably should stand a chance of winning this game.
Indeed.
They want to try and eke out as many runs as possible. 5 slips in place now. Oh, that is played down to the leg side. They'll turn for the second. Yes, they will.
Oh, he's come back for the second.
Yeah, and Farina there getting to that and just knocking it on as he picked it up. So they are back for the second. Patterson, 2 balls left in this over to Robenheimer. He's moved to 8 now.
I thought that ball might have struck Robenheimer on the arm, but managed to get some bat onto it. Came at him quite quickly.
Yeah, there's another good delivery. He's looking to get that catch, isn't he, for the man at that backwards short leg now. And that's too much into the body.
Yeah, and if I was Carl Verena in this situation, I'd definitely want to keep a cap on how many runs the Warriors get. Maybe restrict them to under 260. That's very doable. I mean, even 255. Restricting them under 255 would be a reasonable score to then build on a second innings.
Yeah, certainly. And the follow-on is a 150 in 4-day cricket. It's unlikely that they will enforce the follow-on, Western Province. Oh, another beautiful delivery from Patterson. He's done everything but get the outside edge of Robenheimer's bat. And the one time he did get it, it was went down in front of the slips and through to the boundary for 4. So he will feel Patterson, that's 6 overs that he's bowled. It's 23 minutes to the lunch interval. And World Sports Betting Western Province have taken 2 wickets this morning, and is the men from the Warriors that have put on 55 runs so far. It has gone a lot slower since the wicket of Mutusami. Mutusami was caught by Nyaku, the sub, at slip off Simmons after 82 overs and 2 balls, and nearly 10 overs later now, and only another 15 runs have been scored by these two. And Duan Olivier losing his wicket at 228, so it was 228 for 7 when Olivier was caught by the same man in Yaku at Gully off Dane Patterson. And it's been hard grind for Swanepoel and Robenheimer since then.
Bayer Swanepoel really struggling to get the ball away, whether it's from Dane Patterson or Carl Simmons here from the Weinberg end. Western Province really tightening the screw, but they need to make sure that they don't give too much away and allow the away side back into the contest.
Yeah, they're going to bring a man in as well under the helmet at Silly Point now. Dane Patterson coming in from this position at long on, which makes sense. But Robenheimer on strike. You'd think they might even want to be a bit closer in, these two fielders on the leg side. Oh! My goodness, that...
I thought there was a catching opportunity.
Yeah, me too. I thought that was probably a catch. It went to the right of second slip. It wasn't... Definitely didn't go anywhere near to hand. But... and appealed for the leg before wicket decision. You just wonder whether there isn't an opportunity, whether bringing Tiwakai and Nabe into a short mid-wicket position.
Knocks onto the back foot, but finds the fielder.
Played that very nicely, rocking onto the back foot. He's got to be careful though. On the back foot to Simmons.
Opens up a door you might not want
Yeah.
to be opened.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be.
Oh,
Oh, plays that well. Gets on top of the bounce. This is really good 4-day cricket we're watching here.
indeed.
This is what it's all about. It's the contest between bat and ball. Just the, we'll talk about the ebbs and flows and the highs and lows. It's just fascinating stuff, and that's well done by Robenheimer there. Keeps out Simmons towards the end of that over. And see if we're going to see a 7th over on the trot here from Dane Patterson. He's walking to the bowler's end.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, James, a real fascinating battle of application. Application of skills, application of mental approach as well. Look, the Warriors batters are still hanging in there. They're still at the crease, so they have to give fair credit to them for that. They've had to deal with some tricky spells, especially from the two bowlers on show now in Dane Patterson and Carl Simmons. And obviously the new ball. So
Yeah.
it's quite a lot of variables to take in there, but par for the course, they're hanging in there, managing to chip away at that deficit, which is currently at 221 as Patterson begins his over.
It's played very nicely out into the cover region, just all whitish mid-off, should I say, and they just get through for the single though.
Did run that first run hard.
Yeah.
We're looking to turn for the second.
I think Valley did some good work out there in the deep just to prevent that second run. It's going to be Robenheimer again now to face up to Patterson. And, the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 matches taking place around the country. The Golden Rip Badgers women have been bowled out for 67 in that match in at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead. At the DP World Wanderers, a bit of a recovery from the Lions, 118 for 4 there.
Nicely played.
Yeah, it was very nicely played there by Robenheimer.
Patterson's got him driving, which is what he wants with this heavily congested slip cordon.
Exactly what he wants him to do outside that off stump. He wants him to play at the ball. Just those 18 minutes left before the luncheon break, just to try and eke out another one before lunch. At the moment, you probably would say this session, I'd say honours even. I would probably think Western Province have probably shaded this just with the number of runs that have been scored in the session.
Agreed.
For those 2 wickets. Oh, and that's nicely played into the covers. He'll go through for the single. He's looking a lot more confident now, Robenheimer. 9 now.
Yeah, he's been there long enough.
Yeah, he has indeed. I mean, this is nearly this partnership just 2 balls away from 10 overs, and they've got 17 runs in those 10 overs. 9 of those to Robenheimer. So you can see Swanepoel, he's been mainly dealing in singles in this partnership so far. And that's
Some good pace
Yeah.
from Patterson.
doesn't get through, and Swanepoel's through for another single.
Takes him to 57 now.
Has been a very, very good effort from the number 7 of the Warriors. Normally bats down at number 8, but with Jewish and Pillay not being able to bat with that injury, that broken collarbone, he is came in at number 7, and he's really played a very good innings.
Oh,
That's a lovely shot from Robenheimer. Gets on top of the bounce, plays it backward a point for 4. And that was just a little bit too short from Patterson. Robenheimer gets on top of that one. And that's the 250 for the Dafabet Warriors. It's come off 564 balls with 34 fours, and it's up in the 93 overs and 5 balls. And that shot coming with that shot from Robenheimer into the backward point region for 4. I think this may well be the last ball we're going to see in this spell from Dane Patterson.
That second last ball was about the only loose delivery he's bowled this spell.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's been an outstanding spell of bowling from him, and he's had Robenheimer playing and missing many times. The youngster's seen out the threat, and he's looked good. Now, more recently, he's looking more confident. And this partnership now just grown to 22.
I must say I've been quite impressed with the soft hands of Jason Robenheimer, especially with those balls that he looks to, or those shots that he looks to play behind square. Obviously knowing that there's a big slip cordon behind him, or at least 2 catches since he's been in.
Yeah.
He's dealt with that very nicely. I've been very impressed.
And it certainly is exactly what his team would have wanted to hold up an end. It's been 10 overs, and since the last wicket fell, so the new ball getting 2 wickets, the one in the 82nd over in Mutasamy, and the one in the 83rd over, and the one in the 84th over. Since then, it's been Swanepoel and Robenheimer that have put together this partnership of 22, and that make that 23. Just plays that very nicely into the leg side as Ntiwa Kayanabe replaces Carl Simmons from the Weinberg end of the ground. I think we're going to see a change of bowling as well from the Kelvin Grove end. I think it's going to be George Linder.
Yeah.
He's doing some warming up here in front of us. Western Province looking for another 2 wickets. Will be in the next 5 overs and 5 balls, which is the bonus point range. They'll be looking to get that extra bowling bonus point if they can. It certainly looked with the new ball that they would have been close to getting it.
Oh, some late movement there from Nabe.
Just leaves that nicely outside the off stump. Robenheimer. Not as much carry at the moment from Nabe.
Robenheimer certainly looks a lot more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's looking like a very, very competent lower order batter. Looked all at sea when he came in. It could so easily have got the edge. He played and missed many times to Dane Patterson. Yeah, not tempted with that one outside the off stump from Nabe.
It's interesting that Nabe still has 2 slips and a gully. He's not really bowling to his field at the moment. Just possibly trying to find his line.
Yeah.
It's a bit better.
Yeah, it's better, but it's
A touch short.
yeah, it is a touch short. It's not going to worry Robenheimer too much. He's also quite slow off the pitch. He's certainly not got the zip that he had when he opened up this morning. At the moment, Nabe's just into his second spell of the morning. Bowled 4 overs from this Weinberg end this morning. Expecting to see George Linder coming on from the Kelvin Grove end after this over. It's nicely defended by Robenheimer. Yeah, I think Western Province, they'll just be trying to, they're trying to eke out another wicket here. Robenheimer's done really well in the innings so far. He's faced a lot of deliveries in the last 10 overs or so. But he's still there. That's the most important thing.
Shorter one.
That's way too short, and it's a chase for Dazorzi, and will he get there? I think he will. Yes, he does. But they will turn for 3, and that is very good from Robenheimer. Keeps them on strike at the end of the Tiwakaya Nabe over. 4 off that is 254 for the loss of 7 after 95. And we have got about just over 10 minutes till the lunch break. And to give you a latest score from the DP World Wanderers, it is DP World Lions 127. They are now for the loss of 4 wickets after 27 overs and 5 balls, batting at a good rate of 4.6 runs to the over. There's 4 wickets to go down. Nkululeko Tebete and Tasman Brits, Sonola Jafta and Kirsty Thompson. And is a good partnership now between Karabo Meso and Sunette Fulyun Low that has got them to this 127 partnership of 54 between those two after they lost their 4th wicket on 73 at Nkululeko Tebete, and they've got these runs in double quick time, these two.
Some player that Karabo Meso.
Yeah, incredible youngster. I mean, fantastic. Made a debut for South Africa as well, and
she's still a teenager.
She's in grade 11 at the moment, so still has plenty of years ahead of her from a cricketing point of view. Key part of that South African under-19 team that's going to play in the World Cup in Malaysia and Thailand next year. As George Linder does come into the attack from the Kelvin Grove end, bowling to Robenheimer. That's just be a little bit of a different challenge for Robenheimer now compared to Carl Simmons. Linder is a taller bowler, get a little bit more bounce. Can also fire it in quite quickly.
Also working from a different end.
And just a different angle that he comes at. Ball, also wind seems to have died a little bit. It's still blowing out there. He's got the wind coming across the ground, so it might take the ball away from the right-hander even more. So natural delivery is the one that spins away from the right-hander. And he's in behind it very nicely, Robenheimer. They'll have one eye on the clock here, Robenheimer and Swanepoel. They want to make sure they get into lunch without any further loss. And this partnership just probably turning this session. Maybe it's an even session here between these two teams.
George Linder's got 2 slips over there, although he hasn't really bowled outside that off stump to get those 2 in the game.
No, as you say, it's been very straight at the moment. He's targeting the stumps. Ian's now going to maybe put it a little bit more outside the off stump. Got Valentine Katima coming in at 2, very silly point. So,
Right on the strip.
Yeah, you're going to have to ask him afterwards what aftershave Jason Robenheimer uses.
Oh, that's the one.
That is what he was looking for. The one outside the off stump. It's wide enough, starts wide enough for Robenheimer to leave it alone, but he did definitely get some purchase off the surface there.
Sensible leave from Robenheimer there.
Yeah, it was. He did well there, the young man, to leave that alone.
One maybe just strayed down the leg side.
So maiden over to start off for George Linder from the Kelvin Grove end. To be Nabe to continue from the Weinberg end, and things have just slowed down a little bit here. And these two looking quite comfortable now at the crease. Robenheimer really did go through quite a torrid patch when he first came in. Played and missed a lot of times at Dane Patterson outside the off stump, but he's got through that patch now and he's doing well for his team. 16 not out. Swanepoel on 58. partnership at 26. It's come in at 12 overs and 1 ball.
Yeah, Oppenheimer looked very, very shaky in that early exchanges. But they managed to soak up that pressure of the Warriors batters.
Oh.
And there's the slip.
Yeah, that one, he squares him up completely and gets the outside edge. And if they hadn't have been an outside edge on that, I think that ball would have been a huge appeal from Tiwakaya Nabe. He's perhaps a little bit unlucky there. That one certainly squared Swanepoel up, and he gets his first boundary for some time. It's 258 for 7.
And that takes Bayes Swanepoel to 62, which is the highest score of the Warriors innings.
He has half centuries from him, from Senaran Mutasamy is 55, and from Matthew Bretsky 52. He'll be wanting to go on from here. Well, Swanepoel, it's just too much into the body. He's played that very nicely down to long leg. The field will change for the right-hander and be a little bit more attacking for Robenheimer. I reckon there'll be this over and then maybe one more from George Linder before lunch. The Warriors here would have, at this stage, they've prevented Western Province from getting that full haul of 4 bowling bonus points. There will still be a couple of overs left after the lunch break for both teams to see if they can increase their number of bonus points. Oh, that's, I think they might have hit him on the helmet.
That's off the helmet.
And that will be a compulsory concussion check now. And umpire Warren Weingard calling on the physio from the Warriors to come down and do that check. That was a nasty delivery from Nabe. Really was a very good bouncer. Came out of absolutely nothing.
Oppenheimer didn't know too much about it. He ducked straight into that.
Yeah, he did indeed. We saw that happen in the first innings with Edward Moore as well. He ducked into a bouncer from Sia Plaiki. So this will eat up some time now. So we may, in fact, not even get another over in, depending on how long this concussion check does take.
Yeah, and we certainly don't want these types of checks to be as quick as possible.
No, not at all. The important thing is to make sure that Jason Robenheimer is fine and he's able to continue.
And generally with those types of hits on the head, you generally are fine because it's more straight on. It's the ones that are more towards the side of your head, temple side, which is a lot more worrying. But Robenheimer looks okay.
He's just taking some refreshment on board there. The physio picked up her bag. She's gone out to have a look at him now. They'll check that helmet as well, I'm sure. Just having a look at it now. Has it been damaged? Do they need to bring out a replacement helmet? They did when Moore got hit on the head. They did bring out a new helmet. Just wants to check the integrity of the helmet, and he's just asking him a few questions, having a look at him, just checking the head. Neck movement. Is he feeling okay? Seems like smiling there is Jason Robenheimer. Looks like he's all right. We hope so. So Western Province players just stretching out there on the field.
And on
new
comes
helmet.
a new helmet.
Yeah, new helmet coming out. I think that's sensible. And he's putting his helmet back on, even though CJ King is coming out with a new helmet. And he said it's fine. His helmet is fine to continue. The structural integrity of the helmet will have been checked to make sure that it is fine, and he'll be going back to face the last 3 deliveries of the Tiwakaya Nabe over.
I also just wonder with things like that if it's maybe not a mental thing from the batter's side. Don't really want to change too much. I've gotten myself in with this form of equipment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's happy with where he is. That was a real surprise short delivery from Nabe.
Really darted that one into the track, did he?
He did. He bowled a really heavy ball with that one and just took his eye off it, Jason Robenheimer. clattered into the helmet.
Got caught in between ducking out of the way
Yeah.
and trying to pull that one.
And it went down to the man at deep, or long leg. That's Carl Simmons, I think. Yeah, Eddie Moore's in there at second slip at the moment, next to David Beddingham. And Yaku in the gully. Oh, and that one, he takes it, I think, on the body. So there is certainly not any bowlers union anymore. Yeah, that was really well directed bouncer once again from Ntiwa Nabe. He hits Robenheimer on the body.
I think a safe guess here would be a fuller ball now.
Yeah, I would think so. He's trying to get him to go back and maybe play at this one outside the off stump. It's into the pads, and he plays it very nicely. There's Robenheimer, very happy with that. Here's the players here, and it is going to be one more delivery, and the time has gone over to 12:10 on the scoreboard clock, so it's very likely this will be the last over, the last ball, should I say, before lunch.
Not bad.
Oh, that's another short one to Bayers Swanepoel. That ends the morning session here on day 3 at World Sports Betting Newlands, and it is the Dafabet Warriors that have taken the score from 187 for 5 at the end of the day, or the start of the day today, should I say, and they've put on another 73 runs this morning for the loss of 2 wickets, and those of Senran Mutasamy and Dwan Olifia. Both of those falling within 4 overs of the new ball being taken. But since then, with the score on when the score was on 228, these two, Swanepoel on 63, the highest score of the innings so far, and Robenheimer, who survived a few very close calls outside the off stump of Dane Patterson, and has been hit on the head now by Tinabe. He's survived. He's done well. The partnerships were 32 after that 7th wicket fell at 228, and probably would say, Kieran, that it's honours even in that particular session, certainly with these two getting that 32-run partnership towards the end of the session.
Yeah, very much so, James. I think we are right back where we started at the start of day's play. Western Province certainly had the better of the chances. They got themselves into a nice position, had the advantage after taking the new ball and then picking up those 2 quick wickets. And since then, it's been a nice effort, a decent, commending effort from the Warriors to just play themselves out of trouble, soak up that pressure, and along the way just chip away at that scoreboard.
Yeah, and so at lunch here on day 3, it is the Warriors, Dafabet Warriors, 260 for 7 after 97 overs, and we're going to take a break to have some lunch, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands for the second session on day 3 of this match between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Dafabet Warriors. It's the umpires Maria Erasmus and Warren Weingart out in the middle, together with the two batters from the Dafabet Warriors, Bayer Swanepoel and Jason Robenheimer, and the Western Province team will be making their way out onto the field very shortly. I'm James King, and with me I've got Vincent Barnes. Vinny, always good to have you here in the commentary box with me. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town, and the match is quite evenly poised, well, quite interestingly poised here, let's say.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, James.
Yeah.
I think it's quite an interesting game because you. Just not sure. When I came here earlier this morning, I thought, would they enforce a follow-on? But obviously, Bayes has batted exceptionally well, and young Rubenheim has just hung around with him. So, it's taken the game to where Western Province will have to come out there and probably put the total on the board, and so it's quite interesting. So the game is just sort of. I thought the secondary ball will do a lot more damage.
Yeah. I think we certainly were thinking that as well, that once they'd taken those 2 wickets, I mean, it took a wicket in the 83rd and the 84th over. Robenheimer was beaten quite a number of times outside the off stump by Dane Patterson, but he didn't look that uncomfortable against the spin of Simmons. I mean, it was a good breakthrough for Simmons to get Mutasamy, and then in the next over, Olivia being caught in the gully. But Robenheimer batted well. He sort of stuck it out, and these two put on a partnership again of 32. Very much what we saw in the Western Province first innings. And the tail put on some really good runs for them to get them to that 464. So I was chatting with Sadiq Nakadin this morning as well, just before the game, and certainly, I'm not sure that it was in his mind. I certainly don't think that they were keen to possibly enforce the follow-on that they felt with them being a bowler short.
That's right. Buren's off the field. Yeah.
Henry's being injured. They thought maybe get extra runs on the board. And that one bounces sharply from Linda. Robenheimer going for the cut shot outside the off stump. He's beaten there. So interesting. Bit of bounce after lunch there.
It looks more a bit of a drag down. I think it was.
Maybe.
I think Rubenheimer's eyes just lit up there. Thought he could smash the city part of the ground.
Okay, that one definitely had a little bit more zip to it. They'll be looking to try and break this partnership and just get in and take these 2 wickets as soon as possible. It's some nuisance value for Western Province at the moment, this partnership. So very much like Western Province did in the first innings.
The difference between Western Province and I know they didn't start very well, Western Province, but they obviously scored quickly.
Yes.
Whereas this partnership, I mean, it's a 32-run partnership, but it's taken up a lot of time in the game. So
yes, indeed.
So that's probably the frustration for Western Province, is that it's taking a lot of time out of the game.
Nearly 14 overs, as you said, for this partnership already, and just batting it just over 2 and over. It has been slow, and just been almost a matter of survival more than anything else since the new ball was taken. It has been, as you say, it was 33 for 5. It was Western Province before they went on to get that 464 with Moore and Linda putting on 191, and then Linda and Simmons put on 119 in like a runner ball, which really moved the game along quite quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, I mean, Carl Simmons is such a dangerous player.
Yeah.
He walked to the crease, and I mentioned to a couple of the guys sitting with me, they've got to get him out early, otherwise, he's dangerous in the sense that once he's set, he can score quickly. And he was perfect for Georgie. Was batting exceptionally well. He's actually having a good season.
He is, isn't he? He's having a very good season.
I think the rest in off season has helped as well.
Yes. He wasn't over in the UK during the off season. He played in CPL though this year, but really has been in good form, both in the T20 competition. He was in very good form, and I mean, the 4-day now, he's been batting really well. He had a couple of good innings in the first match against the Dolphins, when it was desperately needed as well for Western Province. Top order not firing there in Durban either, and it was fantastic. His highest score in first-class cricket, 152 in that first innings. So it's going to be Tiwakai Naba to continue from the Wynberg end. Bowled, I think, 3 or 4 overs before the break, and he's going to be bowling again, and to Robenheimer. And
it's quite interesting because just before lunch he shook him up a bit. I think
he
hit him on helmet.
He did, yes.
Hit him on helmet, followed up with another great bouncer. But then followed up with half volley, which was... I was actually sitting with Coach Robin Peterson, what is coach, and I said, next ball's got to be on the toes.
Yes.
And next ball was a sort of a half volley, which was... which Rubenheimer played actually very well, going forward after being sconned.
Yeah, and it's more chin music for him. Absolutely right. And yeah, exactly. We were thinking exactly the same thing here in the commentary box. We were thinking, okay, he's pushed him back now. He's gonna give him the one, and try and give him the one on the toes. But he didn't direct it as well as it should have been. And but he's gutsed it out here, Robenheimer. He's started to look a lot more comfortable, and able to get in behind the ball quite well.
Any discussions with when you spoke to Salih? Any discussions on how the deck played? Yeah,
not necessarily with him around how the deck played. I mean, it has been a good deck. I spoke to Bram Mong this morning as well, and he thought it had actually held up better than he thought it would have done. He was saying that he sort of had expected it maybe from today that it might have started to warn more than it has done. So certainly has got, I mean, it had a good covering of grass, which was I mean, sort of rolled in and then mown into the surface. So it's sort of held together very well. There's really not much on where the ball is, even pitching for the spinners. It's not giving them really anything much to talk of. It's hard. It's just drying out a bit. So he was sort of thinking it's probably played better than he thought it would.
Yeah, I think your concern is always. I saw the pitch the day before. I was on and it had a fair covering of grass, but a green grass there as well. And it showed us that on the first morning there was a bit of swing, bit of seam movement, but so the ends looked a bit bare. And I thought it would, and you're right, I thought it would, a lot of wind and sun around, it would dry out a lot quicker and wear a lot quicker. But it hasn't. It's actually played very well.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch. And that is an excellent catch from Onka Nyaka, substitute fielder. And it is bowled out there outside the off stump. He goes for the drive and he gets caught in the gully. And in just the second over after lunch, it is the wicket of Jason Robenheimer, caught by Nyaka. That's his third catch, the substitute fielder. And he makes his way for a very good 18 in a partnership of 33 with Bayers Swanepoel. And it does the trick, the ball outside the off stump. Maybe was hanging back a little bit in the crease there, but he has to go.
Yeah, it was probably more of a push than a drive.
Yeah.
No commitment to the shot. Probably if he had, had a full go at it, probably would have hit it, but he sort of just prodded at it. And it's unfortunate because he batted exceptionally well prior to lunch with Bayers.
He did do very well. I mean, he really did do his job exactly as he wanted. 68 balls he faced for that 18. So, as you said, Vinny, they've taken time out of the game here, these two, in terms of this partnership. Asia Plaiki will come out to join Bayers Swanepoel, and at 261 for 8. And there are 7 balls left from a bonus point of view. And Western Province will be thinking maybe if there's an opportunity to get the 9th wicket now, they will get a full haul of 4 bowling bonus points. But it certainly hasn't been a quick innings, this, from the Warriors. I mean, 2.6 the rate achieved, though. It was, after 100 overs, Western Province 355 it was. So they really were able to accelerate the run rate. And it hasn't been the case. It's been, whilst it hasn't necessarily, I mean, the pitch hasn't necessarily given that much to the bowlers, it certainly hasn't been that easy. The way that Western Province have bowled hasn't been that easy for the Warriors to score. And they lost wickets at regular intervals. Just down the order, those 2 good partnerships, the one for the 5th wicket of 59 between Ashile and Mutasamy, and then 85 between Mutasamy and Swanepoel.
There's a lot of experience in the Western Province bowling attack.
Yeah.
You know, minus Buren Hendricks, obviously, which is a big blow. You know, the Patterson and Nabi, the seamers and the 2 spinners, a lot of experience. You know, they know how to slow a game down.
Yeah.
You know, keep it quiet, and it shows. But also look, there's been a few starts in the Warriors innings, and you know, no one has gone on to get a big one.
No, that is clearly the difference between the 2 teams. I mean, looking at that 127 from Edward Moore, and then 152 from George Linder, his highest in first-class cricket, and then that 68 from Carl Simmons, which came at virtually a run a ball, which really did, you say, accelerate the game, and he really looked good out there. He was upset with himself when he did go out, and just trying to pull the spinner and Robenheimer, and just got a top edge. It was a little bit unfortunate from that point of view. You just felt that he was in such good nick out there, he was going to be able to carry on and perhaps keep that going. But 464 after being 33 for 5 was an outstanding result for Western Province.
Absolutely, yeah. And the interesting part of the innings is with the second new ball coming. You know, I'm not sure what the stats are, but they scored very quickly. That, you know, to close the play.
Yes, they did. Yes.
That 16 overs to close the play, they scored quickly as well. So, but that sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
You know, when a second new ball comes, you know, everyone feels, look, something's going to happen here, and start looking for wickets, and you've got 2 set batters, you know, which made a big difference.
Linda towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, and they aren't going to take the single this time. So Swanepoel, now he's going to play his shots, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
As best as he can. He had some faith in Robenheimer, and now with Plaikey at the other end, just the 1 wicket to fall.
Yeah, I think the mid-wicket. The mid-wicket areas are going to be peppered by Bayes.
Yeah, I think so too.
The way the game is set up right now. Oh,
and he does take the single off the second ball of the over, and it'll mean that Linda will have 4 balls to Sia Plaikey, the right-hander, and he'll be looking to see if he can't get the wicket in this over. If Western Province do get that, they'll pick up another bonus point.
Didn't make a lot of sense, that.
No.
You hit the ball too long, and you done run first ball, second ball in.
Doesn't make sense at all, no. So, difference between 5 and 4 balls. I mean, but sometimes cricket's like that, isn't it? It doesn't make sense. We had a very interesting. You will appreciate this, I think, Vinny. We were when we were in the game at Boerland, and Boerland was so much on top, but they still had a man out. They had a man, even though they were literally 350 runs, 340 runs ahead in the first innings. And that is an appeal for leg before wicket, and that is ball is saved by Patterson down here in front of. They go through for 2, and it's wasn't signalled as a leg by, I don't think, by umpire Warren Weingart. So Plaikey gets off the mark with that 2. Went through the slip cordon as well, just over the head of second slip. That was an interesting one. But even though they had this, Warren had there was 340 behind. Not long into the innings, they had a man positioned out on the deep point, deep sort of backward point boundary, which, in terms of just being able to give a release shot all the time with the ball outside the off stump, didn't seem to make any sense. And it seems to be a position that is used very frequently in limited overs cricket, and certainly T20 cricket, limited overs cricket. You have those, even in the power play. You seem to have looking at trying to protect both sides. You have a deep square and you have a deep backward point, not even somebody that's more towards a wideish third. So it's just an interesting position that seems to be used a lot today in cricket. I think that
just didn't carry.
Yeah, just bounced short of Beddingham. Just one ball left now in the over, and so it was. It's interesting to see how the game has sort of evolved from some of the things you use in maybe in a 50-over game or a 20-over game of creeping into the 4-day game as well. That's nicely defended by Plaiki. It's the end of the 100th over, and after 100 overs, it is 264 for the loss of 8, and that means for the Dafabet Warriors, they have scored 3.12 bonus points from a batting point of view, and the 3 bowling bonus points for World Sports Betting Western Province. So that is the end of the bonus points accumulation in this match, apart from the either win or draw for either team. And it's going to be Nabe to continue to Bayer's Swanepoel. The field is going to be widespread, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's reached this point where Bayers is going to play shots. But I don't want to see him take a...
No.
If he's going to play shots, and let him play shots and not take second ball again. Geez, that must be a wide. Yeah, it is a wide.
Yep.
Way over the top.
So, yes, you would want him to play shots. You want him to try and get the boundary. You know he's capable of them. He's such an outstanding hitter of the cricket ball. We were talking about that innings of his, I think it was 83 that he scored in that T20 match against Western Province here for the Warriors this season, when he came in at number 3 and just took the bowling attack apart. Well,
it's quite an interesting knock, that, because Western Province, a lot of the batters were getting caught, trying to hit. Sort of, there was this. The ball seemed to be stopping, and a lot of the balls were getting they're getting caught long on long off, or even in cover. The balls kept stopping on them, and he came and played cross-bat shots, and murdered. He basically won the game for the Warriors.
Yeah, he did. It was a surprise. I think it was. I mean, tactically brilliant thing to do.
It was.
Came off fantastically for the Warriors. Oh, and again, not going to take the single. It goes down to a wideish third. What would they give him? How many more balls? That's the 3rd ball of the over, isn't it? So
he'd probably take.
He goes a wide, so there's only the 2nd ball. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably 4th ball.
Yeah.
Probably take the single.
Yeah. So you say he was just in that innings. It looked like a completely different surface that he was batting on to everybody else. And that's really well played out to the man in the deep. And they do take the single on this occasion. So they'll have 3 balls left for Plaiki to face. I'm sure it'll be a lot more attacking field setting now for Mtiwa Nabe. He'll be happy that he's picked up his first wicket. I thought he bowled well this morning in his spell when he came in, and he actually was able to keep it a little bit quiet, and then took the wicket. It was last night that he took the wicket of Eshile. Was actually in his 2nd spell, which I thought he bowled very well, and he started off with 2 maidens. He bowled 3 overs, 1 for 2 in that spell that he took the wicket, and was a good spell for him. He took the wicket with probably his worst ball of the 3 overs, which was down the leg side, but was unlucky. Beat the bat a couple of times, so
Kashili wasn't happy.
He wasn't happy at all. No. No, and I mean, he certainly wasn't happy. He was he felt that came off the pad and certainly hadn't brushed the bat at all. Bluffso was not a happy chap with that decision. I mean, there's been one or two that potentially been a couple of decisions that the batters feel may not have necessarily gone their way. And that is a very good catch. And that is the end of the innings. It's CSA Plaatje also playing a very similar shot to the one that Robenheimer played, and that goes to second slip, and a good low catch is taken, and it is the Warriors that are bowled out for 266, and Bay of Swanepoel remains unbeaten on 65, and CSA Plaatje is the man who's out, and he is out for 2. It's caught, I think that was that Carl Simmons? Second slip.
I think it was Eddie Moore.
Eddie Moore, second slip.
Eddie Moore, very good catch.
It was a very good catch, low down to the man at second slip, and it is 100 overs and 4 balls that the innings comes to an end, and a deficit of 198. And we wait and see what happens. We're not expecting that Western Province will enforce the follow-on. They will want to bowl last on this wicket, and they're not expected to enforce the follow-on, having got that wicket just after the lunch break, and they've done well to clean up the tail here in literally 20 minutes after the lunch break.
Yeah, no, I think Bayers asked the captain what they were going to do, and it looks like they're going back out to bowl. Yep. The Warriors will be going back out to bowl. Yeah, it's probably the right decision. Get some runs on the board. Yeah. Not sure. Look, there's 65 overs left. Could have a dart to them tonight. Yeah. It just depends on how quickly they're going to score.
Yeah, 5 sessions. Basically, the best part of 5 sessions still
Correct.
To go.
Yeah.
So you would think, with, as you say, maybe a bit of a dart tonight, give themselves 100 overs to potentially go a little bit more than 100 overs to get those wickets. And is a bowling attack that doesn't have Bjorn Hendricks in, so they'll be relying heavily, you would think, on their spinners in that final innings. And so just bowling figures here, Nabe with that wicket, 3 for 56 in 17.5 overs. Simmons 4 for 66 in 34.1 overs. Patterson 2 for 53 in his 20 overs. Linda went wicketless, 24 overs, 0 for 67. Eddie Moore bowled 2 overs last night for 4. And Bjorn Hendricks 2 overs and 5 balls before he went off for hamstring injury. 13 runs off his bowling, and just it was really a story in the Warriors innings where a number of batters did get a start. Brzezinski 52, Mutasamy 55, Swanepoel the best, 65 not out at the end, but just lost wickets at far too regular intervals early on. Top order being bowled out, pretty much all gone with 83 for 4, but good rearguard action again from the middle and lower middle order, and 59 for the 5th wickets, 85 for the 6th wicket between Mutasamy and Swanepoel, which was the partnership of the innings for the Warriors. And then down the order, Robenheimer and Swanepoel putting on 33 for the 8th wicket. Division Pillay not coming out to bat because of a broken collarbone, which he got in the field yesterday, diving to save a boundary, and so he'll take no further part in the match. So it is 266 all out. Deficit 198. We will see Western Province coming out to bat again in about 5 or 6 minutes time, and we'll be back with you then. From us for the moment, it's goodbye. Yeah, it's pretty good. They'll be happy that they got those quickly after lunch.
Yeah.
How are the ladies doing? Maitland got 2 for 37 in her 10.
I saw they were treating on the side of the field.
Oh, really? Oh dear.
Looked like a hamstring.
That's not good.
No.
She better run out. Yeah.
Welcome back to World Sports Betting Newlands for day 3, as we are about to begin Western Province's second innings. Just in case you've missed it, the Warriors were dismissed for 266 shortly after lunch, and that brings the home side to the crease. I'm Kieran Thompson, joined by Mr. Vincent Barnes, the man, the myth, the legend.
Thanks, Kieran. Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting afternoon. This, it depends how the game's going. Western Province obviously will want him. Well, that's what I think. We'll want to be bowling at them tonight. So we have a few overs at him, whether it's 10, 15 overs after tea. But obviously it depends on how quickly they score now.
Yeah, so Vincent, just coming out of the changing rooms, what do you think the message would be from a Western Province perspective?
Yeah, look, I mean, firstly, you've got to negotiate a new ball. This is, you've got an international bowler bowling in Duan Ulefi. They've got a good attack, and so you've got to have to obviously negotiate the new ball. We've got a couple of batters who didn't score much in the first innings, and so they obviously want to get in.
Oh,
on the first ball.
Strike with the first ball. Duan Ulefi gets rid of Tony DeZorzi with the first ball of the innings. A little bit short, and DeZorzi just went chasing a wide one, didn't move too much feet over there, and he's gone without troubling the scorers.
Yeah, it was interesting delivery. It's sort of, he wasn't sure if he should leave it or play at it, and he probably should have left it. But that's what happens. You don't score much. You don't score much in the first innings. You get the second knock. You want to feel better on ball, and that's what happens. It's actually a very good ball from Duan Ulefi. But yeah, you probably should have left it just purely on the length alone.
Well, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, it's the first ball of the innings. He could have easily watched that one go by, but I guess it's easier for us to sit here and look back at that in hindsight. That definitely sets Western Province up on the wrong footing for their second innings. They have a lead of 198 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Before the innings began, I would have imagined that Province would probably want to approach this as somewhat of a limited overs innings. Try to maybe get on around 250, 300 runs on the board, and then try and insert the away side just for that last couple overs of the day, like you mentioned.
Look, they bet anything close to that the tempo that they had in the first innings, and they should probably looking at the amount of overs left. There's 62 overs left in the day. They would want to have a bowl tonight. Again, it depends so much on how they negotiate this new ball. But yeah, look, I mean, if they bat anything like they batted in the first innings, they should get close to 400 lead before going into.
Oh
my word! It's all happening here.
Wow, what a start! Only 2 balls into the second innings. At the first wicket of Tony DeZorzi, that brings David Bedingham to the crease, and he nearly got a first baller himself.
I'm not sure if he did his shoulder or he hit the glove, but it was drop of the keeper.
It looked like it might have just clipped the top part of his glove.
Yeah.
Although it was a very unconventional shot. That.
Yeah, interesting cricket here. Bouncer first up. I think to the keeper.
Nerves.
Keeper dropped it, and
that's a bit
the last time the keeper dropped somebody, the player went to score 127. Dropped Eddie Moore in the first innings, second ball, and there you go. He dropped somebody else again, second ball.
Just looking at that first innings, Western Province did find themselves in a smart bit of trouble, losing some early wickets. So second innings kind of following suit.
Now listen, we've got some experienced batters here, and yeah, like I said, Duan Ulefi is a class bowler. They're going to have to obviously negotiate this new ball. But in saying that, it's such a good deck at the moment. I was just talking to James earlier about the conditions, what it's like, and he spoke to the groundsman who said that the wicket has actually held up very well. He thought it would deteriorate a lot quicker, but it didn't. And just watching, you know, this morning alone, there didn't seem to be any demons in the wicket. Even, you know, although the Western Province bowlers at the second new ball. So yeah, they've probably just got to get through this period, and I think they'll probably get the declaration after tea sometime.
Yeah. Just get yourselves in, get a nice base going, and then try and build on from there. There's no need to rush. It's a good start from Eddie Moore. Nice sound off the bat there, bat on ball. It's a very decent over from Duan Olivier, a wicket from it as well, from the very first ball, getting rid of Tony de Zorzi, caught behind by de Villiers in the slip cordon. And definitely I would say that the Warriors are the ones who are in the ascendancy, albeit in the first over of the second innings.
Yeah, look, it's still a tough ask. I mean, they you know, Western Province got a big lead here, and you know, I think anything 350, another 150 runs, and they're in a driving seat here. You know, I know they minus their captain Buren Hendricks, but the way they bowled in the first innings, you know, they got a very experienced attack.
Yeah.
The seamers and two excellent left-arm spinners who've done exceptionally well for them over the years, George Linder and Carl Simmons. So yeah, anything the Warriors are chasing 350, I think it's, you know, Western Province should win. And
if we look at it in hindsight, Western Province didn't technically need Buren Hendricks in that first innings.
It's easy to say because we don't feel it as because we're sitting here watching the game, but obviously it's tough on bowlers. You know, it's been warm, it's been windy, and you want to give bowlers short spells. You don't want them to be bowling long spells because you know, when you bowl long spells, 7-8 overs, you know, it drains the energy. They come back for their second, third spells. There's no more energy in the tank, and so you want to. That's one way of you know, keep going at the opposition, and you know, you're sort of limited when you got two seamers and two spinners. Your seamer's got to come out. Sometimes he's got to come to attack, and sometimes he's got to try and control the game. You know, so it's
shot from Birmingham. We'll just get the one. Moore looked interested in coming back for the second, but he was sent back by his partner. And that's the end of the second over. Oh, no.
Start of the second
over, should I say. Looked at the total, which changed to 2 instead of the overs.
So yeah, look, that's, yeah, so out, I mean, had Buren been on the field, it makes a big difference. You know, left arm seam up front, another experienced bowler. And it just allows you as a captain to utilize your bowlers. They come back fresh all the time. You know, you got to manage your bowlers properly. That's why I probably saw Eddie bowl a few overs yesterday. We saw Matthew Brzezinski bowl a few overs. So I'm all due respect to the guys, but that's obviously when your bowler short. I was quite surprised at Tony de Zorzi's dismissal. I didn't think it was a great delivery. He probably should have left it. He's played enough on Newlands to know what the decks are like here. Yeah. You know, you get through the new ball and batting becomes a lot easier. So I was quite surprised that he sort of fished out there for first ball of the game. Of the second innings.
Do you think that maybe has something to do with his first innings?
It can. I mean, you go out and you want to feel bat on ball, and you go, you know, you look at a ball and you don't think there's danger, but you know, it's and ball gets big on him and he nicks it. You know, you probably face a whole over of that again, and he'll probably leave some of them or just push it straight back to cover. But in that case, you know, he just sort of hung his bat out there and nicked it to second slip. I think it was second slip. Was it second slip?
Second, yeah. And just in case you missed it, it's Beyers Swanepoel who's opening the bowling from the Calvin Grove end. He had a very good stint with the back this morning, or the early part of the day. He went to half a century, which was his 8th in first-class cricket, if I'm not mistaken. So he's in the thick of it here. He'll feel as though he's already in the game, so it wouldn't really take him an over or two to find his rhythm. Certainly looks on the money from judging the first 5 balls of this over.
Yeah, it's not always easy. Like I said, it's easy for us to be sitting in a commentary booth talking about it, but I mean, he's been out there for a while, you know, batting, and it takes obviously a lot of concentration when you're trying to bat some time. You got work. I mean, you got high class bowling at you, so it's every ball is concentration, and then the next thing you walk at, then you got to open the bowling.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard work that, and so yeah. And look, I know he's a cricketer with a big heart, and you know he'll give 100%. He will always give 100%, but it's going to be tough on Bayers, you know, to be coming out here and bowling after spending so much time in the middle.
Of course, but that's where a guy like Duan Olivier comes in, and especially striking in that first over. It just gives the fielding side and obviously his fellow opening bowler a massive lift, just to know that with the first ball you strike, meaning that you only need 8 more good balls to get rid of the rest.
Yeah. Correct.
If only it was that easy.
If only.
Oh, nicely flicked away. It's just 1 run for David Bedingham. Nicely picked up in the deep out there.
Yeah, there's and Tony De Zorsi and Bedingham and Rainer have just come back from Bangladesh with some successful tour, not just winning the series but also obviously scoring runs, and so Coach Saling Nakadin is hoping that they bring that form into the game, and it didn't happen in the first innings, so hopefully it's going to happen in the second innings, and we're going to have an interesting game.
Indeed. One man who's definitely looking to carry his first innings form into the second is Eddie Moore. He's got a bit of a short one from Duan Olivier there. Olivier gets a warning from umpire Marie Erasmus. Or is that Warren? No, Warren's the side, Warren Weingard. Or is that square leg?
Sorry, what was that warning?
One for the over.
Oh, sorry, one for the over, okay. Just at the end of the innings, in the first innings, the Warriors' first innings, I got sent a couple of clips from a friend of mine, showing that Mti Nabi was bowling no balls.
Oh,
back foot no balls, yeah. It was quite interesting, and it wasn't picked up by the umpire, Marie Erasmus. So one of the best in the world wasn't picking that up.
Maybe that's why they switched ends.
Because I got the clip, and he basically asked me, "Is this a no ball or not?" And the back foot's not allowed to cut the back, return crease. So so there's definitely.
Oh, what a shot!
It's a great shot, wonderful shot, right, Eddie. Our volley from Dewey Olivier, and duly punished by Eddie Moore.
What a lovely stroke! Just gets into position nice and quickly, head nice and firm. Just help the ball on its way. Foot to the pitch of the ball, textbook stuff. And that's the first boundary of the innings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, first boundary of the innings.
It's worked onto the offside by Eddie Moore for another single.
There's been a couple of injuries in this game.
Yeah, one for each side. So essentially, both sides are batting to 9.
Player's broken his collarbone.
Yeah,
he's broken collarbone is out, probably out for the season, I think.
He's out until Feb.
Oh,
so there's a very good chance he could still feature in the back end of the season. Buren Hendricks obviously out with a hamstring issue, still waiting on the extent of that injury. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Oh, a bit uppish, but that will make its way to the boundary.
Yeah. Average delivery from Duan Olivier and deserves the punishment.
You can't bowl anything short and wide to David Bedingham. Short and wide and on his legs, big problem for the bowlers. And that takes World Sports Betting Western Province to 12 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. And that lead now starting to head north of the 200 run mark. So that lead is now on 210 runs. Vincent, what do you think would be a defendable score for Western Province? Obviously, considering the fact that they might want to put the away side back into bat for the last couple overs of the day.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of time in the game and the amount of overs left. You know, there's a what have we got? We've got almost 160 overs left in the game. You've got a 210 run lead. You know, I think they're probably looking. Their first target would be 350. It's another 140. They scored it at 4.5 runs and over. They should get there by, you know, comfortably, and put the Warriors in this evening. You're probably looking at off the tee between 15 and 20 overs at them tonight. You know, but again, it depends on they're going at 3.5 runs and over. So yeah, so I think that the initial total they're looking at probably be 350. You know, one of their key batters are not playing.
Yeah.
Combat, the Warriors. So
really
yeah, that's
nasty injury.
Yeah, actually I didn't see it. I just saw that he wasn't playing.
Yeah, I missed the incident as well, but saw a few of the highlights, and he went over on the boundary. And generally, if you go over on your shoulder or collarbone area and you stay down after that, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
It's been a nice solid start from Bayer Swanepoel. He's been bowling a decent speed as well. It's good running. Smart tactic also from the Western Province batters, just to rotate the strike, having a left hand, right hand combination in, just to mess with the bowlers' lines and lengths a little bit. It's obviously the first few overs of the innings, so they would be trying to establish their lines and lengths and just finding their rhythm. But when you constantly have to change to a left or right hander, it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too long before we see a spin. Probably see Jason Robbenheimer and Sen Mutasami on. Yeah, just think that no Bayers has got a big heart, but you know he spent a lot of time out there batting, and you probably have a 4 or 5 over spell and get the spinners on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite warm out there in the middle, so and he's been there from the start, so you would want to give him a little bit of a break, just to relieve some pressure. So 13 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Bedingham on 7, Moore on 6, and Western Province with a lead of 211 runs now. Things perfectly poised at this stage. It's pretty much been that way throughout the day, with ebbs and flows here and there, with Western Province going into the driving seat.
Just want to say thank you very much to Vincent Barnes for joining us here, and really it was great to have you on comms with us today, Vinny, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Vincent.
an interesting start here to the second innings.
Very interesting indeed. Geez, that first over had everything, didn't it?
It did have everything. My goodness, it was certainly a very exciting first couple of deliveries.
Duan Olivier certainly looks up for it today.
Yeah, he's been charging in, hasn't he, from the Weinberg end? And he does look like he's got his tail up. Brilliant first delivery to Tony DeZorzi.
Yeah. A bit of manufactured luck, I'd say, as well. Because it was a bit of a 60-40 type of ball in terms of the reward he could get from it.
Yeah.
Dangled the ball there for the batter. And unfortunately, from a Western Province perspective, Tony DeZorzi went and took the bait.
Yeah, it was really good, short of a length delivery that played at it, went through to the second slip, and then of the second delivery, Beddingham going for the hook shot and getting what looked like a glove or a top edge on that one. We're not quite sure.
Yeah, we weren't too sure from here either.
It did look like, with the reaction from the Warriors players, that ball had hit something when it went through to Kashile, who couldn't quite hold on above his head.
Oh, well played.
Shot.
David Beddingham. They'll come back for two. And, throw into the keepers a touch wayward. Good work by Kashile there.
It's a lead 214 already, and they'll be looking to tea time. It's now 1:45. They've got an hour and 15 minutes before tea. So probably look at trying to get up around that 252, or maybe a bit more, maybe a sort of 250, 260, 270 lead by tea time.
Yeah, I would imagine once the seamers start fading out and the spinners get introduced, I would think that the World Sports Betting Western Province batters will want to step on the accelerator over there. A lot more gaps in the field, a lot more chances to score some big runs and get some boundaries, put some pressure on the fielding side. Not as easy when you have two guys steaming in at either end. And obviously with Beyers Swanepoel, he's been in the game since this morning, so he's in the thick of it. Olivier, on the other hand, has made a ferocious start here from the Weinberg end, obviously taking a wicket with that first ball. And just continuing on from there. I mean, he's set the foundation for the rest of the team. It's just on them to run with that now.
Yeah, he's been looking really good from the Weinberg end of the ground. Duan Olivier, Beyers Swanepoel, just not quite been, although he's been very economical, just 2 overs for 2 runs.
And he's been generating some nice speed as well.
He's been bowling now to Eddie Moore, 127 in the first innings. Moore, when everybody else was falling around him.
Onto the shot a little bit too quickly there.
They certainly looking to get bat on ball here, the Western Province players. See Senran Mutasamy warming up there. Not that he won't. I don't think he'll be into the attack until at least these two have had a good 4 or 5 overs each. Now they're putting a man out on the deep square leg boundary. There's a short boundary on that side. Robenheimer's gone out there. So they will definitely bowl the short ball to Edward Moore. They do use that as a ploy, a lot of teams, to Eddie Moore.
Not a fan of the short ball, is he?
No, there is a feeling that he doesn't play it that well. I mean, certainly you look at his career, he's got a very good average. I mean, just over 40, his average 7,000. 800 odd runs, 900 odd runs now, in fact. So with that 127 that he scored, he is only now 40 runs away. In fact, with the 7, he's got now 33 runs away from 8,000 runs in first-class cricket. The highest score of 228 for the Warriors. Played for the Warriors for a number of years against the Dolphins in Durban in the 1920 season. So he's got 18 centuries and 42 50s.
Although you still feel there's a bit another level to his game that he can achieve.
Yeah, I mean he did well in the CSA 4-day series last year for Western Province. Scored 485 runs at an average of 48.5 with 1 century. It wasn't 2 50s. Let me check my notes on that. So 200s and 150 in that series last year, and 9th on the run lists.
Solidly kept out by Bedingham.
And this man David Bedingham had a brilliant county season this year. Ended up on top of the county championship Division 1 run scoring charts. 1,331 runs in 18 innings at an average of 78.29. 6 centuries and 3 50s. At a strike rate of 78, which is really outstanding. His highest score of 279 scored in this last season against Lancashire. So really has come off a brilliant county season. And played his part in the Proteas' successes as well in Bangladesh.
Yeah, really pleased for David Bedingham. First of all, to be back in the Proteas squad, or setup rather.
Yep.
Then obviously scoring runs a few series ago, and then going off to Bangladesh and getting some runs there as well, helping with that series win over there.
Oh, that's a glorious shot.
Absolutely glorious. I think we read each other's minds.
I think we did. It was he did play that beautifully. It was just a little bit over pitched, and he played it straight back past the bowler, and that is one of the best shots in cricket to see, with just a straight of the dive past the stumps and down to the boundary at the Kelvin Grove end for 4. That's 21 for 1 after 6. So yeah, batting at 3.5 and over already. I think they'll be wanting to keep that run rate up at around between 3.5 and 4. I mean, they batted at 3.5 in that first innings, which was really good. Got themselves to 5 bonus points for batting. The Warriors themselves only getting just over 3 bonus points for batting. So certainly we're in the ascendancy in that first innings. It's now Moore on strike to Ulafir. And he's got him. And that is the end of Eddie Moore. And caught again at second slip by Matthew de Villiers. He goes for the drive. It was there to drive. And that's exactly what he wanted him to do. And it is the end of Edward Moore. It's 21 for 2.
Yes, James, and that combination working a treat again for the Warriors. Duan Olivier steaming in from the Weinberg end, being obviously darting into the boat to the batter, who's found the outside edge, and the catch going to Matthew de Villiers once again. Brilliant stuff from Duan Olivier. Warriors in a very good spot at the moment.
Yeah, they are. Most definitely, they have really done well with this new ball and made it talk. And it has the end of Eddie Moore, a very good century in that first innings, but not able to replicate that and get anywhere near that in the second innings, as it is Valentine Katime that's coming to the wicket. So Yassine Valley, who we had expected to come in possibly at number 3, has been dropped down the order. We're not sure why that's happened, but it is Valentine Katime who's going to be coming to the crease. And his numbers: 8 matches, 12 innings, 124 runs, average of 11.3 with a high score of 42. And if ever there was a day that he would want to beat or get higher than that highest score, today would be that day. And he's out there with David Bedingham because of the loss of Edward Moore's wicket. And that really was great bowling from Duan Olivier, you have to say. He's come out here, and you were saying, Kieran, he's fired up, and he's taken 2 wickets already.
And this is exactly the start that the Warriors would have been after, trying to restrict Western Province to adding on to that 210 run plus lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely working in their favour so far.
It is indeed. It's Kitime on strike. And that is no ball signalled there by umpire Warren Weingard. And you have to wonder, and when you look at that, and he has overstepped there. Imagine if he had overstepped with the delivery that got the wicket. Does happen.
Oof.
Saw it happen twice last week at Boland Park. Wickets off no balls, and they were costly. Two for two, so the top order again here. World Sports Betting Western Province under pressure. That one died a little bit as it went through past Kitime.
Looked like Olivier took a little bit off that one. Just keep it safe after the no ball.
Yeah. Yeah, he's Valentine Kitime has been struggling for runs. And first innings just got 4 and hasn't been in great form throughout the T20 tournament and also in that first game against the Dolphins.
Nice shot.
Oh, and that he's managed to just pull it over the man at square leg. They'll turn for 2.
And that will just settle his nerves a little bit.
Yeah.
Making bat on ball contact. It was a bit uppish, but the fact that it landed safe will make him feel a lot better.
Yeah, well, he didn't get all of it. He would have probably hoping that would go down to the boundary, but at least he has. Say he's got off the mark with that 2. And they are going to continue potentially to pepper him with the short ball. Jason Robenheimer going out to the boundary in front of the Oaks.
Oh, you called it, James.
Yeah. Put an effort into that one. And it's over Kitime's shoulder. That's definitely one for the over, says Warren Weingard. Been good bowling from Olivier and from Swanepoel at the other end. Just into the 7th over of this innings. And 2 wickets down already. There's a lead of 198 that they brought into this second innings, Western Province, after bowling the Warriors out for 266 in their first innings.
You know, James, when Vincent was up here with me in the commentary box, I asked him if he maybe thought that second innings of Western Province might just mirror the first in terms of early wickets up front, and then a little bit of a rescue act just to pile on the runs, and it looks like we're heading in that direction.
Yeah, 24 for 2 already. It was 33 for 5 they were in the first innings before Eddie Moore, who now is back in the pavilion, and George Linder put on 191 for the 6th wicket. And we've seen on this surface that if you do get in, it's you can certainly get runs. And we saw that in the Warriors innings, although none of the batters that did get to 50 were able to really go on. Matthew Brzezinski 52 before he was caught just on the stroke of tea yesterday, and Senran Mutasamy this morning undone by the bounce of the new ball from Kyle Simmons. It was Bayers Swanepoel unbeaten at the end on 65, so 350s in that innings of 266, but just was not enough. As we do see Senran Mutasamy is going to be coming on from the Kelvin Grove, and this is a bit of a surprise for me. Maybe they're going to change ends for Swanepoel a little bit later on. So Mutasamy coming on with the new ball. It is harder, it does bounce more.
I also think this is maybe just done from from the Warriors' perspective, just to kind of give Beyers Swanepoel a little bit of relief. He's been out in the middle since the very beginning this morning, so running into maybe bowl 5 overs on the trot might have been a bit of a big ask for him. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's definitely not the worst tactic in the world to have a bowler like Mutusami coming in.
No, not at all. And he's got the short boundary out to the offside for the right-hander. But they're both right-handers now at the crease. And just be something different for Beddingham to deal with the new ball. And they won't mind him going back to that from Mutusami initially.
Good patience shown by David Beddingham. 3 balls faced. And it's like each one is just gently caressed, either back to the bowler, back to the fielder. Not trying to pierce the gaps or manufacture runs at this stage.
Yeah, that one just squared him up a bit, like the leading edge maybe, but soft hands. So, as you say, I think he's just having a look, getting an idea of what kind of bounce and turn is on offer for the left-handed off spinner, a left-handed orthodox spinner. And lots of encouragement out there, as you would expect. Got a team 24 for 2. It's been a bit of a trend, this. In terms of teams losing early wickets.
Some good footwork from the bowler there as well, just to make sure that he saves a single. And that's the end of the 8th over. And it takes Western Province to 24 for 2 with a lead of 222 runs.
Yeah, it's been a good start from the Dafabet Warriors. And you have to say, Duan Olivier is going to continue here from the Weinberg end. He's been excellent. And he's got the wickets of the 2 left-handers. Different angles of attack, though, it was from him. They bowled around the wicket to De Zorzi. Just first delivery got him playing at one outside the off stump. A good bounce. It was in a good area. Edged it to second slip, first delivery, and then Eddie Moore in his 4th over with the ball angling across him. Has tried to drive it through the covers, got the thickish edge, and also to Matthew de Villiers, who took a very nice sharp catch at second slip. So 2 catches for de Villiers, 2 wickets for Olivier, and already into the middle order now of this Western Province team. Just sense maybe at the moment, David Beddingham is a key player here for World Sports Betting Western Province. They will be looking to him, help to guide Valentine Kitime through this innings.
Ooh. Oh, that ball did a lot.
Yeah, and that was a coat of varnish away from hitting the top of that, hitting that off stump. And you could, Valentine Kitime would call that a good leave. As,
Indeed.
It is. Matthew de Villiers just checking to see if maybe that extra coat of varnish had been applied onto the stumps there or not. That was very close to his off stump, leaving it alone. And that, if he bowls another one there, he's probably not going to leave it.
Yeah,
so
safe to assume.
Yeah, that's going to be the danger for Valentine Kitime. How does he deal with it?
Nice.
And he doesn't leave it this time. Just comes forward and plays it slightly fuller maybe. The good length from Olivier.
I'm sure he'll tell us he was always in control.
Definitely. He knew exactly where it was going to go. There's no danger at all. Definitely. Duan Olivier has now in fact gone to 550 wickets in first-class cricket. In fact, I think he did that with the first wicket that he took this morning. He took 2 wickets in the first innings. Let me just check that again. Yeah, 2 wickets in the first innings, and with his first wicket today, that of Tony de Zorzi, was his 550th wicket in first-class cricket. Absolutely outstanding effort from Olivier. He has played 142 matches and say 550 wickets now, 551 now. His average was 23.97, and his best of 6 for 37, and that in a Test match against Pakistan at Centurion in the 2018-2019 season. He is a really experienced fast bowler.
Although it feels like he just about burst onto the scene.
Yeah, he played a couple of Test matches for South Africa, and then he was playing a bit of he played some county cricket. He's played a fair amount of cricket overseas. He came back to South Africa. He was up with the Lions. He wasn't necessarily always the first choice for them in the season last year. He's made the move now down to the Warriors later on in his career, and he's hoping, I'm sure, that this move will mean he's getting more first-team cricket, and he certainly has done that. He was called up as well by Shukri Conrad for that tour to Australia, to New Zealand earlier in the year, and he did play in a Test match there. So he was back in the green and gold earlier on in this year, and he's looking to stake a claim as well here. There are 4 Test matches upcoming in this season.
Just changed his angle a bit, coming round the wicket to the right-hander. Not something you see very often.
No, it's normally is used with that tactic he was doing there, to just bowl the short ball into the right-hander, just to tuck him up, try and get him maybe playing across the direction of the ball. But that time it was too short. Kitime was able to go underneath that easily. And you just feel this is a very important innings for Kitime here. He's, as I say, he has been struggling. He's come in at different positions in the order. He's coming in at number 4 today. It's a very important position for his team. They are 222 runs ahead. It's just been 2 maiden overs bowled now. And I think they would have wanted to be scoring a bit quicker than 2.7 runs an over in trying to set this target for the Warriors. At the moment, though, it's just a bit about consolidation, maybe. That's very nicely played by Beddingham. First run off Mutasami's bowling.
Yes, James, I definitely think it's at this stage for Western Province, it should be about just getting themselves in, familiarising themselves with what the wicket's doing, and then from there try and maybe pick the loose ball or wait for the loose ball. We saw it this morning with the Warriors batters, who eventually, once they got themselves in, they might have had a shaky start, but as soon as they got themselves in and started feeling a bit more comfortable, that's when the freedom and the confidence started showing in their shot selection and execution.
Yeah, that's, as you say, very important.
He's come a long way across the off stump.
He has come a long way across, and that certainly the bowler wasn't interested in that one. Kitime there trying, first delivery gets from Mutasami to sweep, and there isn't really protection fine on the leg side. There's a man at long leg, just about 15 yards or metres in off the boundary. It's a dangerous sort of ploy first up, and that is short, and it is cut beautifully. It will be cut off, will it, by Britsky? No, it won't. And he tries desperately there, Matthew Britsky, to cut that off, but Valentine Kitime plays that short delivery very nicely through the covers, and that will certainly help him from a confidence point of view.
Yeah, that's a lot better of a shot to try and pull off and execute. You watch that onto your bat the whole way, especially with it being that short. You can rock back onto the back foot, get over the ball, make sure that there's no chance that you can sky it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's again nicely
Nice
played this
inside.
time into the extra cover region. Bresky does the fielding again, so that was a good shot as well. Played that very nicely, came forward confidently.
Nice inside-out technique as well.
Yeah.
Can be very tricky, especially if you a little bit nervous and not playing your best cricket.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be very important for him, you feel, here to get in there and make sure that he can build this innings together with Beddingham.
And that one slips through. It will be a single to in the 10th over. As Western Province make it to 31 for 2 with a lead of 229 runs.
Yeah, it was a much better over there for World Sports Betting Western Province. 7 off that. And they'll be very happy with those runs in that over off Mutusami. He's been for the loss, 31 for 2, as you say, after 10, so batting it just over 3 and over. And it's going to be important that they keep the runs flowing here, that lead. And just a reminder that they came into this innings with a lead of 198 after bowling the Warriors out for 266. And they're trying to build a lead now to set the Warriors a target. Willifear into his 6th over now.
How many overs do you reckon Willifear bowls?
I think this is his last, maybe. I think what they're going to do is probably bring Swanepoel on from this end, or they may even bring Sia Plaiki on from this end, in fact.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah, beautifully played, and there's that man that seems to be the ubiquitous man out at deep backward point that every team seems to employ almost from the first over of the day. It baffles me as to why that is the case. You're just giving a single away means you can play potentially with impunity into that area. Even if you do drive on the up, you may in fact be gives you a chance to be safe. This is going to be interesting now. Let's see what Willifear can do if these last few deliveries of his 6th over to Kitime. And that was a good leave. One that didn't jag back as much as the one on the last over that
had us all on the edge of our seats.
Absolutely. It was, yeah, everybody wondering how that missed the stumps as he came forward. He just let it go outside the off stump, but it's still there. That is the most important thing. And we've seen this. I mean, the longer you're out there, and the more that you can just get yourself in, the better it is. You can then build a bigger innings. It was a good short ball.
Had Katima a little bit worried there. Jumped in his crease a bit. That's never a good sign from a batter.
No, he dealt with it quite well in the end, though. I think he kept his eye on the ball. What we have seen with the 2 players that did get hit on the head in this match so far, Edward Moore in the first innings, and then of Western Province, and then Jason Robenheimer in the second innings, in the first innings of the Warriors. They just turned their head away and actually took their eye off the ball, and that is very dangerous as a batter.
It's the one thing my coach has always told me growing up. Short balls, don't take your eye off the ball.
It just bounces short of the man in the deep there, Sia Plaiki at long leg, and that was a good short ball from Duan Olivier. That's exactly what he was looking for with the short ball. He's looking for the player, the batter, to just play a false shot, maybe sky it up into the air. And that one, he didn't get all of it, and maybe he's lucky he didn't get all of it.
Yeah.
See, it may well have gone down the throat of Sia Plaiki at long leg. And he moves on to 8.
Western Province will just be happy with these little bits of singles because they
Yeah.
all add up.
Yeah, I mean, that lead just keeps growing. Every run means another run for the Warriors that they may have to get in that second innings. And again, there, just an easy shot, sort of from outside the off stump down to that deep cover, backward point position, and Beddingham moves to 17. So 34 for 2, and they are going to be taking a drink. It is still 50 minutes to go before the tea break, and it is drinks halfway through this session for Western Province. So the first 50 minutes here, you have to say, have belonged to the Warriors, taking those 2 wickets, and we'll be back with you shortly after the drinks break in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank
You want to swap position, or
Oh, yeah.
we can do. And we can. Differently. We can talk a bit about that as well.
Mm.
Go ahead. Welcome back after drinks. It is going to be Sia Plaiki replacing Senaran Mutasami from the Kelvin Grove end. It might mean that Mutasami is going to bowl from the Weinberg end of the ground. Duan Olivier at the moment off the field. And he bowled a spell of 6 overs, 2 for 20. Outstanding stuff from the paceman. And with the first wicket that he took, that of Tony de Zorzi off the first ball of the innings, went to 550 wickets in first class cricket. Outstanding effort from Duan Olivier. And it's now going to be the young Plaiki bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. And he got some, he bowled with some gas in the first innings. He used a short ball very effectively against Edward Moore and didn't quite get his wicket, but he certainly ruffled his feathers. And he's in now to David Beddingham. And good to see that they brought that point fielder up back into the sort of more conventional point position. With Andile Mokhakani.
And just during the drinks break, Duan Olivier leaving the field with a little bit of discomfort. Gone off for the physio just to have a little bit of an assessment. Maybe just put his feet up a little bit. He had a very good opening spell.
Oh, that is a beauty from Sia Plaiki. Had to play it at Beddingham, and that one just went over the top of off stump. And really was an outstanding delivery.
It's good pace shown by the youngster there. It's going to take some bowling to have a batter of David Beddingham's quality to be worried.
Yeah, and I think after that one, he did play, and he just played inside the line of the ball. Very, very good bowling.
Oh,
He's gone for that one. It is bouncing a few times before they'll come through for the second. Goes to the man who's deep on the square leg boundary. Moves around to mid-wicket. A short ball taken on by Beddingham. It's a very long boundary out there on the leg side towards the railway stand.
I think he likes the challenge.
He does, absolutely. Enjoys the challenge, David Beddingham.
He won't be happy with that last shot though. It mainly came off the toe, bottom end of the bat to the toe.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of it at all.
I'd expect him to cash in if he gets another one.
It's time. It's down the leg side, and he'll feel he probably missed out on that one, flicking it into the leg side. So, at the moment we have got 2 substitute fielders on. We've got CJ King down here at the long leg, and then it has been Jean Duplessis that's been on the field for Jivishan Pillay. Duplessis is there at extra cover. He's got a good turn of pace, Sia Plaiki. I like what I see from him. The young bowler. Oof. That one also, he doesn't really get hold of it. It's down to long leg.
Yeah, just back to Plaiki as well. He's got a nice, healthy action as well. Conventional fast bowler action. Runs in with good energy. Hits the deck nice and well, nice and hard as well. He doesn't bowl a bad line either.
No, it's been very good in his previous spell, or spells in the first innings that he bowled. He really did put in some yards in that first batting effort of World Sports Betting Western Province.
Well left.
Yeah.
Good take from the keeper.
That hurt by the looks of things. Sinetembe Reshile. And he did do very well, I say, in that first innings. Picked up a couple of wickets He did in fact get the wicket of Valentine Kitime in his first spell, caught it first slip by Jordan Herman, and then they had a plan which they put in place to George Linder, who was on 152 at the time, and he bowled it in quite rapidly and short, and he had Senran Mutasamy at a fly, he was at third actually, it was a third deep on the boundary, and George Linder did try to ramp it over and just managed to find Mutasamy. So 2 wickets for Plaiki in the first innings, and he really did put his back into it and bowled a very good short ball in that innings. He's done that already today a bit as well. He certainly didn't see hardly any short bowling at all from the Western Province bowlers this morning. From Nabe, maybe 1 or 2 from Nabe, but nothing from Dane Patterson. Mutasamy in now from the Weinberg end, as we thought he might be, replacing Olafia,
who's also returned back to the field from his break with the physio.
Well, that's good news, no doubt, for the Dafabet Warriors. Make sure that one of their premier fast bowlers is available to them. Sure, we'll see. Maybe we'll see Swanepoel. Or we'll see maybe the Pacers operating from the Kelvin Grove end. Seem to like that end. We were chatting a couple of seasons ago, it was now, but to Nandre Berger, and he was saying that no, the left arm seamers love to bowl from the Kelvin Grove end. It's something to do with the way that the wind comes across the ground, because it funnels in from around the stand. It's well played by Kitime, and it comes through where the gap is around the side of the southern stand and blows across the ground. So it's a left arm seamer. It gives you a bit of extra help from a swing point of view.
Interesting.
And it's whilst it is up the hill and it's sort of, you feel like you're bowling into the wind. He says that is certainly the preferred end from a seam point of view, or from a left arm seamer point of view. But most seamers appear to like that end.
It's just taking me back a few years ago to battles that Zahir Khan and Graham Smith had.
Yeah.
And Zahir Khan ended up winning a lot of those battles. Left arm seamer, if I'm not mistaken, kept on bowling from that end.
Yeah, and it would make sense from that point of view. I mean, you considering, I mean, from a point of view of, local knowledge, it's always interesting to hear, from the players themselves what they prefer, why they prefer that, and that's very nicely swept this time by Kitime. He's only going to get the single. And that was a well executed sweep. Yeah, so it's interesting because, say, you get to sort of chat to them a bit about what works for them the best and which end they prefer bowling from and why they prefer bowling from that end, and again how the conditions might play in their favour. We've got 4 days here of bright sunshine but pretty strong wind out there, so whatever you can do, whatever use you can make of the conditions, is always helpful, as Mutasamy finishes that over 39 for 2.
Yeah, and just on the wind you mentioned there, James, it's been quite windy in Cape Town this entire week, and the wind certainly picked up as the later the day is gone. Whether that offers a bit more assistance for the bowlers or actually makes it a bit more difficult for them running into the wind, or maybe having the ball hang up in the air for spinners who might want to float it in and get some drift and turn. It remains to be seen.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't seen now the ball is 13 overs old, and there was something on offer for the seamers with the new ball. Oh, that's in the air, and there is a man at deep square, just be the single. There's a situation again there where now they're going to bring somebody in on the leg side, and that's for Beddingham. This is probably for the one that he just flicks off his toes. That one from Kitime, he could easily play that one in the air. He didn't have to worry about keeping it down on the pads. So taking Herman out of slip now for Beddingham. Maybe he is going to angle it into the pads. Just look for the one that he might fall over a bit to the offside.
Oh, that's well left.
Yeah.
No, it's certainly gotten the fielding side interested and vocal once again.
Yeah, nothing quite like seeing a fast bowler coming in and pitching it short and getting your Proteas top order batter swaying out of the way. Beddingham's moved to 21. It's 40 for 2, so the lead now 238.
Bowls really quick this Siaplaki.
Yeah, I sort of would expect him, I mean, not a tall man, but you would sort of expect him to be perhaps a little bit more skiddy. He's certainly not been skiddy in this spell. He's been trying to bowl the heavy ball, put that one in either short of a length or even shorter than that. Just a short ball, trying to just force the batter onto the back foot. You just wonder whether he is going to sort of float one up or put one up there outside the off stump for Beddingham at some stage.
Yeah, I also wouldn't want to be forcing David Beddingham onto the back foot very often.
No. He can certainly make you pay.
Indeed. Oh. Players go up, or the fielding side goes up, but umpire Marais Erasmus not interested at all.
No, in that one he doesn't even signal leg by. Came off the bat. Just having a chat with David Beddingham there, but umpire Marais Erasmus that is a run to David Beddingham. And you know, if Marais Erasmus already starts walking away from the stumps, he's not going to be giving the decision. It was an immediate movement from him. Highly experienced umpire, really fantastic to have him out here. He's finished his international career, was one of the top umpires in the world, and he has umpired at a World Test Championship final. He's umpired at World Cup finals. He is a man with a vast amount of experience.
It's a bit of a loose delivery.
Yeah, it's well played by Kitime, and they'll get through for another 2. Robenheimer fielding that on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So that's a couple of runs coming in this Siaplaki over. So a couple of them.
Well left.
Yeah, it is well left. He could quite easily have gone out and tried to play that one. It was well left by Valentine Kitime. He's moved to 12 after that 2 in that over. 22 for Beddingham. The partnership now 22. It's 43 for 2. So you'd have to say at this stage Western Province are batting better than they did in the first innings. But still, the loss of those 2 early wickets, Dazorzi and Moore. So the first one with no score on the board, and the second one was a score on 21. Dazorzi gone first ball, and then Moore in the same fashion caught by de Villiers after bowling Wollifier for 8 of 21 deliveries, and looking to drive it through the offside, and got the edge to the one slanting across him. It's Mutasami in now to Beddingham. There's a short boundary on that leg side. The risk is that you're going to be playing it against the spin, or even the drift and whatever turn there is on offer. There is something in it for the left arm spinner from this end. We saw that with Carl Simmons. Simmons getting 4 wickets in that first innings. Oh, that's beautifully played down the ground, and that has gone all the way. It was pitched up by Mutasami, and David Beddingham You won't see a straighter hit than that.
Gorgeous, gorgeous stroke from David Bedingham. Timing was impeccable on that one. Just waited for it. Gently caressed it over. No brute force, just timing.
Yeah, you caught it perfectly there, Kieran. It was a really good shot. Now they're trying to find the ball here from beneath us here. You won't see a better straight 6 than that.
That's the first 6 of the day.
Yes,
as well.
indeed. No 6s in the innings of the Warriors. And David Bedingham just going through the line of the ball. Lovely shot.
Gently just help that one back to the bowler. That's what I like about David Bedingham.
Yeah.
His shot selection and his composure.
Yeah.
Won't get carried away. If you just hit a 6 or hit back-to-back boundaries, he has no problem getting another dot ball after that, or finding the fielder and saying no for the run when clearly there might have been a run on. Even with that single that just happened now, he waited to make sure, okay, the ball was through. Okay,
yes.
Comfortable single.
Absolutely. He really has developed into the almost a complete batter. I mean, you say his record in county championship cricket for Durham is outstanding. He has this season again. I mean, now in the Proteas setup, he's done really well. Looking forward to seeing him play at home now in this these 2 tests against Sri Lanka and against Pakistan. And that will culminate, those 4 test matches culminating in the New Year's test here at Newlands, where he'll be playing, we touch wood, we say for him, hopefully injuries or anything on that, but he'll be playing in that test match here at Newlands. Oh, as Kitime takes a bit of a risk there, playing that one square from almost off stump.
The term cutting it fine comes to mind.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good way to describe it. And that, yeah. You just got to be careful. And this is the thing with Valentine Kitime is he can look good for quite a period of play, and then there's just seems to be just that, maybe just that one moment where concentration goes, and quite often leads to his downfall, which is really unfortunate for him. He needs runs. He needs to get some runs in the middle order. He's been given the opportunity. He played in a lot of the T20 games. He's now into the second game of the 4-day series, and Western Province desperately need him to start firing, getting some runs in that middle order.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I was about to ask now, what do you put that down to? Is that maybe a lack of concentration or lapse in concentration? Is it?
I think it's a difficult one. I mean, I can't really. I think there's, shot selection is sometimes does let him down. Definitely, I think that he's in a way that. I mean, we can look at. I mean, this is something. It's a debate that's been had, and doesn't necessarily just apply to Valentine Kitime. It applies to a number of other players that have come through the sort of 50 over and 20 over ranks.
Oh, shot.
Very nicely played, straight to Duplessis and the covers, and it's that it's around really how to construct an innings. So you have to learn how to do that and how to construct an innings and to be able to play to the conditions that are there with you. And so 20 over cricket isn't really a good preparation for you to be able to play 4-day cricket. If you're looking at under 19 level, which is, I mean, he played for SA under 19. He went to the under 19 World Cup and came out of there, and he's been playing at provincial level for a couple of seasons now. and so you don't, with the absence perhaps of timed cricket, timed cricket, or the fact that you can bat for as long as you can, you don't have to worry about limited overs being 50 overs or 20 overs. You then get in terms of the red ball cricket, it's important to have those opportunities to be able to then build an innings. So
or know how to build.
Or know how to build an innings, and that's the thing that perhaps is not necessarily fully in place yet. So we have the Colt system. I was chatting a bit to Abdullah Bayoumi about that yesterday. He gets away with that. Didn't get any of that at all, and he'll turn for 2. Very fortunate there. Swanepoel feels that one. Oh my goodness, that was in the air and landed in between Jordan Hammond and Bayer Swanepoel. David Bedingham didn't get that at all.
The Warriors might just feel a little bit hard done by there. Luck not being on their side type of thing.
No, it did land, didn't it? Almost directly in between those two fielders that are there for exactly that type of shot. He's kind of come around the wicket now to the right-hander. So I think it's a bit around how learning to build that innings, learning around how you play an innings for a long time, and that you have to keep your powers of concentration there for you every single ball. And there are techniques that people talk about, that people explain about how do you do that as a batter. What do the best batters do?
Players go up.
They do, but umpire Marais Erasmus is not interested at all in that one, and he is not giving the decision. I just felt that it was a bit more like a choir than it was a concerted appeal. Almost that they saw him go for the shot and went up almost after the fact. So Erasmus not interested there. He certainly is asking questions here, Plikey, as he did in the first innings of the Western Province batters. So you're just getting back to that, and in the South African setup, what we have got this 4-day cricket at Division 1, Division 2 level, and then the only thing below that where you're playing red ball cricket is the Colt system. Trying to play that again, and is Bedingham looking to maybe ramp it and play it over the boundary here below us, and doesn't make contact. So an end of a very exciting over that was. The lead now 250 for World Sports Betting Western Province. So I think that's something, just looking at where do you go to be able to play cricket at that, red ball cricket at that level. The Colt system is very important. It needs to be in place and to be developed. If you don't have a lower level of cricket that's played that long. So important that you have got 3-day games, that you've got you have got the opportunity for younger players to learn how to build an innings, to learn how to bat long periods of time, to be able to do that and be able to face up to the red ball. Very different to the white ball. When you're playing red ball cricket, it's a different type of, your technique is tested so much more in the red ball game. As we see, Bayer Swanepoel is replacing Senran Mutasamy from the Wynberg end. Into Kitime.
Yeah, James, I definitely feel that white ball cricket and the variations of white ball cricket have hampered the development of young players in red ball cricket, especially in terms of just the thinking that within T20 specifically, dot balls are gold. However, in red ball stuff, 4 days, 5 days, it's okay and acceptable to bat for 20 overs and only score 10 runs.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just that the focus there is completely different. And yes, I'm all for the fact that you can bring in some of the variations from a shot-making point of view, and that you get in white ball cricket or in T20 cricket. some of those have found their way into 4-day cricket, test cricket, whatever it might be, and if you can execute those, and again, you're playing them on a percentage basis, then you're trying to... Oh, he's bowled him. He's got him this time. He's gone straight through. And Valentine Kitime, once again, he can't go on, and he's out for 12. Clean bowled by Bayers Swanepoel, and that's an excellent delivery. The middle stump and off stump are standing askance.
Yeah, just played all around that one, did Valentine Kitime. Did the hard work, was in at the crease for 51 minutes. Yeah. Faced all of
31 balls.
31 balls. Yeah. He ate up quite a bit of strike. So he'll feel a little bit disappointed that he couldn't go on from here.
Yeah, and once again, he trudges back there. He's tried to play that one. He's tried to play a forceful shot there, out, in, through the covers. And unfortunately for him, it's gone through the gate, and he's been bowled. It's now, we see Carl Verena coming out to the middle to join David Beddingham. Western Province just in a little bit of a spot of bother, 52 for 3, and they do lead by 250. Must mention that again, it isn't as if they are in a huge amount of trouble in terms of the match situation, but every wicket that falls just potentially pegs back the run rate, means that they can't get to that point where they can set a score to chase for the men from the Dafabet Warriors. Carl Verena, 87 matches, and got his numbers here somewhere, and 87 matches. This is 87th match, 131 innings it will be, 19 not outs, 5,645 runs with a highest score of 216 and an average of just over 50.5, and that is really a very good first class average, and you consider that does include his test match as well. That's very good delivery from Swanepoel.
And Verena's also been in the runs recently, hasn't he, James?
He has indeed. I mean, last year as well in the CSA 4-day series, he was very good. He was fantastic in Bangladesh in the first test there. Got a wonderful 114. He was man of the match in that particular game, and that was the innings that set the Proteas on for that win in the first test. He didn't manage to score in the first innings here. He was one of Olafier's victims, caught behind by Eshile off inside edge, and he is a little bit vulnerable first up outside the off stump. This new ball, the ball's now 17 overs old, so it's not facing up to as new a ball as he did in the first innings. And first innings, I think he came in at number 5 as well.
Oh, was a bit uppish.
Yeah, he was out in the 11th over in that particular innings, and now stays 52 for 3. The loss of the wicket of Valentine Kitime in that over, bowled by Swanepoel for 12. So there we go again. Unfortunately for him, not able to go on, getting a start, 31 balls, and not able to manage to do any more than that, unfortunately for him. As just looking at the match up there at DP World Wanderers, and it is the Western Province women that are chasing 273 for victory against the DP World Lions women, and at the moment WSB Western Province 77 for 2 after 11.4 overs, so they're batting at 7 runs and over. In fact, it's now 81 for 2, batting at over 7. They're batting at 7 runs and over. Danefa Nikirk there is 27 not out of 30 deliveries, just been joined by Faye Tunnicliffe, 6 of 7 deliveries, and Laura Goodall is the player who's just out now for 31 of 31 deliveries. So batting at a good run rate there. The Western Province women, they just need to keep wickets in hand. It's like he's going to continue with this around the wicket attack.
I wonder if David Beddingham's going to persist with that aggressive ramp shot, considering there's 2 men on the boundary here.
He has, hasn't he? Actually got almost, it's 3 men almost, isn't it? Catching. He's got a very fine leg. He's got a very fine leg. He's got a man at long leg, and he's got a man just forward a square for Beddingham. They might keep that in place for Verena. Although I would think bring a man in. He's going to bring a man in to his more conventional square leg. Is he? No. Okay, no. They're going to take a man to mid-on, bring a man into mid-wicket, and put Bayers Swanepoel out on the deep square leg boundary.
And they've also brought third man up into a gully position, it seems.
Yeah, and he's in a... We've got a gully, we've got a second slip, got a backward point, and an extra cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a deep long leg.
Oh.
And he's fallen for it. He has fallen for the trap, Kyle Verena, and he gets his second duck of the match. And that is, you have to say, from Verena, is very poor. It really is. There was no need to go for the shot, and they had laid the trap, and it was taken brilliantly by Swanepoel on that, in that square leg region, and that is the end of Kyle Verena, and they lose their 4th wicket on 53.
Yeah, Kyle Verena gone for a duck. He'll be very, very disappointed with that performance. No need to play that shot. No need to play that uppish, really.
No.
Especially when he saw the field was being changed, that tactic being set up right before his eyes. Personally, what I would have done there is maybe just sent the bowler back before his run-up. Just resettle things and then take it from there. But yeah, you have to give credit to the Warriors. Good tactic. It could have possibly been a message from the coach. I saw Robbie Peterson walking around the boundary here. He could have been passing that message around.
Yeah, it does look like must be Yassin Valley, who must have an injury of some kind. He's not coming out to bat here either. At number 6, it's George Linder, and 78 matches, 113 innings, and he has scored, George Linder, in his career before this match, 3,224 runs, and that has gone up by 152 in this match. His highest is the 152 against the Warriors in this match, and is averaging just over 32. So he's got a job to do again here, George Linder, and that bit of indiscretion there from Kyle Verena, you have to say. They set the trap, and he fell into that trap. It was well taken by Bayers Swanepoel. Must say, a brilliant catch by Swanepoel.
Oh, he's had a brilliant day today as Bayers Swanepoel.
This is really good from the Warriors, and just Western Province now, you've got to be a bit more careful here. 251 is the lead, 53 for 4. And they won't have the services of their captain unless he absolutely has to come out to bat with that hamstring injury. It's nicely bowled by Plaiki. Got the reward for those short deliveries there. Verena taking him on, skying it in through to the square leg region.
Perfect catching practice,
It was brilliant. I mean, exactly what you would want if you're a Warriors player. Just make sure that they don't get away. World Sports Betting Western Province, and they don't manage to get up into that sort of 300, 350 region quickly enough.
Certainly all Dafabet Warriors at this stage.
It is. Only 9 minutes to go to the tea break. They are on top in this session. It has been... Session started off very in an interesting way. In fact, 6 wickets in the session we've had. had 2 wickets that fell in quick succession when the Warriors came out to bat after lunch. They were 260 for 7, ended up being bowled out for 266, only 9 wickets down because Jivishan Pillay could not bat in the innings. So 2 wickets falling for just 6 runs, and then Western Province, it has been a not quite the same procession that was in the first innings, but very close to it. 33 for 5 it was in the first innings. They're now 54 for 4, and it is Dwan Olafia that caused the damage up front, getting Tony DeZorzi and Eddie Moore, and then now just in the last 2 overs it's been Bayer Swanepoel bowling Valentine Katime through the gate, and Carl Verena falling for the 3-card trick and hooking Sia Plaiki straight to, well, not straight to, but in front of Bayer Swanepoel, who came through forward and took a brilliant catch on the boundary. So how's Beddingham going to play this now, Kieran? Because he's not going to stop with the short stuff. He's got 3 men out on the boundary for Beddingham.
Play it on its merit. There we go.
That's beautifully played, it must be said. Just roll the wrists over it, keeps it down.
Get that leg out the way as well, just to give yourself a bit more space. He did that to get Carl Verena on strike just before Verena's dismissal. So maybe that should have been the technique to follow.
Yeah.
I mean, the temptation is definitely there, but knowing that there's 2-3 catches on the boundary behind square for that, just try and get over the ball, hit it down. If you pick out the fielder,
that's right. Get the single, just roll your wrists over it, get the single, and try and take it on. It is a very long boundary out there to the railway stand.
Yeah.
If you're a right-hander facing from the Kelvin Grove end. Now, Bayer Swanepoel with his tail up, the wicket of Katimi in the last over. He'll no doubt be steaming in. It's just 7 minutes to go to the tea break when they can put their feet up for a little while, enjoy a cuppa, maybe, and maybe they're going to follow a similar line of attack to Beddingham. He's got a man out, 2 men out, one at long leg and one at deep square.
So James, as things stand now, with a lead of 253 runs and 44 overs left in the day, dare I say it, would 360 still be on, while still getting the Warriors into bat for about 5 to 10 overs?
I mean, that gives them, what, 30 overs they'll want to score. They could score another 100 in those 30 overs. Yeah, I think you could well be there. I think they wouldn't want less than 350 as a lead. You know, 350 to chase here on a turning track. Maybe the wicket is will take some turn on the final day. Oh, that's
a bit uppish as well.
Yeah, a bit uppish, and I like the fact that they've now got the man at point is actually in at point. He isn't deep on the boundary. I like the fact that they're attacking more now. So they've got a 6-3 offside leg side field. So Swanepoel's not going to be bowling this one on the pads. They're not going to be bowling it too straight. And some good thinking here. He knows that Beddingham is not going to, so he is going to play his shots. He's not going to just sit back.
Shot.
Oh, that's
and
beautiful.
There's no protection on the leg side.
Yeah, it just picks that up as easy as you like, and it's over the boundary here to the members' stand for 6, and that was a beautiful shot from David Beddingham. Too short, too much down the leg side, and it's gone over the boundary for 6.
Made it look extremely easy,
He
didn't he?
didn't he? I mean, it was like, how was that? Like a 2 or 3 bounce 4, but it's gone into the boundary for 6. Really beautiful shot.
I was actually looking on the ground to see when it was going to bounce in.
So did I. So was I. And he strays into the legs again. That's great
good fielding.
Yeah, excellent work there by Robenheimer. Is at
mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket, yeah. Very good work. Stopped a certain boundary.
How about the timing there of David Beddingham?
Yeah.
For both those shots,
Just
the
both
6
shots,
and the flick off his pads there.
Lovely. I mean, lovely timing. ball is coming off the Beddingham bat very nicely, and Western Province at the moment very fortunate they've got him out there.
It's much better from Swanepoel.
Yeah.
He needs to just stay outside that off stump, because anything too straight and on the legs, it's probably going to get put away for a boundary. It's a shorter boundary on the leg side over here from the Weinberg end. So it makes tons of sense to employ that tactic from Plaatje, bowling from the Calvin Grove end to the longer boundary, chasing that short ball or tempting the short ball, and having 3 catches on the boundary.
Oh, what a shot. Yeah. That is just poetry in motion from a batting point of view. David Beddingham gets one that is not that wide, but is a little bit short outside the off stump, and he just punches it through the offside to the long boundary in front of the railway stand for 4. That takes him to 43, and that was an expensive over from Swanepoel. Sort of messed up his figures a bit there. 5 overs now, 1 for 17, and really was some beautiful batting from David Beddingham. He moves to 43. I mean, he's got 2/3 of the runs so far. The lead now 263. So overs like that are the ones that just increase the run rate by 0.2 in that over as well, up to 3.5, nearly 3.5 and over. It was glorious, wasn't it? It's
just wonderful to watch. Yeah. Doesn't look like he hit the ball very hard, but that ball travelled off the bat.
Yeah, and now I was seeing a change here. Plaatje has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 12. It's going to be Jason Robenheimer going to be coming in from the Calvin Grove end, the right arm off break bowler. Going to be bowling to George Linder, and he's going to be targeting outside the off stump. He's only got 3 fielders on the leg side. He doesn't want to stray into the legs at all. He's got a slip. Let's have a look at and got a shortish extra cover. He's just fielded that one. He's got a conventional extra cover, a man at point, a man at backward point, closer in, and then a man at long off. So turning the ball, if there is turning the ball away from the left-handed George Linder.
It's a good start from the youngster. Bowling to his field.
Yeah, he got the wicket of Carl Simmons in the first innings. There's just the 1 wicket for him. Yeah, and that. A lot of chatter out there. 65 for 4 is World Sports Betting Western Province in their second innings. Yeah, you end up playing that quite nicely, George Linder. He's got to be careful outside that off stump. This will be the last over before tea, and the session between lunch and tea has been one that's given us 6 wickets so far. So there's just the 2 balls left in the session. And there's 2 wickets falling at the end of the Warriors innings, and they came out after lunch at 267, were bowled out for 266, only 9 wickets down, because Jivishan Pillay has broken his collarbone and will not be taking any further part in this match. And then it was 4 wickets that have fallen in the Western Province innings in the time that they came out to bat, in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. And it was De Zorzi who was out first ball, caught by De Villiers at second slip off Olivier. Then Eddie Moore went in the same fashion, caught De Villiers off Olivier when the score was 21. It was 21 for 2. It was 52 for 3. Valentine Katimi bowled through the gate by Bayo Swanepoel for 12 of 31 deliveries. And then in the very next over, Kai Vorena caught by Swanepoel on the deep square leg boundary hooking at Sia Plaiki, and he didn't score off 4 deliveries, and he bagged a pair then in this match. And Tony DeZorzi, just to say, also getting a duck in this inning. So the Warriors will feel that they've made some inroads here and preventing Western Province from getting away to set them a big target. It is the lead of 263, so it's still advantage World Sports Betting Western Province, but at the moment they are struggling to build on that lead. David Bettingham is still there, he's on 43, with him George Linder on 1. Their partnership is 12. They'll be coming back out to bat after the tea interval, and we're looking forward to what's going to be a fascinating final session. It's goodbye from us for the moment. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. World Sports Betting Newlands, where we are about to have the third session on day 3 of this 4-day match in the CSA 4-day series between World Sports Betting Western Province and the Dafabet Warriors. And at T, it is the World Sports Betting Western Province team that are 65 for 4, and they lead the Warriors by 263 runs. And it's the Western Province in their second innings. I'm James King, with me Kieran Thompson. Kieran, it's been a very interesting session between lunch and tea, and now after tea. What are you expecting to see here from the batting side?
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, James. Yeah, well, based on the first inning or the last session, I would say wickets. That's what I'm expecting. But from Western Province, I'm hoping to see a little bit more technical application in terms of the batting and just better shot selection, because there's no need for them to rush to try and score. There's 42 overs left in the day. They've got a healthy lead of 263 runs, and I would imagine anywhere between the 350, 380 mark would be where they would be looking to call for the declaration. But fair credit to the Warriors bowlers for the plans that they've set and for their execution overall.
As we see, Dwan Olivier is coming in from the Weinberg end to David Beddingham, and just plays that straight to Jean Duplessis at extra cover. Duplessis on the field because Jivishan Pillay is unfortunately suffered a broken collarbone yesterday while fielding, and is not going to take any further part in this match. He didn't bat today for the Warriors. Yeah, so I think it's going to be an interesting session, because Western Province will be wanting to perhaps accelerate the run rate at the moment, 3.2. If they bat at 3 runs to the over for maybe 30 overs, they are going to get a lead. That's beautifully played by Beddingham down to the man on the backward point boundary, and they come through for 2. If they do get a lead, let's say they score another 100 in those 30 overs, gives them then, with the change of innings, 10 overs to bowl tonight at the Warriors. That will put them into a lead only of about 360. So only, I say only, it should be enough to win the game here. I mean, we can have a look at the fourth innings records and see. I've got them here somewhere. We'll try and look them up. But it is interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they go about their business. That's beautifully played into the leg side.
Should be 2.
Yeah, should be. And it takes Beddingham to 47.
And you would imagine that David Beddingham is the key to Western Province's second innings here, and any form of hefty total target that they're looking to set. He's scored the bulk of their runs in this innings so far. 47 of the 69 runs belong to Beddingham, so I would imagine that he'd probably just want to get that milestone out the way within the next over and a half, and then start consolidating again from there as if he was on naught again.
Oh, he's gone. He is gone, though. That has been played to Senaran Mutasamy in the gully, and exactly what they were hoping for after the break. The Warriors, they've picked up the wicket of David Beddingham. He's gone for 47. Brilliant catch in the gully off Dwan Olivier. Olivier gets his 3rd wicket, and Beddingham has to go, and that is a huge blow for Western Province.
Some brilliant bowling from Dwan Olivier again here from the Weinberg end. He had a lot of success in just before tea, actually, picking up 2 wickets over there before the break, and this recent dismissal is now his 5th of the match. So good return for Dwan Olivier. Western Province in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, 69 now for 5, and that is just a partnership of 16 between Linda and Beddingham, and Beddingham is gone for that 47 off 59 balls, so he did have a good strike rate there, a strike rate of 80 nearly, but he has to go 3 4s, 2 6s in that innings, and it is going to be Yassine Valley, the right-hander, is coming out to join George Linder there in the middle, and he's been dropped down the order to number 7 here as Yassine Valley.
Oh,
and that's, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, that wicket surely puts the Warriors in the driving seat firmly now. They smell blood in the water. They can also, or I would imagine they would want to restrict Province under 300. They feel that they can clearly do that now. They only need 4 more wickets. Obviously, with Buren Hendricks not being able to come back with that hamstring injury, although he might come out and bat, but it's certainly don't think that they'll be wanting to risk him if they can avoid that. Worthy with his tail up. Oh,
that's a very good delivery into Valley, and half an appeal really, and he is bowling a fantastic spell here in this second innings. He's back again and straight after the tea break, and he's got the breakthrough. He's got the big wicket of David Bedingham. It's exactly what they would have wanted.
Jeez, what a welcome to the crease for Yassine Valley.
Absolutely, and he's got a job to do here as Valley. He's got to keep up his end. He's got George Linder at the other end.
Nicely played.
Yeah, nicely played, nicely fielded by Matthew Brzezinski. It's the end of a successful over. The first one after the tea break gets a wicket. That of David Bedingham for 47. He was looking good out there, Bedingham, and just played that one outside the Austin. Got the outside half of the bat, and was taken in the gully by Mutasami really, really well. And it's 69 for 5. 267 the lead, and just looking at those numbers, the highest successful run chase in 4-day series cricket at World Sports Betting Newlands is 316 for 8 by the Titans, and that was in the 2020-21 season, and the 2 previous highest scores in the 4th innings were 289 by the Warriors against the Cobras, which they lost in 2013-14, and 274 by Western Province versus the Lions in 23-24 last season, which they also lost that game. So it is not going to be easy to win this game, to score 267, as Robenheimer continues the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. And it would take some kind of record if Western Province can eke out another 40-50 runs. It would be a record 4th innings chase by the Warriors.
Certainly a lot more vocal in the field now are the Warriors.
Oh, they are indeed. And
that's the thing about wickets, James. It will always give the fielding team a lift.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that was such an important wicket. You look back now and you look at that dismissal of Carl Verena, and you just feel how important that probably was, just holding out to the man at square leg without scoring, and just feel he had a huge role to play. The shine was off the new ball already, and just getting caught on that, playing a false shot, Bedingham as well, just playing outside, just a bit too much in the air to the gully fielder.
And you would, just on Carl Verena, you would think that would be his type of conditions to come into bat.
Yes, absolutely right.
Or his most favoured conditions to come in and bat in.
Yeah, shine pretty much off the new ball. Wasn't doing that much. It was a pretty simple plan that was in place by Sia Blakey to bowl short to the batters. That's nicely played by Linder. Down, I think it's going to beat Mutasami to the boundary. It does, and that's a valuable boundary for Linder. Gets him to 5. The lead now 271. So Warriors will be mindful of this, the fact that they, any kind of lead like this, 270 lead, is certainly not going to be easy to get those runs. They didn't get those runs in the first innings. just got 266 in the first innings, so they'll be asked to bat and score more than they scored in the first innings. Still 5 wickets in hand, Western Province. And Linda will keep the strike at the end of the over. And this partnership between Linda and Valley, it's going to be a very important one for World Sports Betting Western Province. Carl Simmons, only recognised batter really to come, going to be coming at number 8, which he normally does. Batted very well in the first innings. But they're now asking George Linder, the Centurion, he got his highest first-class score in the first innings, to once again guide his team into a position of dominance perhaps in this game. I don't think they're in that yet, even with that lead being 272.
Yeah, and you just feel for the Warriors, they would have gained a lot of belief with both of those wickets either side of the tea break.
Yeah.
And the tails are definitely up right now. They feel as though they can take another wicket or two, which would definitely sway the game in their favour. Although chasing 270 plus on this wicket is, within a day, is
might not
going to
be
be a
that
tall
easy.
ask,
Yeah, it might not be that easy. There still are nearly 140 overs left in the match. It's nicely played, and that's again well fielded by Mokakani from backward point. Just go through for the single. So it's going to be interesting to see the approach here between these two batters. So Valley, who as part of that top order collapse in the first innings by World Sports Betting Western Province, he was bowled through the gate by Bayo Swanepoel, who didn't score in the first innings. And he
takes the fielder on.
He does take the fielder on, and he gets home, but that might have been mighty close. Had the ball been a direct hit, he did take off quite quickly, and he is quite quick between the wickets, Valley, and he gets off the mark with that shot.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. He made his mind up really quickly about that almost garden cricket approach.
Yeah.
Tip and run.
Yeah, like that.
But it's a bit of a smart tactic to employ, having a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease, just to mess with Olafier's line a little bit. He's certainly in the ascendancy at the moment, picked up 3 important wickets, should I say.
Has indeed. It's,
oh, there's the short one.
Oh, and I don't know what that hit. Wasn't too much excitement there necessarily. I'm sure they would have gone up if that had carried. Trying to take on the short ball there, George Linder, and not getting any of it at all.
Looked like a mixture of his arm and helmet.
Yeah.
Linder didn't seem too worried about it.
No, he didn't.
The batters never are.
No, the batters never are. They don't want to give anything away. He's an old pro, George Linder. He wouldn't be giving anything away. Yeah, nicely bowled by Olafier again.
Really runs in hard, does Duan Olafier.
He does, doesn't he? He walks so slowly. He seems to be walking so slowly back to his mark, and in the field he's just got this way of walking. But when he goes into the crease, he steams in. He's really bowled well in this second inning. He's got 3 of the 5 wickets to fall, and it's been once again a sad tale for the top order of World Sports Betting Western Province. Been struggling the entire season with the top order.
Oh, again the short ball causing the Western Province batters a bit of trouble. Duan Olafier just changing his angle, coming around the wicket to George Linder now.
That was a good delivery, and you've got to get it up really high if you're going to be threatening that the head and above the shoulders of George Linder, and that was a very good bouncer again.
It's a unit of a man is George Linder.
Yeah, he is.
Somewhat of a gentle giant, I believe.
Yes, very much so. And just a man who loves playing cricket and just gives everything.
Shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Brilliant.
is beautifully played. Just over pitched from Olivier and cracked through the covers for 4, and Linda goes into double figures. It's 80 for 5.
Just a wonderful sound off the bat, that cracking sound of leather against willow. Foot to the pitch of the ball, textbook cover drive. What a shot, George Linda. Take a bow.
Yeah, and he is in the batting form of his life at the moment. That 152 in the previous innings here, his highest first-class score. And man who, he got a 50 in the previous match and a 30-odd in that low-scoring match against the Dolphins in Durban. And he's certainly, you feel, again, if you're going to be looking at the 2 batters that we expected would probably be the ones that would be very important from a run-making point of view. David Bedingham, that 47 that he got, and now George Linda, he's on 11. So I want him to push on there and get this lead above 100 in partnership with Mo Valley.
Valley's a very patient batter, so I wouldn't expect to see him playing the big shots.
No, as you say, he's a very patient batter. He's able to work the ball around, does that. He's got a really good first-class record, experienced man. He's played in many games. He's also played down in the Eastern Cape for the Warriors. And he won't be, he'll just be concentrating on batting, play his game, just work it around if he can, try and get the singles, get Linda back on strike.
Yeah, James, I think the singles and the 2s here and there will be as important as the odd boundary.
Yeah.
Just to keep that that lead moving more towards the 300 mark.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to make sure that they're batting at least another probably 30 overs, maybe not as many as that. They've only batted 23 overs at the moment, so these last 5 wickets are going to have to bring them at least double the score, maybe not, maybe get more than they've got now. That's nicely played through the covers. It's racing away. It'll be stopped by Brzezinski. It comes through for 2. And the news from World Sports, from DP World Wanderers, if you are a World Sports Betting Western Province women's supporter, is not very good news. It's 142 now for 8 they are, after just 22 overs. So they were batting very quickly, but they've lost wickets, and it is 142 for 8. Faye Tunnicliffe there is not out on 31 of 26 deliveries, but really haven't lost a lot of wickets. Another short delivery. It's not dealt with well by Linda. So that game looks like it is going to be a victory for the DP World Lions. And the most recent wicket, Caitlin Weingard out there, and Tatum LaRue has now joined Faye Tunnicliffe at the crease, but nothing left there really for World Sports Betting Western Province women, and they'll go into the Pro 20 game tomorrow looking to avenge what is certainly looking like a defeat for them there. Good to see Faye Tunnicliffe in the runs there though, ahead of, and she got a call up to the national T20 team. That's better from Linda. They'll push, they won't push for two. It's good fielding on the boundary by Plaiki.
Nice controlled pull shot for a change.
Yeah, rolled his wrists over that one quite nicely. 281 the lead now.
The Western Province batters have tended to struggle with the short ball. This inning specifically, I'm not too. I can't quite recall what happened in the first innings. If that was much of a problem as well.
I mean they survived. I mean they did. It was used by Sia Plaiki. It wasn't used very much by Olafia and Swanepoel, funnily enough. But Plaiki used it. But Edward Moore managed to really play it quite well in the end. And didn't get a wicket, didn't get any wickets with the short pitched delivery until late in the innings when he did get the wicket of Linda. Just that was at the stage where Linda, they had accelerated the run rate quite significantly, him and Simmons, and they were looking to score quick runs, and he just.
And score quickly they did.
Yeah, they did. I mean they got their 119 partnership, was just under a run a ball, so they really did advance the game quite significantly in that first innings and got their team to what should be certainly in the 464 they scored in the first innings. Western Province, you should feel that that would have been enough.
Oh.
And that's not taken cleanly by Ashile. I hope he's okay there. He's just taking a moment. It's bounced in front of him.
Looked like it hit his foot from here.
Yeah, yeah.
Seems to be moving okay.
Yeah, he seems fine. And that 464 in the first innings, after the team was 33 for 5. So it is possible they could recover from this position of 83 for 5. They were 69 for 5. These two put on 14 so far. And the lead, after bowling the Warriors out for 266, is 281. It's nicely played.
I feel like you missed out there, did Valley?
Yeah, I think so. He's well fielded by Mokhakani at point.
He recognised the type of delivery early on, but just couldn't quite execute. And here we see Duan Olivier just struggling with a bit of a niggle that took him off the field in the last, or just before tea actually.
Yeah.
He seems to be okay.
He had a very good opening spell, and this one has also been an excellent spell from him here at the Weinberg end. And the end of the 25th over, it's 83 for the loss of 5, batting at 3.3 runs to the over. And it's the long and the short and the tall out there with Mo Valley and George Linda. And Linda on 12, Valley on 3. And they came together with the loss of the wicket of David Beddingham in the first over after the tea break. It was Duan Olivier had him driving outside the off stump, and he drove it loosely outside the off stump, came for the outside half of the bat and was taken in the gully low down. Very good catch by Senaran Mutasamy. He was gone for 47. And the scorecard of Western Province not looking very good there. They've got 3 ducks in the first innings, 2 ducks in the second innings. Dzorzi and Verena. And it has been again a story of top order woes for World Sports Betting Western Province.
I wouldn't put that down to pressure though, would you?
No, I don't think there were pressure. There was a significant amount of pressure. That's played very nicely by Linda, and it's gone down to the boundary at long on for 4. He played it over the man at long off. I mean at mid-on, and man came around from long off, couldn't get there in time, and that's very well played by the left-hander. He moves to 16 and scored to 87. No, I don't think. I mean, they would have come in to bat under absolutely no pressure at all, a lead of 198, and they would have felt that they would be able to get a couple of partnerships going, build a big enough lead here to, you would think, make it very difficult for the Warriors to bat for maybe 100 overs to get a total somewhere around 360, 370, maybe a little bit more, and certainly been pegged back in that pursuit. And then I think they created their own pressure in some ways, you know, losing those couple of early wickets, and Moore was out to playing a forceful shot outside the off stump, just edged it. Kitime was, I think he put himself under a bit of pressure there, and just played also a shot that he perhaps didn't need to play. He could have perhaps defended that delivery rather than trying to play a drive through the offside, loose drive, when he left a gap between bat and pad and went through and took out his middle and off stumps. And Bedingham again, just trying to play a bit forcefully, trying to push the run rate along. I think as was Verreynne. Verreynne, though, just falling to the short ball from Plaatje when he perhaps could have had a few more sighters, or rather just got himself into his innings. So I think they created the pressure on themselves, perhaps, in that situation. But 88 for 5. Now there is a little bit of pressure on them because they don't want to give the Warriors a sniff of victory here.
Yeah. And you have to also take into consideration the type of firepower that the Warriors have in their batting lineup.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, they have a couple of players up the front there that can certainly turn a game around. You have Jordan Hammond. He's fresh off a 152 last week against the Gold Rush Boerland in that second innings. Matthew de Villiers already got 3 half-centuries in his first 5 first-class innings. Not even to mention Matthew Britsky, who got a 50 in this match in the first innings and has been really outstanding. He's also got a call up to the Produce squad, played in one test match there in Bangladesh. So we're going to see a change of bowling from the Weinberg end. Duan Olafir, as you said, Kieran, was looking a little bit looking tired there, and perhaps a little bit of a niggle with his knee. Sia Plaatje's going to pick up the attack from the Weinberg end. He's probably going to be bowling a bit short again to George Linder. I wonder what we're going to see from him.
I don't think that would be the smartest idea in the world, considering that he would be bowling to the shorter boundary. Well, if it's George Linder, he'd be picking out the long boundary.
Yeah, he would be.
But I don't think he'd want to go short to Yasin Bali.
No, definitely not with the short boundary on the leg side. Bali would be just there, short of stature, but certainly is not short of runs in the first-class game. A man who's got a vast amount of experience.
Yeah, Yasin Bali got well over 7,600 runs in first-class games.
Yeah.
With a high score of 167. I doubt he'll be chasing something like that today or tomorrow. We probably wouldn't have time.
No. But
oh, there's the short ball.
Yeah, there is the short ball, and they don't take the run. Linder just gets on top of it and plays it down into the leg side, so the angle of attack, or the line of attack, is going to be clear here from Sia Plaatje. I think most of them aren't going to be in George Linder's half of the pitch. You've got a man down there at third on the boundary. That's what they had in the previous innings, and Plaatje got the wicket of Linder. He bowled it outside the off stump, short, and he played it in the air to the man at deep third. You just don't think he'll make the same mistake again. It's a very different type of situation here as well. Now making another change here. Behind the wicket keeper. In fact, he's almost going to a very fine leg on the leg side. Got a man at deep, at long leg, and a man forward of square, just forward of square on the boundary. It will be short, and that's easy enough to get off strike. George Linder just into the leg side. So the moment with the way that they're attacking out there, the Warriors, you'd feel that they were the ones that had the 287 lead.
Yeah.
Almost. They really are taking the game to World Sports Betting Western Province.
Pressure's a funny thing, James.
It is.
You would imagine, or you would think that Western Province would be the ones trying to create scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
By keeping that lead ticking over. But yeah, the Wayside certainly ignoring all of that.
Yeah, they've come back so well in this second innings. The bowling has been very good.
Oh.
And that big appeal, and not surprised it was a big appeal. Came forward, missed it. May well have got himself outside the line of the off stump. Might have been too high as well.
Nipped back,
Yeah, did nip back, didn't it? It was a very good delivery from Steve Plaiki.
Now, I wonder if height might just be an issue there.
I think it might have been.
Although Yasin Valley isn't the tallest of blokes, so
no, he's not. Hits him above the roll. It's
probably still clipping the stumps.
could be. It could be. Umpire Warren Wangard not interested in that instance. It's nicely clipped into the leg side. Too full and too much on the pads, and he'll come back for 2.
Valley always wanted 2. He was just waiting on his partner there.
Yeah. Yeah, there was always going to be 2 there, even though that is the shorter side, shorter boundary. Like he just searching maybe there for the delivery that's going into the pads, and just got the line slightly wrong there.
Oh.
Yeah, another very good delivery.
One kept a bit low.
Yeah, it did keep a bit low. Played it very well. It did Valley.
Now that's one thing you can't really fault Yasin Valley on, and you just touch wood, commentator's curse.
Yeah.
His technique is always spot on, very solid. I just feel he's been a little bit lucky at certain points in his career. When you felt he maybe should have kicked on and gone to the next level, or taken his game to the next level, whether it just be timing issues or little injury niggles here or there, it's just stifled his development a little bit. But happy to have him back in the Cape.
Yeah.
And that should run away.
Yeah, it'll just be, I think they'll get the 2 again here.
Oh, he's turned it around.
I think that one may well have been off the pad. It is off the pad, signalled by umpire Warren Wangard, and they get through for 2 leg byes. That takes the total to 93 and lead to 291. It's the end of the Plaiki over. 93 for 5 it is. So keeping that scoring rate at about 3.4 to the over, which is, maybe they want to try and increase that a little bit. At the moment it's very much around just making sure they just keep the scoreboard ticking over. These 2 have put on a partnership already of 24. And that coming in 6 overs and a couple of balls. So, excuse me, they have been batting at about 4 and over. Linda now has got the short boundary on the leg side.
Oh, he moved that front foot as if he was going to make room.
Yeah, he's Robenheimer will be looking to bring him forward and just maybe try and get one to straighten on him slightly, or turn a little bit away.
No one behind square on the leg side either.
No, there isn't. There's, it's very nicely played by Linda, straight through to, is that the captain out there? No, it's not, sorry, that's Jordan Herman in the covers. They've both got their Warriors caps on. Matthew Bretsky's is a well-worn Warriors cap. But, sure he wears that with pride. Veterans cap, it looks like that, definitely.
There we go.
That's very nicely played by Linda.
Looking for two.
They will get two. CJ King on the boundary out there.
It's a lot better batting from World Sports Western Province.
Yeah, this partnership is growing to 26th at the moment. That is the second highest of the innings so far. That's beautifully played by Linda. That is a glorious shot through the offside and down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. And you play that nicely.
It did indeed. He was looking for that a few balls ago.
Yeah.
Robenheimer just giving him a little bit too much room outside that off stump.
Yeah.
He had a bit of a warning 2 balls ago, and it was nicely fielded in the covers. This time it gets through, takes World Sports Betting Western Province to 99 for 5 now, just 3 runs shy of a lead of 300 runs.
Yeah, and that is a big lead. I mean, just psychologically, 300 to get in the 4th innings on a Newlands pitch that will certainly offer some assistance to. There has been assistance to the fast bowlers. There's also been assistance for the spinners. And Simmons and Linda will be the key bowlers for Western Province, you feel, in the 4th innings.
I think Dane Patterson might also have something to...
He may well have something to say, absolutely.
Something to say up front with that ball, yeah.
He was excellent. That is the 100 that comes up. It's come off 168 balls. And there have been 9 4s and 2 6s, both of them hit by David Beddingham. It's 100 for 5. Oh, that one probably off the pad, just goes past the man at short leg. And it's the end of the over. 28 gone, 100 for 5. Yeah, it's just important. It was very important when Yassine Valley came in that he keep his end up here. You know, he hasn't been the aggressor necessarily in this partnership. Just 5 of the 31 that have been scored so far.
He's faced 20 balls.
20 balls for that 5. So just batting at a strike rate of 25. And Linda 25 off.
30 odd.
32 delivery. So certainly, as we would expect from George Linda, he's been the one that's keeping the scoreboard ticking along. And 100 for the loss of 5 it is. And that lead, say, 298.
Yeah, I'd think anywhere between the next 40 runs and next 10 overs is where we'll probably see the Western Province batters stepping on the gas a little bit.
Yes.
Just trying to accelerate that run rate, get themselves closer to and maybe past the 350 mark.
Oh, just down the leg side there from Plaiki. And not high enough to threaten Linda, but he's just trying to tickle it down the leg side. They've got a very interesting field here for him. They've got 4 men out on the boundary. They've got a man at third, they've got a man at very fine leg, they've got a man at long leg, they've got a man at deep square, they've got a mid wicket, it's fairly deep, they've got a mid off, a point, a gully and a slip.
No cover,
no cover.
No long on.
Inviting him to drive, but he's outside the off stump, and just as easy as you like, play that into the leg side, and they go through for a single.
Although you can't really drive if or drive down the ground if you're getting short balls and balls at your ribs.
No, you can't. I mean, I thought maybe try the trick of bowling it outside the off stump just to give him one to just float it up there to see.
Test the waters.
Absolutely. It is. And just looking at the score at the Wanderers, it is World Sports Betting Western Province Women 183 for 9 now. Faye Tunnicliffe, though, has gone to a half century there. 59 of 42 deliveries with 4 4s and 4 6s. And Nasipo Vezi is with her. She's not out on naught. And they still have 90. Still got to score 90 runs to win that match. And I don't think that is going to be a possibility.
Nicely played.
Yeah, it's good from Valley. It's a little bit short and wide outside the off stump. Doesn't pierce the field.
He's looking a lot more settled at the crease now, is Yasin Valley, not moving around too much, or as much as he was while the bowler runs up. His trigger movement's a lot more stiller.
Yeah, it's an important innings for him here, together with Linda. It's to get World Sports Betting Western Province into a position where they feel they can declare. Oh, it's a good delivery.
Good Yorker.
Dug out nicely by Valley. Just a reminder that the captain of Western Province, Buren Hendricks, will not be bowling and will probably not take the field in the second innings. He has pulled a hamstring. He may come out to bat, depending what the situation is. I'm sure he doesn't want to come out to bat. And it depends on the situation for World Sports Betting Western Province, whether he will or not. And he will be going for a scan on Monday to ascertain how severe that injury might be. And we hope for his sake that it's just a mild strain and he can be back in action soon.
Nicely flicked off the legs. Pushing for 2.
Yeah, and it should be an easy 2, as you say. It's Mokhakani out there in the deep fields. So the lead now is over 300. It's gone to 301. It's 103 for 5. I'm sure that the other thing that we'll, just looking at this batting effort from World Sports Betting Western Province, I think one of the things that will maybe encourage them is there is still something in the wicket from a bowling point of view. We did see with Duane Olivier, he was able to really do well from the Weinberg end. So it's something for Patterson and for Nabe.
Oh, short ball.
That's in up. The air. It's going to be taken, and is, and that is the end of Valley. That was not the shot to be taking on. It is the short boundary, and he's been caught out. Another Western Province batter goes with the short ball, and he's caught by Robenheimer. That is the end of Yasin Valley, and he goes for 7, and that 7 he scored off 24 deliveries, and his innings ends was not a good shot from him at all.
Yeah, it's almost like he pulled out of the shot halfway through.
Yeah.
Very disappointing stuff there for Yasin Valley. The right shot to play, just didn't execute it properly. Had he gone through the shot, he possibly could have gotten over the ball a bit better, kept it down. But when you pull out halfway through a shot, that generally causes problems and provides a catching opportunity.
Yeah, indeed it does. And that is the 6th wicket down, and 103 on the board. And just 34 added for that, the 6th wicket, as Carl Simmons does come out to the middle. And it's going to be very interesting to see now what the approach is going to be from World Sports Betting Western Province. These two, they will probably not hold back in terms of playing their shots, but it's also going to be interesting to see the line of attack from the men from the Warriors. as Carl Simmons comes to the crease. 58 matches, 91 innings, 2,244 runs, 7 50s and 300s. I think that's now 8 50s and 300s after the first innings. An average of just over 29.5. And his highest score, he's got 3 centuries, 120 for Western Province versus the Lions in a losing cause in that match last year. And it will be, though, Linda to face up to Robenheimer. Robenheimer just took that catch to see the end of Yassine Valian. This has not been a particularly good batting performance here from the men from Western Province.
No, not at all, James. I expected to see a declaration at some point in the second innings. I do think that's changed now. So
yeah,
I think the word from the Western Province dressing room would probably be just play the innings out. I mean, there's all of 3 wickets left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still 33 overs left in the day, so
try and eat into those overs as much as possible.
Absolutely, eat into the overs. Score if you can. Just try and play. If you can play risk-free cricket, try and do that.
But again, credit has to go to the Warriors for the way they've bowled, their fielding placement really.
Yes.
It's given the...
As to what he wanted to do, the ball was short enough probably to play the pull, but it was outside the off stump and just didn't go through with the shot, just lofted it up into the air. And that's neatly played by Linda. Just straying onto the pads again, Robenheimer. Linda goes to 27. It'll be Simmons on strike for the first time. So this is, you say every partnership is important, but this is a very important partnership for World Sports Betting Western Province. 302 is the lead. You expect that it'll only be probably Nabe and Patterson to come out unless Purin Hendricks feels that he needs to go out there into the middle because they just don't have enough runs. If it gets to a point where they may be 9 down and he has to come out to bat, so that at this stage is really not a possibility. As news from World Sports Betting, from DP World Wanderers is that the innings has ended there on 184. It's a win for the DP World Lions, and they win that match by 88 runs against World Sports Betting Western Province. Faye Tunnicliffe, the last wicket to 4 run out with her score on 60. So a very good innings from her, and ahead of her departure for that T20 squad. It's going to be taking on England for the Proteas.
It will be very interesting to see how Carl Simmons goes about his business now. You mentioned when he was bowling this morning, he's a fierce competitor.
Yes, he is indeed. He's, and
he batted well in the first innings.
He did bat well in the first innings. Coming into this match as well with some batting pedigree. Got a 35 in the second innings against the Dolphins, and getting that 68 here in the first innings. Very good partnership with Linda there, and his figures in Durban, he took 9 wickets in the match there for 135. He's already taken 4 in the first innings here, so already got 13 wickets for the season in just 2 matches, in fact 3 innings, Carl Simmons, and he will be a handful on this wicket in the second innings for the Warriors. So 302. As we said earlier on, the highest 4th innings total in first-class cricket, 4-day first-class cricket here to win a game at World Sports Betting Newlands is 316 for 8 by the Titans, and that is that was 4 years ago. So it's not going to be an easy task to get 302, even if they do have like 120 or say 130 overs, 120 overs to bat and get those runs, it's still going to be quite a task for the men from Abeja.
And if today's shown anything, it's that there is actually something in this pitch for the bowlers.
Definitely.
Shot. Well fielded.
Yeah, it was well fielded. It was very nicely played by Linda. And they've taken away the man now that was at that very fine leg position, so it's a bit more orthodox. Looks like he's, I think Plikey, if you just look at, he's still got the man at third on the boundary. He's got a man at long leg, and he's got a man at forward of square. He's just got 3 fielders on the leg side, 2 on the off. Oh, it's 2, 6 on the off. It's again played to exactly the same man, exactly the same. It's almost like repeat, click, repeat. Yeah. So.
I feel like I was stuck in the Matrix for a second.
Well, the Western Province here are seeming to be stuck from a top order batting point of view. 104 for 6. It's,
no, that scorecard just isn't good enough.
No, it's not at all. If you look at the top 5 there, only David Beddingham that got that 47. He just felt he could go on and make maybe a very, a bigger score.
Oh, it's gone
that
over.
Goes through the hands or over the hands of Mutasami. It was hit with some power, but it was, absolutely laced down to the wideish third boundary for 4, but it was in the air for some time.
It was. I actually thought that went to end.
So did I. The way he was holding his hands above his head like he caught it, I thought that was the wicket, but got his hands on his head now. And he maybe thought he should have taken that. It was.
I think he could have actually.
Yeah, it was. Hit like it really hit hard though by Linda. They hardly had any reaction time. Mutasami
flashed away.
It was, and gets 4 for that, takes him into the 30s.
Yeah, I think from here on, for the remainder of this innings, I think the onus will be on George Linder to get the runs. Carl Simmons will probably just be there to pinch it as well.
Yeah, they'll certainly want to be working around, try and build a partnership here. This is around the wicket, sorry, over the wicket, shall I say. And he has a go at that one as well, and that's signalled wide. It was above the head of Linder. And if you're going to get it above George Linder's head, then you certainly have bowled it in short. That is it's a tall ask to get it over his head.
I don't think I've seen Duan Olivier return to the field.
No, I don't think so either. It's got 2 substitute fielders on. Got CJ Kings on and Jean Duplessis. So I don't see him at all on the field, no.
I think the physio is busy with him, just to our right.
Yeah, he was favouring that knee, as you said. Bowled an excellent spell again after tea. Made the initial breakthrough. At tea it was World Sports Betting Western Province that were
65 for 4.
65 for 4, so losing the 2 wickets after tea. And it was in the first over after tea. In fact, they lost the first one of those. David Beddingham caught in the gully by Mutasami off the bowling of Olivier. Yes, Plikey now to Carl Simmons. He's got 2 deliveries left in the over. Going to be coming around the wicket. I wonder what his line of attack is going to be. Well, in fact, they're changing the field again, so that should be telling us what his line of attack is going to be.
Yep. Try and take on the long boundary.
Yeah. Give Carl Simmons the option to do that. You've got the men out on the boundary. That
Go
you
on.
got a man at deep cover as well.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, deep backward point, should I say? And that is as straight as a die, and just played defensively back to him.
And Carl Simmons is kind of known for his big hitting and
Yeah.
unconventional big hitting.
He is somebody definitely likes to feel bat on ball. He does play, as you say, can be a little bit unconventional sometimes. He's certainly know that normally when he's at the crease something will be happening.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, exactly. That was a slower ball, I think, from Sia Plaiki, and played at that one Simmons, and he didn't get a touch, and just bounced before it went to Gashile, and I think it's going to be drinks. Indeed it is. Drinks are going to be brought out onto the field, and we'll also take a short break here. It's 110 for 6. The lead is 308, and Western Province batting at 3.5 runs to the over, so that over rate, the run rate isn't really an issue. It's more the fact that they've lost those 6 wickets, and it's Simmons yet to score. Linda on 32. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Right. Boy, yeah, 65. Take that 65 for 4 at T. Yeah.
Yeah, with a lead of 263.
And that was after, yeah, it was after 20 overs. That's right. So I don't know, 308.
Yeah, I think the message from the dugout would be just bat.
Just bat, absolutely. They just keep batting. That's what they're going to need to do.
But also, these two are going to be the important bowlers.
Yeah, they are. Very much so.
So it's a very tricky situation. Also, with Pato coming in next, don't want him to hang around at the crease too long either.
No, he won't. He won't. I mean, he won't hang around. Well, he did well in the first innings. 41 not out in the first innings.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and I mean that was. I don't know if I recorded how many balls he faced. No, I didn't get the number of balls, but he was good. And Tiwa Kayanawa got 31 of 38.
She was.
So you know, I mean, it was.
Lower order rescue act.
Lower order was very good, and he was the dominant partner in the 10th wicket partnership with Patterson. He got 31 of the 42. So the lower order, I mean, they batted really well. Between for the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th wicket, they got. Let's just work this out. 84, 121. 240 runs for the 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th wickets. 240 runs, yeah, that's right, 240. Which is phenomenal. I mean, consider the first 5 got 33 and the last 4 got 240.
She was.
Yeah. 119 between Simmons and Linda, 37 between Linda and Hendricks, 42 between Hendricks and Patterson, and 42 between Nabe and Patterson. So, yeah, it was very good. Yeah, there was 32 left in the day. There's no way we're getting 32 overs in an hour and 45 minutes. It wasn't. Linda on 32. Simmons yet to get off the mark. It's 110 for 6. And the lead now 308. It's a beautiful late afternoon here, Kieran and Newlands. Absolutely wonderful to be able to watch this fascinating game.
Right, you are, James. It swung in either team's favour at different points throughout the day. Oh. Just a bit of a
that one just
coming together between 3 players there.
Yeah, the throw, wasn't it? Came in and actually trying to get that to chase Simmons out of the way.
And De Villiers just backing up just in case.
It hasn't been a fascinating, in fact, from pretty much ball 1 this morning, it's been a very interesting day. It was the Warriors that fought back well in the morning session, lost the 2 wickets, and then it was the 2 wickets that fell very quickly after lunch. Then they were 266 all out, and then with that lead of 198, it's been World Sports Betting Western Province that got themselves into all kinds of trouble. Once again, the not being able to string any kind of partnerships together in the top order, and getting to 69 for 5 and then 103 for 6. It was a wicket off the first ball for Dwan Olivier, getting Dazorzi caught a second slip. So it's been a bit of a stuttering innings here from Western Province, now on 111 for 6. And they've now got the 2 batters at the crease, Simmons and Linda. Put a partnership together of 119 in the first innings.
Although just in the context of the game, although it's an under-par batting performance from Western Province, they aren't behind the 8 ball in terms of the contest. I mean, they still have that 309 lead, and
yeah, it's certainly looking like it's going to need a record-breaking chase. Oh, he's got him. He's giving it away, Carl Simmons, and
Nelson strikes.
Yeah, Nelson strikes. 111 now for 7, and he went back, tried to pull it through the leg side. He is furious with himself, and so he should be. That really wasn't the kind of shot that he wanted to play, and he pulled it directly to the man at mid-wicket, and he's got to go without scoring. And that, I think, was the substitute there, Duplessis, that took the catch.
And James, just like in the first innings, Western Province batters, there were 3 ducks.
Yeah, there were 3 ducks, and now we've got 3 ducks again. They've certainly got their ducks in a row here, Western Province. And it was caught by Duplessis. In the region, he was only there for 9 balls, and it is coming out to the middle. Looks like Dane Patterson is coming out to the middle at number 9.
Yeah, it looks like Western Province are probably just going to go for it here now. Just get as many runs as they can.
Yes,
they have
indeed.
A healthy enough lead as it is, and unfortunately for Western Province, the guys that are in the middle holding the bats or wielding the bats are the ones that are going to need to come out and get bowling.
Yeah.
So you would imagine that they wouldn't want to stick around too long. Still need a little bit of freshness in the legs.
Yes, and they probably won't want to bowl too many overs tonight, but it's looking as if they are going to be. I'll just see what happens. There's still 30 overs left in the day. I think it would have been Western Province's plan to get the Warriors batting tonight, but I think they would have wanted a much bigger lead than this. 309 is the lead. Senaran Mutasamy is going to be replacing Sia Plaiki at the Weinberg end, and he's going to be bowling to George Linder. It's also now going to be interesting to see how Linder's going to approach this, because Patterson at the other end, and we know Paddo can hold a bat and he can hit the ball hard. And we know it's always going to be action when he's around. But, George Linder on 33. He is just going to try, and he's probably going to need to assess what he needs to do here.
I'm sure Pato would have come out with a message from the coaching staff.
Yeah, definitely.
Personally, I would just pass the message on to say let George go for his 50.
Yeah.
Once he gets that, let's wrap it up.
Let's go for. He needs to go. He needs to get some. They need to get some more runs. I think they'll want to just get as many as they can before they potentially now get bowled out in their second innings and have a chance to have a dart at the top order of the Warriors tonight still.
Bit of a loose one to start with for Mutusami, although George Linder got into position a little bit too quickly there.
He's got a man on the long off and long on boundary. And it kept low, and that will give a lot of encouragement to the Western Province bowlers, you feel.
Two of them are currently in the middle right now, so
yeah,
they'll be making notes, mental notes.
They will indeed. Which end that it's keeping low from. Mr. Olafia looks like he's going to come back onto the field. And that's,
still with a bit of a hobble on him.
Yeah, looks like it.
Unlikely that he'll bowl.
Yeah, I don't think he will be bowling. Probably come on at the end of this over. So it's Patterson now to face up to Mutusami. This could be interesting. Got the short boundary on the leg side.
Go for it, Pato.
Yeah, I'm sure that...
I wouldn't rule out seeing a sweep shot now.
No.
Within the next two balls.
It's quite possible. Got the three fielders on the leg side, the one at deep backward square, and the mid wicket, and the mid on, man at long off. And just defends that nicely back to the bowler. Yeah, tickles that into the leg side.
Nice. Good batting. Sensible.
Yeah, no, it's there weren't too many oohs and ahs around there. It's 113 now for 7. 311 is the lead.
That history record
that's
breaking.
right. 316. The highest. It's the highest successful chase, and is the end of the Mutusami over. 33 gone, 113 for 7. It'll be Patterson on strike to Robenheimer. I think he might want to take on the off spinner.
Although he'll be hitting to the long boundary, so
he will. Yes, he
unless
will.
plays straight.
He will be hitting unless he plays straight. Yes.
Bowlers generally tend to do that, don't they?
They do. They do. Yeah. Yeah. He's lofted one in the first innings. He lofted one over extra cover for 6. So he certainly has got the shot. Doesn't look like. It looks like Olafia's actually going back up to the dressing room there. Going to bring in a leg slip, is it, or a short leg maybe? Short leg. Jean Duplessis is going to come into that short leg position.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's bowling over the wicket. He's got the 2 men back on the long on and almost the long off boundary. Just 4 fielders on the offside, including the slip.
Started with a bit of a quicker one.
Yeah, he did. He played that nicely. Patterson.
Made a good sound. Good sound off the bat as well.
It did, yeah. So. Yeah.
went reaching for that one.
He did indeed. Just outside the off stump. Yeah, Robenheimer picked up the 1 wicket in that last over, and of Carl Simmons.
Nicely played off his legs. And the wind is also starting to just calm down a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit. It's still blowing a little bit out there. It's been a nice day out in the field. It's not too hot.
Good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, I think the captain there has got his floppy hat on now. He's having his cap on most of the day. Matthew Britsky. Oh, that's very nicely played off the outside half of his bat by Dane Patterson. Get through for a single. Just the 1 ball left to George Linder in this over. I think taking a bit of time out of the game here as well is going to be quite important for World Sports Betting Western Province. What they don't want to do is this situation now, 98 overs in the day tomorrow. There's still 29 overs today. So what they don't want to do is give the Dafabet Warriors the chance to get sort of 320 in 120 overs.
Yeah.
That's very neatly played by George Linder, and that's 115 for 7 now at the end of 34. So yeah, depending on what happens now with the next couple of wickets and how these two go, you'd feel at the moment now with, say, if the last 2 wickets, if Hendricks doesn't come out to bat, the last 2 wickets would fall in the next over or so, you're then going to have change of innings for 2 overs. You're going to have about 20 to 25 overs tonight, plus 98 overs tomorrow. So then you're talking about 120 overs to get 320. So batting at about 2.8 to the over for that period. So they didn't achieve that in the first innings. Their rate was a little bit lower than that. But it's not, if they are going to be attacking for that, you want them to try and attack, which means you're going to have a better opportunity of taking wickets.
Hey, George. Linda had to be sent back by his partner at the non-striker's end. Patterson wanted no part of that run.
I think there probably was a run there. Just wasn't interested in it. As you said, it was played out more towards point. Likey is that more like an extra cover position. So I think if you set them, for example, let's say they keep batting, if you can set them sort of 340 off 100 overs or 110 overs, you're asking for them to bat at over 3 and over, you're asking them to attack a bit more. You can set, you want to be able to set attacking fields. As Western Province, you want to be able to set attacking fields. You want to be able to exploit whatever is available there. So you just feel they're a little bit short of where they would want to be at the moment. That's swept down the leg side.
Just get the one.
He's going to do that. He's going to have to play across the line, maybe. Even if he's playing straight, he's going to have to probably go down the wicket or move across to get in line with where the ball's pitching.
And go fetch the ball outside off stump.
Yeah, and that's dangerous. And you probably feel he missed out on that one. Short, and it's the end of another Mutasami over. It's 35 gone, 116 for 7. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we're seeing that Western Province are wanting to accelerate the game at all. Otherwise, perhaps Patterson would have come out and played a few more shots. They are trying to just keep going here for a little while longer. and make sure they can grow the lead, give the Warriors less time to get to those runs.
I think the more those overs left in the day decreases, the more aggressive we might see the Western Province batters become.
Yeah, may well be. That's beautifully played by Linda.
Into the gap.
Yeah, and it's going to be an easy 2. I'll just keep it at 2. And that does take the lead up to now, if the last number of wickets were all to fall on this score, would be then a record run chase in the 4th innings to win a 4-day game here. It's not been done. This total has not been obtained in the 4th innings at World Sports Betting Newlands in the franchise era, so from 2004-2005 season. Yeah, I think that one maybe
just dropped short.
Just dropped short, or maybe he played it into the ground. I don't know, but fielders didn't seem
overly excited.
No, they didn't. It's still got an hour and 23 minutes of this session left.
Ooh, well bowled.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Linda just, I think he was thinking maybe he could play that one into the leg side initially.
And the light doesn't seem to fade too badly.
No, it's been very good. The lights the last 2 days, we've had very similar weather conditions that we got now, and gone through right through until 6 o'clock yesterday.
Oh.
Yesterday was slightly earlier than that, about 10 to 6. We finished. I don't think we're going to get. It's 27 overs. We're not going to see all those bowled either. That is another aspect that will come into play here. Is 27 overs in an hour and 20 minutes. We're not going to see that bowled.
Oh, well fielded. Yeah. Jordan Herman.
That's I think that's John Duplessis. Took what was a regulation catch to get rid of Carl Simmons. Simmons, who couldn't repeat his exploits of the first innings.
Made his mind up really early there, did George Lynn,
yeah.
That shot.
And another over goes past, and just the 2, I think, of that one, 118, or maybe 3 off that, 118 for 7 after 36. So batting at still at 3.3 runs to the over. David Bettingham, who was sort of the aggressor early on.
Mm. What kind of conversation do you think is taking place in the middle there between Linda and Patterson right now?
Yeah, I think he's just saying, well, if we can just stay out here until as long as we can, and then at least we won't be too tired when we go out for dinner tonight. Wherever you decided, which place would you rather go to? I think they'll be just saying, let's try and bat it out. Let's try and stay here. Just keep up there and keep ticking the strike over. Don't let's not try anything too bold. He's going to be tempted here to go to the leg side with Mutasamy now coming over the wicket, the left arm orthodox spinner. I think he was probably saying, let's just try and eke out some more time here.
Nicely flicked off the legs.
Yeah, given the chance to do that with the line that Mutasamy is bowling, he's going to stay over the wicket to George Linda. So yeah, they can just keep it going. I think that was probably the discussion. Let's just keep playing our game. Let's get the singles and try and keep it ticking over at about 3 and over. It may well be that with the fact that they haven't scored as many runs, that we may not see a declaration tonight. And that doesn't give them 2 bites of the cherry necessarily, but again, it depends. I mean, we may see when they come out, there will be another drinks break, there'll be another opportunity to send a message out there. Maybe the message to Carl Simmons was to Simmons and and Linda was that one of them could be the aggressor, and unfortunately Simmons perishing there.
Oh,
That
shot.
is a very good shot from George Linda. It deserved it. Full toss. He just let it slip out the fingers, and he's not going to miss out on that. It goes down to the wide mid-off boundary for 4, and it's now 1, 2, 3 for 7.
And that takes George Linda to 42 runs from 60 balls.
Yeah, so
Very, very important innings here.
it has been, and that's nicely swept into the leg side. It's going to go through for the single. So it's been 6 off the over so far from Mutusami. It has been a good comeback here from the Dafabet Warriors, bowled out for 266 in their first innings, and that in just over 100 overs, actually 100 overs and 4 balls that they were bowled out for. So in terms of their bonus points, didn't get a massive haul of batting bonus points, just 3.12 batting bonus points, 3 bowling bonus points for Western Province. Yes, played that nicely, Patterson. A clunk off the bat there. So the points for winning this match are going to be very important. That's nicely played off the back foot. Flicked into the leg side.
Good flick of the wrists there
Yeah,
by Dane Patterson.
Yeah, there we go.
And now he's practicing the big one.
Practicing what he felt he should have played, how he should have played that shot. The lead gone into the 320s now. It's 125 for 7. And that's another single, and that is applauded by the Western Province dressing room. Linda to 44. He'll keep the strike. And it's going to be a change, is it? Bowling. See, no, it isn't. It's going to be Robenheimer to continue. Just saw Siaplaki had the ball there. He's just shining it.
Did see Bayers Swanepoel also just working on his action a little bit in the back end of that last over. Although I doubt he'll come back and bowl. I mean,
yeah, I think as well that they are quite far behind from an over rate point of view here, and they may want to just keep going with the spinners. Here's the short boundary to the leg side, but Linda's been very, very watchful in terms of that area as well. Nicely played down to long off. It's Plikey that's out on the boundary there. And yeah, we haven't spoken about necessarily. There's another 4-day game also taking place elsewhere in the country.
oh, big one.
And he has taken him on, and he's pulled it down to the boundary in front of the railway stand for 4. Slightly short from Robenheimer, and there is nobody there in the square leg position, and they have got that extra. He's got his first boundary there, has Patterson. Moves on to 8, and just looking at that other 4-day series game that is on at the moment, the match between the Northwest Dragons and the Lions, the DP World Lions. It is the Lions that are in their first innings trailing by 80 runs.
Oh, just pushed that one did.
He did. He just
Sid Patterson.
And Northwest Dragons declared on 425 for 6. Excellent innings there from Reynard van Tonder, and then the DP World Lions now 345 for 6 in the third session on day 3.
Oh, Patterson.
Oh,
Just died on.
yeah.
Is that Jordan Herman at?
It is Jordan Herman there at mid-wicket, and that match there, fascinating play. It was 158 for 6. The Lions were. Connor Esterhuizen and Bjorn Fortuyn have put together a massive partnership there of nearly 200. Esterhuizen 82 not out. Bjorn Fortuyn's gone to his second successive 100.
Wow.
101 off 115 balls. Outstanding stuff from the captain of the DP World Lions. And yeah, those two, as I say, put on 187 now for that 7th wicket.
Excellent stuff. He's really one of my favourite players at the moment, is Bjorn Fortuyn.
Yeah, he really is an outstanding player. I think he certainly is somebody that you would feel should feature in the future plans for the Proteas from a T20 point of view as well. A very good T20 bowler.
Yeah, especially with Tabraj Shamsi making way now as well.
Yeah.
So there's a spot for an extra spinner over there. Ngaba Peters obviously just about made his debut. There's Keshav Maharaj, who is our tried and tested in that aspect over there. But Bjorn Fortuyn, the fact that he can also hold a bat and contribute runs, both in T20s and now in the longer format of the game, it's very pleasing to see.
It is very much so. And he is a very good exponent of his spin bowling art. He often picks up the wickets on what isn't really a spinner-friendly wicket up in Johannesburg, and a man that has played for South Africa, and as we say, hopefully he'll get the opportunity again. And we really do have some excellent backup in the spin bowling department. And now this man here, Senaran Mutusamy, playing Test cricket for South Africa as well in Bangladesh, back into the fold after a 3-year absence. Fortuyn putting up his hand there, both with the bat and the ball. And the man that he's bowling to now is George Linder, who has also played Test cricket and the shorter formats of the game for South Africa. And was, I think, in one of the matches that he did play, he was player of the match for South Africa in one of those matches, and I just remember him talking in the post-match interview and just saying what I don't know what exactly the questions were, but he was just saying that what a privilege it was to be able to play for your country. And as you said, he's a soft-spoken man. He certainly doesn't say too much. He's a man of few words, but it was just really the way that he approached that post-match interview, which was really so good to me.
And where he lacks in a few words, he makes up in maximum effort.
Absolutely right. He puts in a huge amount of work into his game. He was identified a number of years ago, early in the 2018-19 season, maybe the 1920 season. That
I don't quite think one in one bounce.
No, it doesn't work here, but you've got to try, I guess, sometimes. Matthew de Villiers just trying to keep the team going there. The shadows are lengthening here at Newlands. Yes. There's a bit of a testing spell here from Mutusamy. It's been a maiden over bowled so far.
One more to come.
Ooh. Yeah, good delivery from Mutusamy to end the over, just off the inside half of Linda's bat. And I think he asked for he's been asking for another bat, I think.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that bat at the start of the over.
No, he wasn't. And there we go. Now he's got different piece of willow in his hand. It's going to be Robenheimer to continue to Patterson. And I wonder if we'll see I wonder if we'll see a change to the field for Patterson. We're not going to, or maybe we are. Mujasami looks like he's moving around to, okay, it's just a 45 position on the leg side. It's more a backward square. Yeah.
Lots of hybrid fielding positions nowadays.
Yeah, there are. That's a hard one to call, isn't it? That's
nicely
beautifully
cut away
played through the covers. I think that's going to beat the fielder, is it? No, it's not. Prinsky will catch it.
Oh,
he
that's
does.
Good work.
Yeah, very good work, and they'll come through for 2. That's Patterson into double figures.
For the second time this game?
Yeah, second time in the game. 41 not out in the first innings. It was Dane Patterson, and it's now 10 not out. Partnership 22. Linda's on 45.
Oh, well played.
Just nicely forward in behind that one.
I swear, the way he's batting, James, it looks like he's looking for a promotion up the order.
I think he is definitely looking for a promotion up the order. Well, he got the promotion from number 11 to number 10 in the previous innings. He's now come in at number 9 because of that injury to Björn Hendricks.
They all count.
They do all count. Every position up. He's going to be having a word to say.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Plays it off the stumps into Herman at mid-wicket.
Very elegantly, by the way.
Yes, it did look quite elegant, didn't it? Nice flick of the wrist. The first innings, he was making us laugh, but just the air shots that he was practicing afterwards were lovely with the flick of the almost a Caribbean type of flair that he was practicing.
Just to whip it out there.
Yes, just flip of the wrists, and he takes his cricket. He's the wonderful man, Dane Patterson. He does take his cricket seriously, though. He's never short of a smile or a laugh, but does take his cricket very seriously.
Oh,
that's gone straight, and it's going to land in the area just in front of the sight screen at 1 bounce 4, and he went straight. That's the safest place to go. If it had been anywhere that wasn't straight, he may have been in trouble, but he hit it really straight as a die over the bowler's head. It's a very nice shot from Dane Patterson. Takes the score to 137 for 7, the lead now 335. So it's getting ever closer to that 350 mark. You'd think that would be the minimum that they would want.
And follows that up with a flat bat.
Yeah, it's intelligent cricket. He just doesn't want to get too far ahead of himself. He's got 2 boundaries now in that 14. Linda on 45. And he's to put on 26 for the 8th wicket. So the equation now looking like 120 overs that were not quite 120 overs, would be potentially 118 overs that the Warriors will be facing. So it's starting to get to the equation that they're looking at more than 3 and over in terms of what they would have to get in the final innings. They would already have to get a record-breaking 4th innings score here at World Sports Betting Newlands.
Could just be the one.
Yeah, that man at deep backward point does the fielding. I think he was looking to get that one a little bit squarer, Linda. He moves to 46. It's been another very, very important innings for George Linda for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Mr. Consistency.
Yeah, he has. Really, if you look at the, I mean, he's got now 198 runs in this match, and in the previous match, 95 runs in that match against the Dolphins in a low-scoring encounter. So he's already up and around that 300 run mark, just 11 runs short of 300 runs for the 4-day series in just the second match that he's playing.
Impressive.
Oh, that one just off the outer half of the bat. Not too many oohs and ahs though. Would have expected a bit more there from the Warriors.
Maybe the energy is just waning a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. Just, it is a long afternoon session. Been out there for nearly it's an hour and 35 minutes so far post tea. That's good delivery. Just well played again by Patterson.
There's the big one.
Yeah.
Drop short.
Yeah.
Was a chance.
Yeah, it was up in the air for a while. Mokakani just going around and getting it on the bounce. Didn't get all of it. He was looking to play that one over the boundary here at mid-on. Didn't manage to get it through to the boundary. He did get a single. He's going to keep the strike to Robenheimer now in the next over. Played that beautiful shot down the ground in the previous over. It's gone to 15 now.
Yeah, I was wondering when Patterson was going to take on that short boundary in the last over. Waited till the very last ball.
Yeah.
That's also down to the bowling from Mutasami. Everything was outside that off stump. Last two balls a little bit straighter, which allowed Patterson to just free his arms up a little bit more.
Oh,
Lots of turn there.
yeah, lots of oohs and ahs there. That did turn, didn't it, into the right-hander, and he was looking to play it, I don't know, maybe into the offside, just jabbed his bat down onto it at the last minute, which was just as well.
Looked a bit unsure of that one, did Patterson?
Yeah, he wasn't, yeah, just maybe, just got to focus again now, just get himself back into, yeah, just slowing the things down a little bit, that's probably a good idea.
Big one. Yeah,
Beautifully played.
He got into position very, very quickly there, did Dane Patterson. Lined that up almost. I thought he was going to go leg side with that shot. But very nice technique to carve out that shot through the offside there. And it races away for another boundary that takes Western Province to 143 for 7 in the halfway through the 42nd over.
Yeah.
With a lead of 341 runs.
That was a very good shot from Dane Patterson. He's saying he wants, I think, a new set of gloves brought out to him. He did play that one very nicely, didn't he? Rocked back, he went back to the, as you said, it looked like he might be shaping to play it on the leg side, but played it beautifully with a straight bat through the cover region.
Just helps that one down the ground. Refuses the single. Good fielding by is that Jordan Herman again now?
It is indeed. Yeah. Jordan Herman over there at mid-wicket position. He made some ground very nicely across to his left to cut that one off. Got an hour left in the day's play here at World Sports Betting Newlands, and 21 overs to be bowled. They will not be bowled in this hour. We won't get as many overs in as that, so that's also going to be in the equation, I'm sure, for Western Province. Just in the air for a little while past the man at short leg. I don't think he had a chance there.
You need some reaction time to.
Yeah, absolutely. That was
to take that catch.
That was played quite quickly down into the ground. Been exceptional if he had been able to take the catch. that one bobbles past the outside, past the off stump, and he was just changing his line a bit there, Robenheimer, and towards the end of that over, as a new set of gloves does come out for Dane Patterson. We'll be having a second drinks break in this session. That will probably be within the next 10 minutes, I would think. Linda to face up to Mutasami again.
Linda on 46.
Yeah. Will he be able to get through to another first class 50 as he just takes the single that's on offer? And let's see what Dane Patterson's going to do in this over with Mutasami. I'm sure if he does stray onto the pads, he'll be looking to play it over or into the leg side.
Based on what I've seen so far from him this afternoon,
Yeah.
I wouldn't count against him playing through the offside either.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, ball is going to be turning away from him, coming around the wicket, Mutasami. So he's not using that off over the wicket line. Just defends. You're right. I think if there is something short outside the off stump, he will certainly look to rock back and play it through the offside. There is no protection out on the boundary there, so they're giving him that opportunity. Yeah, tossed up nicely by Mutasami.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Also just letting the fielding side know.
Yeah, just...
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, he does play that nicely into the covers. Herman does the fielding, and there's no run. I think we're seeing from Patterson as well here in this innings what we saw from Robenheimer when he was batting for the Dafabet Warriors. Just you get in, and it's when you get in on the wicket and you get a view of the pace of the wicket, and particularly with the spinners, the idea of the turn, you get yourself in a position where you can bat out the overs. You can bat out. You don't. It's not that easy to dislodge a batter.
Oh, especially when they're batting like that.
Yeah, exactly. So funny from Dane Patterson there, just defending and holding the pose and just putting the bat down on the ground. Just smothered all the spin there. It's 144 for 7.
Just left a little bit extra on the pitch, didn't he?
So, yeah, fascinating period of play has been since the tea break. 65 for 4 after 20 overs it was, Western Province at that stage. 23 overs since then have put on 79 runs they have in 23 overs, so about 3.5 and over. Still keeping the scoreboard ticking along. It's Robenheimer to Linda. Good work from Senaran Mutasami there. Maybe Matthew de Villiers goes over and gives him a low 5 there. He's always doing something, Matthew de Villiers. Nice to see him out there in the field. He's a live wire. Always running around and keeping things going. Robenheimer from the Kelvin Grove end. That's nicely played by Linda.
Linda now moves to 48 from 72 deliveries. And that's the top score of this innings for World Sports Betting Western Province.
So it is, and that brings up 200 runs for him in the game. He's 152. He scored in the first innings. 48 in the second, and certainly is has been the key batter for World Sports Betting Western Province. Man who comes in came in at number 6. And in the first innings, coming in at number 7. And getting that 152 on that batting position at number 7. He's really done a fantastic job for his team. Didn't get any wickets in that first innings, but no doubt he'll be looking at that in the second innings. And he will have something to say as to what's going to be happening in that Warriors second innings. And this partnership now 34, and that's been very important. The lead was only 309 when Patterson joined Linda at the crease, and it's been an important 34 runs.
In the context of today's play, I'd say it's crucial.
Yeah. It's the end of the over from Robenheimer, and 145 for 7, just a single off that over. And these two have been together for 12 overs now, exactly. Carl Simmons out of the last ball of the 32nd over. So in the 12 overs, they put together 34, just under the 3 runs and over. And in the context of the game, I think it's been good from these two. I don't think that they could have gone any harder. Any harder would have been more risk. As we see, the field is spread quite wide on the leg side for George Linder. And there was a man at long off as well, Mokhakani.
Nicely, it looks like it's pierced the gap, and that could be his 50.
Yeah, that is his 50.
Really well batted by George Linder. The second milestone of the game. Played a real important innings here for Western Province. His 52 runs have come off 75 balls. He's been there for nearly 2 hours, 119 minutes. Faced 47 dot balls, so soaked up a lot of pressure and made the loose balls count when he's received them.
Yes, Kieran, it's been a really good innings once again from George Linder. Very mature innings. Exactly what you would expect from your premier all-rounder, and he certainly has given Western Province the best possible chance they have of winning this game. It is the Warriors now at this stage that are looking at scoring more than 350 to in the final innings. It's 347 the lead now. 149 for 7 is the score.
Just knocks that down the ground for a single.
And it's the 150 comes up. It's a 150 for 7, and that 150 coming off 270 balls of 44.4 overs, 15 fours and 2 sixes. And that last 50 coming off just short of 17 overs. So very much the same sort of scoring rate as this partnership, 3 runs and over for that last 50. It's been an important 50, 100 for 5 it was. It was actually 69 for 5 when the 5th wicket fall, 103 for 6, 111 for 7. And these two have put on a very, very valuable partnership of 39 for the 8th wicket. And it looks like it's going to be drinks, and it is going to be the drinks that will be coming out at 150 for 7 after 45 overs, 18 overs left in the day. We'll not get all of those in, and it certainly doesn't look, by us looking over at the dressing room there for World Sports Betting Western Province, doesn't look like declaration necessarily is going to be taken tonight, or declared tonight, but let's just have a bit of a break for a couple of minutes. We'll be back with you after the drinks break. There we go.
trying to see if T Nabe is.
He's padded up, yeah.
He's in the change,
Yeah.
in the actual change room
Yeah.
on the other side there, and he's got his whites on. So whether he's got bottoms on, I can't see. Yeah, I think Duan Olifield's game is done.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he was receiving treatment here in the change room.
Yeah, stretch the legs. It's a long sit.
Oh yeah.
Connor Esterhazen's out. Fortuin on the microphone, and Dane Patterson didn't want to take that run. On the microphone, and Dane Patterson didn't want to take that run. Not at all. It was Linda second innings for Western Province's.
Yes, James, as you just said there, George Linder playing a third of the runs this innings. Just goes back to what I was saying earlier about him being Mr. Consistency. Well, he's played the innings we all
Around the wicket. And I wonder if he's going to be, well, certainly, if he's going to continue with the line of attack he normally bowls, he's going to be bowling it pretty much in his half of the pitch to Dane Patterson. And I think Pato will take him on.
Yeah, especially the short boundary.
Get number 9 spot in the order.
Looking to make that his own.
Definitely, Simo's got the number 8 spot, and this bounces out of the way. And it's the end of the Sia Plaiki over. Dane Patterson got 8 off in that over. Really good over for World Sports Betting Western Province. That lead now 360. And this partnership 51 between these two. Very important runs in the context of the game. At 111 for 7, with the lead of 309. If they had lost those couple of wickets there, and given the Warriors a target of about 320 off about 115 overs, certainly isn't the same task. It's they've currently got a number of overs left in the day. We won't get to those. We're probably looking, even if they do declare if they bowled out now. We're looking at about 110 overs at the most, maybe less. They got to get this 360, so 3.5 runs and over. And that's no easy task in the final innings. Oh, he's given him. And Maria Erasmus has given George Linder LBW to Jason Robenheimer, and he is...
And there's the declaration.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's completely confused by that one, and is that the declaration?
Yeah.
Does look like it, yes.
Yeah, Buren called him in.
Right, so that is the declaration from World Sports Betting Western Province, and we will see them bowling again tonight. And they declare at 162 for the loss of 8. It is George Linder, LBW, to Robenheimer, and that was his score, with his score on 57, and he scored that off, we don't see how many balls there, but that partnership was worth 51, and it's 162 for 8 off 47.2 overs.
George Linder's 57 coming off 85 deliveries.
Yeah.
And fair play to Dane Patterson for sticking around and doing his bit with the bat as well. And that 27 not out will definitely help his average in the long run.
It will. I mean, he's got a 41 and a 27 not out, both not outs in this match so far. And it is going to be World Sports Betting Western Province that are going to have a 25-minute dart tonight at the men from the Warriors, and they'll be looking to bowl probably 5 or 6 overs tonight. And so that is a very interesting declaration. 361 they will need to win this match. If you look at the bowling figures there for the Dafabet Warriors, Wolafia 3 for 31 in his 9, and then 2 wickets apiece for Plaiki and for Robenheimer, and just the 1 for Swanepoel. And it is, say, 162 for 8 declared, and 361 they will need to win. So we'll be taking a short break. The heavy roller is going out onto the pitch, and they'll just be remarking the creases. About 7 or 8 minutes time. Well, there we go.
Love
So
it when a plan comes together.
360 in about 103, 104 overs. So there we go.
Because we'll get 5 overs out now.
I think so. Yeah, yeah, we will. Yeah, and you'll get Nabe and well, I think Nabe and Patterson will run in.
Mm.
Western Province to pick up at least one wicket tonight. And he's on the money. First up is Dane Patterson. It's defended into the offside where Tony DeZorzi does the fielding. So 3 slips. Gully. Carl Simmons is doing some warming up, so I wonder if he isn't going to get the new ball maybe from this side.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
No, I don't think it would be. I did see him, Tiwakaya Nabe, warming up on the side of the field, but he isn't doing any loosening up at the moment out there in the field. And we do have Onka Nyaku is on the field and replacing Bjorn Hendricks.
Oh!
It's down the leg side, and it is signalled as runs. So Jordan Herman is off the mark with that one down the leg side, too wide for Carvarena to get onto that, and they are underway in their chase of 361 are the Dafabet Warriors. And just straying down the leg side with that second delivery. Jordan Herman getting enough on it to be not too fine as he's around the wicket again to the left-hander.
A bit shorter.
Yeah, very nicely played. Nabe will chase that down, but not before they've gone through for 2. So he's just been a bit straight at the moment. Not quite got his line right yet, Dane Patterson.
I wonder if he's still got his batting boots on.
He might well have, yeah, you never know. He's, did bat really well in that partnership of 57, I think it was, between him and George Linder. Oh, it was 51, I do apologise. Oh, that is an absolute beauty. Just beats him, all ends up outside the off stump. Just plays down what he's expected to be the line and moves away from the left-hander. Beautiful bowling from Dane Patterson.
Got some nice late movement off the seam there,
yeah.
That would seem.
Yeah. It's really was good. He has bowled well with the new ball. He bowled well with the second new ball as well earlier on today.
Slip Gordon getting overly excited for bat on ball.
Yes, definitely. Perhaps thinking that had beaten the bat.
Yeah, but that's what all sports betting Western Province have to do in these last couple of overs this evening. Just make sure that the batters are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Just get them thinking a little bit. Make them doubt themselves. And you never know, it might just cause a wicket, might just cause a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely right. They've got to just keep it in those areas. Have it in that area of uncertainty for Jordan Herman. Whether he has to play or not, he does play. And he plays well. It's down to DeZorzi. It's the end of the over. 6 without loss after 1. But it was an over which did see one ball going past the outside edge of the bat of Jordan Herman. And Dile Mokokani is going to be facing Carl Simmons. So we have got spin with the new ball from the Weinberg end of the ground. And Mokokani, I'm sure, will be surrounded by players. I would expect that, there is already a man in there at a silly mid-off position. I'm sure there will be 2 slips in place. There will be, indeed. It's Nyaku at first and Bedingham at second, by the looks of things. Yes, it is. And we'll be taking the ball away from the right-hander. We'll see if there's any purchase there. Moore's moved out into the covers. There's just the 2 men on the leg side. So it's a 7-2 offside leg side field. In fact, they're changing it around now. Man from Silly Point's going into a short leg. Simmons away from us now.
Oh,
and
good start.
It is a good start. That would have been very close to that man at short leg. I mean, silly mid-off, if he had been there. He's in at short leg. Does mean that Mokakani can come forward and defend. I think that's what Simmons is also looking for. Just a bit of purchase to maybe get it to the slip. Corden, just dead ball signal by umpire Weingard.
Oh, play and a miss.
My goodness, it goes for that outside the off stump. Gets more bounce than he perhaps would have expected, and taken well behind by Verena. Play and a miss. That'll be really encouraging for Simmons.
Oh, that one maybe just a little bit too straight, but
yes, it's just
a lot of respect shown by the batter.
I think it's very important for Andile Mokakani and Jordan Herman to be there at the close of play tonight. Just lets that one go outside the off stump, and that might have been the arm ball from Carl Simmons. Not as many oohs and ahs as perhaps would have expected from the men behind the wicket. Still 16 minutes left in the day's play. Does defend that well. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of work being done by Carl Simmons in this second innings of the Warriors. They need 355 to win this match.
Oh, half-hearted appeal from the home side.
Yeah, and just. Yeah, he didn't play that one too badly. He just sort of walked into the shot there, though, Mokakani. There'll be some encouragement for Simmons already with that first over. And it's going to be...
Got a maiden in that first over.
Yeah, he did indeed. Got a maiden. 6 it is after the first 2 overs. Probably looking at maybe another... I don't know if we're going to get 4. We probably might well get 4 overs in with the spin of Simmons. I think they'd want to get 5 or 6 overs in tonight. 2 already they've bowled. Patterson will be probing outside that off stump of Jordan Herman. May get the one to just come in as well as go away. And it's the one that comes in, goes down off the inside half of the bat, down to George Linder at long leg. He's running around to make his way to long leg on the other side for the right-hander. Patterson to Mokakani, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. Mokakani taking what looks like a off-stump or middle and off-stump guard. So we're trying to cover the stumps, try and make sure he knows where that off-stump is, because he could be tested by Dane Patterson outside that off-stump. 3 slips and a gully in place. Ooh, yeah, that one he can let go. It does move away from the right-hander outside the off stump. Just needed to start it a little bit closer.
Try and get the batter to play at that one. Get the slip cordon involved maybe.
Yeah, certainly what he'll be looking for. And then he's got the one that goes back into the right-hander. His normal sort of setup is that he bowls 2 or 3 that are the same, and then he brings out the surprise delivery. Let's just see what he's going to do.
Ooh.
And an equally loud no there from Jordan Herman, as we heard earlier on from Dane Patterson. His hands on his head. Patterson just angled that one into the pads.
Maybe just went a bit too straight.
Yeah, I think so. On that occasion, just a little bit too straight. 3 balls left in the over. Mokakani is opening the batting in place of Jewishan Pillay. Pillay, who is not going to take any part in the game any further, just having broken his collarbone. He's fielding in the first innings.
Ooh.
And that is the one that comes back in, and it is a no ball. So it wouldn't have counted had he managed to rattle the timber of Andile Mokakani. They'll have to bowl that one again. It's the first extra on the board.
The fielding side will see that as an extra ball to get him out.
Yeah, absolutely right. What will the extra ball give them? Will it give them a further opportunity? Could be. He's got to bowl that one again. Still 3 balls left in the over.
Oh!
He's got him. He has got him. That's the one that comes back in. And umpire Moreira Rasmus puts up the finger, and Andile Mokakani has to go, and he has not bothered the scorers there, and that is the breakthrough that World Sports Betting Western Province were looking for. 0 of 10 deliveries, and that's the first wicket down. It's Mokakani who goes OBW to Patterson for no score.
Yes, James, not a single doubt in umpire Moreira Rasmus's mind there. Didn't wait at all for that finger to go up. Brilliant bowling from Dane Patterson. He's been in the game for the last hour and a bit, contributing with the bat. Very valuable contribution with the bat for the home side. And now he's taken a crucial first wicket just before stumps here on day 3 at Newlands.
Yeah, very, very important wicket. And in fact, we are going to see a night watchman. It is going to be Jason Robenheimer who's going to be coming out to see if he can make sure that he protects the batter that would have been in next. Matthew Britsky not coming out to bat at number 3 is the off-spinner Robenheimer, and he's got a job to do for his team as well here. He did well earlier on today. He hung around with Bayer Swanepoel for some time. He did look ultimately quite comfortable at the crease. Was Tiwakai Nabe, I think it was, that got his wicket in the end. Just was driving at a ball outside the off stump and was caught in the gully by Nyaku, who is there in the gully now as well. So Dane Patterson will be looking to knock over the night watchman as well, I'm sure here. Night watchman for Dafabet Warriors, he will be wanting to make sure that he protects both the batter at the other end and make sure that he's still there at the close of play tonight. 10 minutes left now with that wicket falling. We might not get as many overs in as we would have expected. I think facing this new ball is going to be not an easy prospect for Robenheimer.
Oh, there's another one.
And he's got him first ball. Carl Simmons takes the catch, and that is brilliant work from Dane Patterson. And they have taken a second wicket this evening. It is Robenheimer that is caught by Simmons. Very good catch low down at second slip. Bowled by Patterson, and he's out the first ball that he faced. And so the work with the night watchman does not pay any benefits for the men from the Warriors, as now Matthew Britsky has to make his way out to the middle with Dane Patterson on fire here.
And he's on a hat-trick as well.
And he's on a hat-trick, yes, absolutely right. He's on a hat-trick as Britsky makes his way out to the middle. So it's 8 for 2.
James,
sorry, exactly the start that World Sports Betting Western Province would have been looking for.
Yeah, just on that note, which is exactly what I was going to speak about now. In the break in between the change of innings, we spoke about what a good start for Western Province would look like. 1 wicket before the close of play would be a good start. 2 wickets is a bonus. We could very well have 3 on the way in the next delivery.
Yeah, he's got hat-trick ball coming up for Dane Patterson. There's now 5 or 4 slips and a gully that are going to be in place for this delivery. And why not? It's going to be Patterson bowling to Britsky. Robenheimer back in the pavilion. It's going to be Carl Simmons. I'm sure he'll be happier bowling to Matthew Britsky this over. Britsky, who was out on the stroke of lunch. It was it yesterday? He was stroke of tea, I think it was actually. So on the stroke of tea it was. that he was out, caught in the slips off the bowling of Simmons in that first innings, and catch there was taken by Moore at second slip. He's been bowling now to Brzezinski, has got the 2 down, would be better than their wildest, I would think not their wildest dreams, but certainly they would have been very happy getting 2 down tonight. We know that it is Mokhakani, the makeshift opener. He is a top 6 batter, Mokhakani. Robenheimer, the night watcher, but he didn't assist there. And be Herman for the first time facing up to Simmons. Yeah, I'm not surprised there to see that he's got a leg slip in place. He's got 2 balls left in this over. 10 for 2. Still need 351 to win. We need to bat at 3.5 runs and over. It's already 2 wickets down. Goes back, and you won't mind that, Carl Simmons. Seeing Jordan Herman going back to that first delivery. Just survival now, very important for the Dafabet Warriors. These two, they want to be there tomorrow. Played that nicely, Jordan Herman. It's the end of the Carl Simmons over.
Yeah, I think it's vitally important to the Warriors' hopes of winning this tomorrow, that Brzezinski and Herman stay there overnight. You would imagine that another wicket before the close of play would certainly put Western Province in the driving seat, if they aren't already.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are. They are on top now. They'll take them into the close of play, really feeling that they're on top of the game here. 351 runs still to win the match, and they have only got 8 wickets. In fact, they've only got 7 wickets in hand, of course, because Jivish and Pillay will not bat. So it's really important. It's into the pads of Brzezinski, just straying down the leg side. That's what he can do, though. We saw what he did in the previous over, just got the one to nip back at Andile Mokhakani, trapped him on the crease, given LBW, and then the next delivery to Jason Robenheimer, just had to play at it outside the off stump, and it went low to Carl Simmons, who took the catch at second slip. I have to say the catching has been very good in this match from World Sports Betting Western Province.
Oh,
that one just spitting up at it off a length at Brzezinski.
Watched it onto his bat though.
Yeah, he did very well. And he's going to be taking his time. And he is doing that, just walking away. He goes back to the crease. Really. Dane Patterson, I don't think there'll be another over in here tonight. 4 balls left, and it's already 17:58 on the clock. Yeah, it was well left, just a little bit wide. He's definitely not going to be playing at those tonight. What this has done, as you were saying, Kieran, it's given them 2 bites at the new ball cherry here. Just 5 overs with the new ball. It will be this evening, and it'll be as good as new tomorrow morning, and it's coming out just having to get 7 wickets. Western Province, I'd say just having to get 7 wickets, but they've knocked over 2 of the batters already tonight, and that is a big blow for the Warriors.
Solid defence there by the captain. And just on what you were saying, James, about the 7 wickets, if we really want to simplify things as for Western Province, just break it down to 7 good balls.
Yeah, that's all it is. 7 good balls, and with the target there, 350. Again, there's a couple of ways that the Warriors could approach this tomorrow. I mean, they could, and they'll probably set themselves milestones. They'll bat until first hour. They'll go in maybe first half an hour, up until drinks, up until lunch, and they'll reassess things as they go. Oh, that's off the inside edge, onto the pad, and out into the cover region, fielded by De Zorzi. There's something happening there for Dane Patterson, and as much as it's happening tonight, there will be something there for him tomorrow as well, as the clock does tick over to 1800, and this will be the last ball before the close of play. Matthew Britsky, he will just want to make sure that he is walking back into the pavilion with an asterisk next to his score here of this last delivery. And it's, yeah, too wide and left alone, and it is wisely left alone by Britsky, and that is the end of the day's play here at World Sports Betting Newlands. It is a day that, despite the fact that they only scored 163 for the loss of 8 wickets, or 162 for the loss of 8 wickets in their second innings, it is the World Sports Betting Western Province team that bowled out the Warriors for 266 earlier on today, giving themselves a lead of 198. And in the 5 overs that they've had left to bowl in the evening, they've taken 2 Warriors wickets, and is 10 for 2 after 5 overs. The Warriors, Mokhakani and the night watchman Robenheimer are back in the pavilion, and at the end of the day's play, you would say that it's Western Province that are the happier of the 2 teams as they leave the field now. And we'll be back tomorrow morning with you. Kieran, last words from you today. It's been a really good day's play here at World Sports Betting Newlands.
Yes, James, it's been a wonderful day of cricket. Thrilling stuff from start to finish, really. The game ebbed and flowed as the day went on. Both teams had fair spells of dominance at certain points, but I would definitely say that the day belongs to the home side, World Sports Betting Western Province, and they'll definitely want to come back out here tomorrow morning and try and wrap things up.
Yeah, and it really has, you say, been a wonderful day of 4-day cricket here, and from us here at World Sports Betting Newlands, it's good evening.